Chapter 21. "I don't know where she is," Sugar said, blocking the cop's entrance to her home. Caesarina was standing next to her, growling a warning at the detective on her doorstep. "But Christina Biscayne does live here." Sugar nodded. She usually hated cops, didn't trust them. But this one seemed a little different, with his rugged good looks and intense gaze. More interesting than the green yahoo who had interviewed her after Josh Bandeau's death. That cop had been a kid. But this one, he was definitely a man. He had a woman with him. Tight-packed body, tons of attitude, and really bad hair. What was with that? The department must have loosened its dress code. "Cricket's an adult. Sometimes she doesn't come home." "Will she be back later?" "Who knows? I hope so." "Doesn't she have to work?" the woman cop asked. "Yes, but I don't know her schedule." They seemed to want to ask more, but settled for asking Sugar to have Cricket call the police station once she turned up. Sugar lingered at the door, watching Detective Reed climb into the passenger side of the vehicle. He had a nice walk, easy strides that were long enough to stretch his slacks over a tight butt. As he settled inside, he flipped on a pair of dark aviator glasses. He wasn't exactly handsome, not in Hollywood terms, but there was something innately sexy and male about him. Maybe a hint of danger, which, of course, she was always drawn to. The driver lit a cigarette, backed the car up, and as the dust was still settling, stepped on it and roared down the rutted lane, leaving a plume of dust and Sugar to wonder where the hell her sister was. Where the hell was she? It was dank, dark, and she was lying on what felt like a dirt floor. Cricket couldn't move, couldn't lift her head, didn't know how long she'd been here. Her hands were bound behind her feet wrapped, her mouth covered with tape. Not that she could do anything. Ever since she'd been brought here, driven in her own car, and hauled in a child's cart to this dirty, stinking hole in the ground, she'd been drugged, unable to move. She'd seen flashes of light from beneath a door, and her captor, who called herself Atropos, had come and gone. Hours, maybe days, had passed. Cricket couldn't tell, but she had a bad case of the creeps here in this godforsaken cellar. "You awake again?" Cricket started. She hadn't heard her captor approach. "Well, it won't be for long, now will it?" "Up yours, you bitch," Cricket thought, her mind disjointed. It seemed as if she'd slept or been knocked out, but she didn't know. She resided in a kind of netherworld that was foul-smelling and dark. It had been a long while, and she was thirsty, and thought she might have wet her pants. Her bladder had been full, and now wasn't. If she had the chance, she'd kill the bitch. But so far she hadn't had the opportunity, or the strength. Any time her mind had cleared and she'd thought about trying to lash out at her attacker, she'd suddenly been overcome with drowsiness. She was being drugged, no doubt about it. But if she ever got a clear head, the bitch was dead. Dead. "Here we go. I thought you might be lonely." Atropos squatted near Cricket's head and flipped on a flashlight, the narrow beam showing off old rotten wood and bits of broken glass. There were bottles as well, and what looked to be rat poison on a shelf. Oh, no. Atropos placed an old glass milk jug on the floor. It seemed to be moving, breathing inside, growing. Cricket began to sweat. Couldn't take her eyes off the milk bottle. Her heart was pounding, adrenaline laced by fear, kicking through her bloodstream. Watch this. Atropos trained the flashlight's beam directly on the jar. Inside were nests of spiders, cottony-looking drifts and lacy webs, crawling with hatchlings, tiny spiders moving everywhere. Elder arachnids as well, their many eyes ever watchful, some with front legs upraised, ready to eat each other's young. I've been incubating them for weeks, she explained. Cricket began to shake. Atropos retrieved a smaller vial from a pocket in her jacket and placed it in the light. Within, atop a cotton ball, were insects. No, not just insects. Crickets. 3 or 4 of the dark bugs. Oh, for the love of God! Cricket's guts turned to water. Carefully, Atropos unscrewed the lid, and then, using a pair of tweezers, pulled one of the tiny pests from the jar. It struggled against the tight forceps, but it was no use. Adeptly, Atropos retightened the lid, opened the milk jar, held the cricket over it for a heart-stopping second, then opened the tweezers and let the cricket fall. Horrified, her gaze glued to the milk jar, Cricket watched the cricket land in the cobwebby pit, where it was stuck on a web. It struggled but a second. The spiders pounced. With new terror, Cricket watched the spiders fight over the struggling insect, a large brown arachnid becoming the victor and piercing the cricket's tiny body with deadly fangs. Cricket recoiled in terror. Her heart was pounding. She wanted to throw up, but she was gagged in this macabre place with its broken bottles, dark corners, and sick inhabitant. Not a pretty sight, Atropos said as she tied a braided cord, red and black strands, around the neck of the milk jar, then re-screwed the lid. Ah, well, show's over. Now remember, sleep tight and don't let the bedbugs bite. Atropos flipped off the flashlight and walked up the stairs that creaked and moaned. Cricket was plunged into darkness once again, with the jar of spiders only inches from her nose. She didn't have to be a brain surgeon to guess what fate Atropos had decided for her. Tears filled her eyes. Terror stole through her heart. And, in the darkness nearby, the spiders waited. Did you do it? Did you try to murder Amanda? The horrid voice in her head, sounding so much like Kelly's, was at it again, pushing Caitlin as she drove through the city streets, distracting her so that she nearly ran a stoplight. She bit her lip, turned up the radio, and switched on the headlights. It didn't help. The damning voice couldn't be sidetracked. What about Josh? Did you kill him? It's just so damn convenient that you can't remember. You dream about seeing Josh dead and slumped over his desk. So what about Amanda? Don't you remember being in her garage, running your fingers over the smooth finish of her little red sports car, fingering the tiniest tear in the rag top? Then there's Bernada's attack. The doctors are saying that she didn't get her medication, that there was no trace of nitroglycerin in her body, though Lucille swears Bernada took her pill after the angina attack. You were there the other day. You helped say goodnight to her. You saw the bottle of nitroglycerin pills on the bedside table. You even touched the bottle when you reached for a tissue. Did you do something else? Something you've tucked into one of those holes in your Swiss cheese of a brain? What kind of person would try to kill her own mother? Heart in her throat, recriminations echoing through her mind. Caitlin pulled into the small lot off the back alley. She looked up at the elegant old Victorian house that was now cut into private offices. From the car, she found the windows of Adam Hunt's office, the very rooms that Rebecca Wade had used. The third floor, near the roofline, with only the dormers of the attic above. It was near evening. She'd been at the hospital most of the day, but Adam had agreed to meet her after the scene at Oak Hill, and the shadows of the buildings and surrounding trees were lengthening, promising dusk and twilight. Could Adam not be trusted? Could he have some kind of ulterior motive in seeking her out? The scene at the plantation home with her mother, Lucille, Ian, and her siblings, then Bernada being rushed to the hospital, had been more than she'd been able to handle. All the melodrama, all the secrets, all the damn innuendos. No wonder the family was cursed with mental problems. Everyone seemed to feed on them. And it was time to put a stop to it, at least for her. She had to get better, to end the demons in her mind. Adam Hunt was a psychologist. What transpired between them was private, and she had to trust somebody. Not the police, not her own family, not her own mind, not even Kelly. So you're going to spill your guts to a total stranger? Caitlin could almost hear Kelly mocking her. You're nuts, bona fide and certifiable, just like Nana. Stop it! Caitlin screamed, pounding a fist on the steering wheel. The horn blared, and she jumped, shocked herself out of the rage that consumed her. She couldn't put up with this another second, couldn't stand listening to the doubts in her mind, wouldn't be a victim any longer. For years, she'd been a prisoner of her own mind. But no more. Either Adam Hunt was salvation, or he was destruction. But he was damned well something. Her only hope. She had to push forward, to find a way out of the trap that was her mind. Whether it turned out to be the biggest mistake of her life, or her deliverance, she was going to go through with it. She swung out of the car. Before she could second-guess herself, she strode up a short path and up the back flight of stairs to Adam's office. The door was ajar. She tapped lightly on the old painted panels. The door creaked open to a darkened, empty room. Caitlin felt a chill, as if it were a warning reminding her that she shouldn't be here, shouldn't step across the threshold. Which was silly. She was just a few minutes early, and she had to change the course of her life. Today, before she lost what fragile hold she had on her own sanity. You'd better take a seat outside in one of the chairs clustered around the corner at the landing, where all the patients who visit this floor wait until they're invited in. It was a cozy spot. Magazines littered the small table, and water was available from a cooler. She knew Adam would expect to find her there. But tonight, after hurrying up the back staircase, Caitlin saw no reason for that kind of protocol. Tonight, she was a new person, bold rather than timid, forthright rather than shy. She stepped into the darkened office and noted the empty coffee cups on a small table and the crumpled tissues in the wastebasket tucked discreetly behind one arm of the couch. Were they hers from her last visit? Or did Adam have more clients, other people he was trying to help? She heard a creak and turned to the open door, but no one arrived. Ghosts, she thought, remembering how Lucille had told her that if she listened very hard and concentrated, wasn't distracted by outside noise or even the sound of her own heartbeat, she could hear them. No one arrived. She ran a finger along the edge of Adam's desk and wondered what he thought of her, what notes he'd jotted about her and her family. Did he think she was truly going out of her mind? His legal pads were stacked in a corner of the desk. All she had to do was lift one up and start reading. What was the harm in that? As long as she only looked at her file, what kind of trouble could she get into? After all, it was her life, and she was paying him to help her. Biting her lip, she picked up the first tablet, but dropped it as if it burned her fingers when she heard footsteps on the stairs. Quickly, making as little noise as possible, she flew to the couch and had just sat down when Adam walked in and flipped on a light switch. He visibly started, his body flinching as he saw her in the corner of his couch. "Caitlin." Glancing at his watch, he said, "I didn't realize I was late." "You aren't. I got here early and the door was open, so I decided to park it." She smiled and hoped she didn't look as guilty as she felt. All her doubts seeped away as she saw the ghost of a smile touch his lips. He seemed so genuine, so caring. "I hope that was all right." "Of course it is." But his voice didn't sound as warm as it usually did. "I just ran out to get some more coffee." He held up a small brown bag, then opened it and pulled out a jar of coffee crystals and non-dairy creamer. He carried the soup heater into the bathroom and filled it with water, then plugged it in. As the water heated, he took his chair and reached for his notepad, the one on the top of the stack. "You want to tell me about what happened to your sister and your mother? You sounded pretty shook up when you called." "I am," she admitted, refusing to back down, to listen to the warnings in her mind. Tonight, she was going to start reliving her life. Right now. This very moment. Her fists clenched so hard she felt her nails bite into her palms. Slowly, uncurling her fingers, she started with her sister's accident and its aftermath. She explained the family dynamics, about Ian's anger, Berneda's frailty, and Hannah's bad attitude. She mentioned that Lucille had been bristly, and that the whole family treated Caitlin with a hands-off attitude. "It's as if they not only think I'm addled or feeble-minded," she said, standing to walk to the window and watch night descend over the city, "but they treat me as if I'm some kind of scary creature, and they're afraid that if someone says or does the wrong thing, I might completely flip out and end up in the mental hospital again." "Are you afraid of that?" "Yes." She turned to stare straight at him. Yes, yes, yes! I've been in one, and let me tell you, it's no picnic. The people in there. She lifted her hands toward the ceiling, as if in supplication from heaven. My God, for as long as I can remember, I've heard people whispering about me, about how I'm some kind of freak. Some people think I killed Charles, even members of my family, because I pulled the damn arrow from his chest, and they think... Oh, I don't know what they think. Just that I'm crazy, I guess. She flopped back onto the couch. Looney Tunes is the favorite phrase. I guess that's not quite as harsh as insane. And please, don't ask me if I'm insane, okay? Because I don't really know. Tossing her hair out of her eyes, she fought the urge to crumble completely. You should have seen them at the house. All of them, Mom included. It was just plain weird. Well, let's try to keep you out of the hospital, okay? He offered her a smile that somehow cut through all of the shadows in her mind. I'm all for it. His gaze held hers, maybe a second longer than necessary, and she experienced that little jolt of excitement, the sizzle in her nerve endings, whenever she met a man she found interesting. You said something about your mother being in the hospital, he prodded. His voice seemed a bit rougher than it had been. Because of all the anxiety over Amanda's claims that someone was trying to kill her, I think. She had an angina attack as she climbed the stairs for bed. It was touch and go for a while, but she stabilized. I'm glad to hear it. Me too, she admitted, then pulled herself together. It was now or never. Adam, she said, and her voice sounded unnatural, even to her own ears. His eyes found hers again, his pupils darker with the shadows in the room. There's something you should know. I don't think I'm crazy. I mean, I pray that I'm not, but... How could she explain what she herself didn't understand? Her palms were suddenly damp, her heart racing. Slowly, she forced an unnatural calm to settle over her. What is it? Any hint of a smile had left his lips. His expression was wary, his muscles tense, as if he knew what she was about to say. Still, she plunged on. Strange things have been happening, not just to the family, but to me, specifically. Her chest was so tight, she had to force the horrid words out. Aside from the bad dreams, I have flashes of memory, or a sense of déjà vu about certain events, things tied to some of the accidents that have occurred. I remember flashes, little glimmers that don't make a whole lot of sense, like touching my sister's car, the one she nearly died in, or seeing my mother's medication in her room. She swallowed hard and felt the quivering inside, the feeling that she was about to step into a dark void, like opening the locked doorway to the forbidden cellar stairs and taking the chance that the door would slam behind her and she'd hear the turning of a key, that she'd be trapped forever in the terrifying void. Closing her eyes, she plunged on. The morning after Josh was killed, I woke up and there was blood all over my bedroom. I mean, all over. She began to shake as she pushed up the sleeves of her sweater. In the bed, on the curtains, pooled on the floor, in the bathroom. Oh, God, it was all over. On the walls and carpet, smeared on the sink and tiles. The glass shower door was cracked. But I don't remember pushing my arm through it. And there was blood on the curtains. Oh, Dear God." Her voice had risen an octave, and she had trouble forcing the words out. Opening her eyes, she saw that Adam's face was a mask. But beneath his controlled expression, in the tightness at the corners of his mouth, she sensed his shock. No reason to stop now. Plunging on, Caitlin said, "I had a nosebleed that night, and I discovered these." She held out her arms, palms rotated to the ceiling, displaying the ugly scabs on her wrists. "I don't remember making them. I don't recall a nosebleed. And even if I had done this, mutilated myself, I don't think I bled enough to make all that mess. And I'm afraid... Oh, Jesus. I'm afraid that somehow I'm responsible for my husband's death." Chapter 22. "You think you killed him?" Adam asked, the skin on his face drawing tight. "That's just it. I don't know. I don't remember. But the police are saying that my blood type was at the murder scene, and then there was the blood all over my room. I kidded myself into thinking that it was all mine, but that would have been impossible." She took in a long breath, not certain if she'd made the right decision to confide in him. "What do you remember?" His voice was gentle, not filled with accusations, no hint of judgment in his tone. She explained everything that she could, from waiting for Kelly at the bar, to drinking too much and not remembering if she'd left and gone to Josh's house, only to somehow wake up twisted in blood-stained sheets. "It's been awful. Hideous. I was scared and I couldn't stand looking at the mess, so I cleaned it up as best I could. Washed the linens, walls, bedclothes, sinks, carpets, anywhere I saw the blood. I just had to get rid of it." She plowed the fingers of both hands through her hair, fought a headache beginning to throb at the base of her skull. "I think I'm cracking up. I think I should go to the police, but I'm afraid to. Detective Reed already has me pegged as his #1 suspect." "Do you think you're capable of murder?" "No, of course not." She shook her head as she pulled the sleeves of the cotton sweater lower on her arms, covering the wounds. "But I don't know what to think. I have glimmers, little fragments of thoughts about the crime scene. In my mind's eye, I see Josh dead at his desk, and there's more." She related her feelings of déjà vu and her bits of dreams, little pieces of memory that connected her to the accidents and tragedies within her family. "And that's not all. I feel that I'm being watched, and I don't know if the police have set up a surveillance of my house, or if someone sinister is stalking me, or if it's just my own wild imagination." She let out a weary breath. "I feel like I'm running, but I don't know where I've been, and I have no idea where I'm going. It's disconcerting. Crazy-making." "You're not crazy. Stick around. You don't know me that well." "Well enough to know you're not crazy. So let's not even go there." He was serious as he laid down his pen. "Let's take a break. This is pretty heavy stuff. Why don't we go out for real coffee or dinner? My treat, and the professional time clock will be turned off." She was wary. "I don't know." "Come on," he said. "I'm hungry. I promised we won't talk shop." Setting his notes on the desk, he stood. There's a great restaurant just around the corner. Guaranteed authentic local cuisine. We'll walk. But my treat. Come on. He was already walking to the door, jangling his keys. What could it hurt? So he was her counselor. That didn't mean they couldn't get to know each other, did it? Oh, Caitlin, this is trouble. Big trouble. But then, it wasn't as if that was anything new. Outside, he took her hand and led her through an alley and across a square to a house built 200 years earlier. Up the front steps to a reception area, where a waitress led them upstairs to what had once been a bedroom and covered veranda outside the glass French doors. Potted plants decorated with tiny white lights separated the tables. From their vantage point, they could observe the square and look down the tree-lined streets. A warm breeze carried with it the smell of the river, the warm scent of baked bread, and a trace of cigarette smoke. "Can I get you something from the bar?" the waitress asked, after she rattled off the specials. "Caitlin?" he asked, and she thought about the last time she'd had a drink. The night that Josh had died. The night her memory was riddled with huge holes. "Iced tea with sugar," she said. One side of his mouth lifted, a hint of a smile touching his eyes. "I'll have scotch. Neat." As the waitress disappeared, he glanced at the park where a few people strolled through the pools of light cast by the street lamps and the oaks grew tall and dark. Caitlin wondered who lurked in the shadows, if anyone was watching. She opened her menu, realized she had no appetite, and scanned the list of entrees without much interest. "Do you think I should go to the police?" she asked, pretending to study the appetizer choices. "I thought we were leaving all that talk back at the office." She lifted a shoulder. "I'd like your opinion." "I don't have a law degree." He snapped his menu shut and dropped it onto the table. "I think you might need a lawyer." "I'm getting one. My sister's an attorney, remember? Not criminal law, at least not anymore, but she gave me some names and I've got an appointment with one of them the day after tomorrow." "Good." This is such a mess. She felt that pressure again, the one that felt like a 2-ton weight on her chest, the one that didn't allow her to breathe. Adam reached across the table, placed one hand over the back of hers. His eyes were dark with the night, his pupils dilated. The hand over hers was warm, calloused, strong. It gave her more comfort than she expected, more than she wanted. "It's time to relax," he said softly. "We'll figure it out." "Will we?" "Yeah." Again the hint of a smile in a jaw that was darkening with beard shadow. He was handsome, not in a bold, rugged way, but more quietly good-looking. Not the first man you would notice in a room of strangers, but one you might gravitate toward, one you would trust, one, if you looked beneath his aloof veneer, was a strong, passionate man with a few secrets he kept locked away. "Do you have any other patients?" she asked, withdrawing her hand as the waitress, a slip of a girl with streaked blonde hair and a mouth too big for her face, returned with their drinks. "Have you decided?" she asked. Adam motioned to Caitlin. "What would you like?" "Red rice with shrimp and fried okra." Caitlin managed a smile. "My father's favorite. Real Southern cooking." Adam chuckled. "And I'll have pork chops with cornbread and country gravy." "Anything else?" the waitress asked. Wine? Adam lifted an eyebrow in offering, but Caitlin shook her head. Couldn't take the chance. Maybe a slab of praline pecan pie for dessert. Adam stage-whispered to the waitress as he handed the girl their menus. I'll see to it. She sauntered to the next table. For the first time since Josh had been killed, Caitlin felt safe, could unwind a bit. Adam made a couple of corny jokes, caused her to laugh, and she managed to quit worrying, at least for a while. By the time the waitress returned with steaming platters, Caitlin's appetite had returned, and she dug into the plate of spicy rice and succulent okra. I think I owe you an apology, Caitlin said when she caught him observing her. For? Being a wet blanket? This, she gestured to the veranda and restaurant, was a great idea. I thought so. I think I could make it even better, she said as she sipped her iced tea. How so? We could play doctor. She lifted her eyebrow in a naughty invitation, and when she saw him turn serious, added, I'll be the doctor, and you be the patient. He set down his fork. Caitlin? I'm talking about the kind of doctor you are. You know, a PhD. My turn to psychoanalyze you for a change. Oh, he grinned. You did that on purpose. Gotcha. She laughed. I do have a sense of humor, you know, though the past week or so it's been pretty much dead. Setting his utensils down, he cocked his head and studied her. You're a fascinating woman, Caitlin. You think? She teased, but was flattered. Complex. I'm the doctor, remember? My turn. She pointed her fork at his chest. Turn it off for a while. You know, the trouble with psychologists is that they're always working. Every time they meet someone, it's like a new case study ready to be pounced upon. That's a pretty general statement. But true. He lifted a shoulder, and she saw the amusement in his eyes, the slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, the intelligence etched in the features of his face. Okay, doctor, what do you want to know? First of all, have you ever been married? The smile tightened. Once. It was brief, a long time ago. As I said before, no kids. You ever see her? Rarely. Any steady girlfriend? At the moment? He shook his head. No. Remember, I just got into town. But I thought there might be a woman waiting for you at home. In the Midwest? No. No woman waiting. I thought you might have been running from something. Some deep, dark, shady past. And that's why you're here. Maybe I was running to something. What? That remains to be seen now, doesn't it? He teased, his smile stretching more widely now that they were out of dangerous conversational territory. Maybe it was kismet, or fate, or the alignment of the planets. You think? She asked, amused. Who knows? But I am here, and right now I think it might have been one of the best ideas I've ever had. I mean, how great is it to be sitting outside in Savannah, eating fabulous food and spending time with a fascinating, beautiful woman? One who told you she can't remember if she was involved in her husband's death, she reminded him, and some of the magic of the evening seemed to dissipate. Hey, for the rest of the meal, let's put that aside. It's not as easy as that. Try. He motioned to the waitress and ordered the pie with ice cream and 2 forks. Just a few more minutes. Okay. And she did her best, laughing, joking, letting him feed her a bit of the sweet confection, looking into the dark square across the street and trying not to imagine hidden eyes staring at her from inky hiding spots. She was safe with Adam. She trusted him, and when he paid the bill and refused to let her help, she didn't fight him. Together they walked to his office, and when he took her hand as they cut through a back alley, she didn't fight him. They reached her car, and she felt a little disappointed that the evening was over. "Maybe you should come by tomorrow," he suggested. "We can discuss anything you want. And you have my home number, right?" "On your card in my purse." "Good. You can call me any time." They were standing beneath a security lamp for the small parking area. He squeezed her fingers. "Any time." "You might regret those words." "I don't think so." His teeth flashed white against his dark skin. His eyes found hers, and her breath stopped short in her lungs. He was going to kiss her. She was certain of it. A tingle of excitement swept up her spine, and he leaned down and brushed his lips against her forehead. "Take care." He opened the car door for her. "You too." Ignoring the open door, she stood on her tiptoes and put her face next to his. "Thanks for a lovely evening." She pressed a quick kiss to his lips and then slid into her Lexus. While he was still standing there, looking stunned, she slammed the door shut, jabbed her key into the ignition, and put the car in gear. She backed up, waved, then nosed into the alley. She was grinning at her reflection in the rearview mirror when she glanced back and saw him standing just where she'd left him under the street lamp. Kissing him had been a bold move. Unlike her. But then, she was doing a lot of things that weren't like her these days. And she loved it. Bernada opened a bleary eye. For a moment she was confused by the quiet surroundings. The only light was from a few backlit fixtures in the outer hallway. Then, slowly, she remembered that she was in a hospital, sleeping on an uncomfortable bed, tubes running in and out of her body. Her mind was sluggish, her thoughts not running in any particular order, except that she wanted to go home. To the big plantation home that spoke of more genteel times, to her own room, her own bed. She wanted Lucille to wait on her. Lucille was patient and kind, unlike some of the snippy young things that poked and prodded her all the time in the name of health care. What was she doing here in this private room? Another spell? Yes, that was it. Or was it? Her brain was moving at far less than light speed. She reached for a tissue on the stand, but couldn't make her hand obey her mind. She realized that her vision was distorted, that the shiny fixtures in the room were out of proportion, stretched to impossible shapes. She licked her lips, and her tongue was thick. Whatever they'd given her was powerful. She needed more sleep. That was it. She started to close her eyes when she noticed a movement near the door. Without a sound, a figure appeared as if on cat's silent paws. A woman. Maybe another nurse. More torture. Bernada half expected some pert young thing to try and take her temperature or blood pressure. But as the silhouette of the woman loomed closer, her face in shadows, Bernada sensed something was wrong. Squinting against her blurred, distorted vision, she started to say something, but as swiftly as a cottonmouth striking, the woman pulled something from behind her back. A pillow. Bernada opened her mouth just as it was covered. She tried to scream, but only managed to flail like a marionette. The woman was strong, surprisingly so, and Bernada was weak and drugged. "Help me!" She silently screamed as her lungs burned, feeling as if they would burst. Pain screamed through her body, and the angina kicked in, the heavy oppressive weight on her heart reminding her of her condition. She tried to gasp for air and felt the cotton cover of the pillow pushed down her throat. No, this couldn't be happening. Who was trying to kill her? The edge of the pillow partially covered her eyes, and her eyesight was already warped. But as her attacker pressed harder on her chest, shoving the horrid pillow over her nose, as her lungs turned to fire, Bernada caught a death's eye vision of her murderess. A familiar, if distorted, face. "I am Atropos," the killer whispered harshly against Bernada's ear. "And you have met your fate." Chapter 23. He woke up covered in sweat. His cock was rock hard, his skin drenched, his breathing erratic. Adam threw off the covers and walked into the bathroom, where he found a washcloth and wiped it over his face. He'd been dreaming, and in the dream, he'd been with Caitlin, kissing her, touching her, nearly making love to her. He'd wanted her as badly as he'd ever wanted a woman. But it was only a dream. The vision of her lying on a chaise lounge on the deck of a sleek cabin cruiser had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. She'd been naked, aside from a pair of sunglasses. Her skin had been gleaming in the hot tropical sun, and she'd looked up at him with a sly, seductive smile. He'd been walking on the oiled teak planks. He, too, was naked, ready and knowing that she wanted to make love to him. He'd reached her and knelt, kissing her belly button as she'd moaned and arched upward. Her skin had tasted salty. Her flesh had been warm. He'd slid upward and run his tongue over a hard, expectant nipple. "Oh," she'd moaned, and he'd looked up to her face, watched as she'd languorously removed her sunglasses and stared at him in amusement. Except that when she'd uncovered her eyes, she was no longer Caitlin Montgomery Bandeau, but Rebecca, and the smile that had curved her lips had turned to stone, her eyes growing glassy, her features waxen, her body as cold as marble. Now, as he stared into the mirror, he faced what he'd feared for weeks. That Rebecca wasn't off on one of her flighty sojourns, that she hadn't even left him to find a new lover, that, in fact, there was a very real possibility that she was dead. And the answer was tied to Caitlin. From all the notes Rebecca had written, he'd pieced together that Caitlin Bandeau was Rebecca's most fascinating client, that she was planning to do more research on her and her twin sister Kelly, but the information was spotty, tantalizing, but incomplete. Pages and pages were missing. Wrapping a towel over his neck, He walked into the den. It was 4 in the morning, but he wasn't tired. He pulled out his desk chair and turned on his computer. Caitlin's image came to his mind as the machine whirred to life. He imagined her dark hair spread upon a pillow, her face turned up to his, her skin as soft as silk. Oh, hell. It had been too long since he'd been with a woman. Way too long. Turning his thoughts away from the provocative image, he checked his email. He was hoping for word that the hard drive he'd taken to a private company could be reconstructed, that any information that had once been stored on it might be retrieved. So far, his friend at the company hadn't responded. So he'd have to wait. But he was running out of time. Soon he'd have to come clean with Caitlin, with the police, with himself. Because he was getting in far too deep. His involvement with Caitlin had already gone past the bounds of professionalism. He was skating on thinner and thinner ice. Soon it would break and he'd be plunged into the black oblivion, a whirlpool of emotions dragging him under. He found her intriguing. Extremely so. And it wasn't just because of her circumstances. It was because she was a damnably sexy woman. One he couldn't pigeonhole. She was shy one minute, bold the next. Her worries seemed real, or were they a part of a deeper psychosis? I'm afraid. Oh, Jesus. I'm afraid that somehow I'm responsible for my husband's death. A murderess? Nah. So how did she get the slashes on her wrists? What about all the blood she said had been in her bedroom? Real or hallucination? And which was worse? He dabbed at his forehead with the end of his towel, then walked to the kitchen and pulled a beer from his refrigerator. He could not get involved with Caitlin Bando. Could not. He popped the tab on his Millers and took a long pull. Who the hell did he think he was kidding? He was involved. Big time. It was already too late. Atropos rode silently through the water. The boat skimmed across the current, and even though she was tired, she smiled. Her car was tucked away, and with the light of the moon to guide her, she'd hurried down the path to the river. Her canoe was where she'd left it, and she pushed off into the dark current. She'd always felt at home on the water, and thrilled to the night. Like a vampire, she thought, rowing steadily against the pull of the river. Looking up at the moon, she was reminded of her task. It had been unclear once, but now she knew her path. Sensing a storm brewing, she guided her sleek craft to the dock. Quickly, she cut up the path. She was tired and exhilarated at the same time. The killings were always exhausting, as well as replenishing. But she needed a little time to rest, to consider what she'd done, to reflect. Quietly, she slunk through the shadows to her private space, then hurried down the stairs. She didn't have much time. Soon it would be dawn. She found the flashlight where she'd left it, and shined it on her captive. Cricket blinked hard, and her gaze moved from the flashlight's beam to the jar of spiders. She blanched and squirmed, trying to shout through her gag. She'd have to be subdued again. I took care of another one, Atropos said, reaching into her pocket and withdrawing a life cord. Cricket froze. Bernada. You know, the mother. Atropos sighed and shook her hair over her shoulder. She could use a cigarette, but not yet. Cricket was squirming away on the dirt, trying to put distance between herself and the milk jug. Pathetic. Such a brazen girl turned to jelly, all by a few little spiders. How easy it was to know their fears. Haunted eyes looked up at Atropos. That's right. She's dead. The eyes rounded, and there was a gasp, a muffled intake of breath. How? Oh, she had a bad heart, and then, well, a little trouble breathing. Why waste her breath? The pitiful, illegitimate spawn of the father would never understand. But don't worry. You won't have to wait long. She touched the cord surrounding the neck of the milk jug. See? She didn't, of course. Cricket just stared up at her as if she were insane. Her. A little niggle of doubt, the fear that was always just under the surface, wormed its way up, and for a heartbeat she questioned her own sanity. But then she pushed that scary idea far back in her brain, past the pain beginning to pound. She glanced down at the frightened piece of filth, bound, gagged, and shivering with fear. It's almost your turn, Atropos said, just to keep Cricket in her place. She trained her light on the bookcase and found the hidden lever. She flipped off the flashlight and heard Cricket's mewling again. It was enough to make her break the rules and kill her before her time. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Patience is a virtue. Yeah, whoever came up with that stupid saying. Atropos had learned early on that a person had to make her own way. She couldn't wait for it to be handed to her. She stepped into her surgical slippers and slid into the clean white room, her sanctuary, away from nasty spiders, nastier white trash prisoners, and into the coolness where she could regroup and find inner peace. For a while, she could bask in her accomplishments. Until the next time, which she knew would be very, very soon. Oh, God, Caitlin, she's dead. Mother is dead. Hannah's voice quivered, and deep, heart-wrenching sobs tore from her throat as she wailed into the phone. Caitlin froze at her desk. She'd been working, trying not to freak out about her meeting with the lawyer scheduled for this afternoon, and pushing aside all her jumbled thoughts and conflicted emotions about Adam Hunt. Wait a minute, she said. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Steadied herself against her desk. Just calm down. There had to be some mistake. Had to. Maybe Hannah was tripping out again. She'd already overdosed on LSD once before. There was a chance that she was hallucinating, having a really bad trip. Mom's in the hospital, Remember? She's getting the best care available, and she's dead. Don't you get it? Dead! Caitlin couldn't believe it. Yes, her mother had been frail, but Bernada was in the hospital where she was monitored as she recovered. This can't be true. It is, for God's sake. Someone probably killed her. Whoa, that's a pretty big leap. Caitlin was still trying to sort fact from fiction. Is it, Caitlin? You really think so? Haven't you been paying attention to what's been happening? Hannah was frantic, her voice rising. Look, I know she was okay, stable. That's what the doctors and nurses at the hospital said, and then... Troy got a call from East Side this morning. The doctor in charge, I can't remember his name, and he claims that Mom died in her sleep. Why? How could that happen? Stunned, Caitlin leaned back in her chair. I don't know. You're sure? Call the damned hospital yourself if you don't believe me. Hannah was crying again, and for the first time Caitlin started to believe her, to think that her mother had died. The pressure on her chest doubled. Bernada. Dead? Was it really possible? She was sick. Maybe she just passed away. Oh, yeah, right. Hannah sniffed loudly. I think someone helped her along. Why didn't the fucking nitro pills work at home, huh? And Amanda, someone just happened to run her off the road the week after Josh was killed. No, this is being done on purpose. Someone's picking all of us off, one by one. A chill settled into Caitlin's blood. Wasn't Hannah just verbalizing what she herself hadn't wanted to face? Hadn't she, alone at night, suspected that someone was systematically killing off the members of her family? But who? Who would want to kill them all? What about you, Caitlin? You're the one who has trouble remembering. You're the one who found blood all over your room the morning after your husband was killed. What does the hospital say? Caitlin demanded, shutting off the accusations running through her mind. I don't know. Troy's calling the doctor in charge, as well as Doc Fellers. But I think they're probably scurrying around at Eastside General trying to cover their asses. Are you alone? Yeah, unless you count Lucille. She counts. How's she handling this? She's already packing her things, Hannah said, her voice shivering with disapproval. What? You heard me. The first thing she did was buy herself a one-way ticket to Florida. Said she had no reason to stick around here. No family left. Her daughter never calls or shows up even when she's supposed to. And now that Mom's gone, Lucille's going to move in with her sister. Already? I think she's been planning it for a long time. She knows that Mom left her a nice little inheritance, so she's out of here. Her plane takes off tomorrow. How about that? She didn't even wait and get a cheaper fare by planning a couple of weeks in advance. But the funeral, Caitlin murmured, beginning to accept everything Hannah had told her. I'd think she'd want to attend. Who knows? She's an odd duck. Weird, always talking about the ghosts hanging out here. I say it's high time she goes. Good riddance. But that leaves you alone in the house. Just me and the ghosts, Hannah replied, some of her old sarcasm returning. Christ, I can't believe this. She paused, and Caitlin heard the sound of a lighter clicking. I can be at the house in half an hour. No, I'll meet you at the hospital. Troy's already on his way, and he said he'd call Amanda. I'll see you there. She hung up before Caitlin had a chance to say that she'd call Kelly. Not that Hannah would care. None of them did. Ever since their mother had proclaimed Kelly dead to the family, everyone but Caitlin had quit seeing her or even mentioning her name. It was odd, Caitlin thought, but then estrangements always were. She dialed Kelly's cell phone, waited while it rang, and left a message. Not that Kelly would want to know. She always acted as if she didn't have any feelings for anyone in the family. Face it, Caitlin. They're all a bunch of goddamned hypocrites. Mom was mad that I blew my trust fund on the boat and hadn't bothered to insure it. She blamed me for the accident, and all of my wonderful siblings fell into line, taking sides with her, thinking that the fact that Mother acts as if I'm dead will make them richer in the end, that they'll inherit my share as well as their own. It's sick. But then, what else is new? What, indeed, Caitlin thought, as she grabbed a sweater, made sure her wrists, which were healing day by day, were covered. Oscar caught sight of her reaching for her keys. Not now, she apologized. It's too hot, but when I get home, we'll take a run. How about that? The dog whined and bounced against the door. She let him out, and he immediately raced to the magnolia tree, where a lizard was sunning himself on the trunk. The frightened critter scurried into the safety of the branches, and Caitlin took the side door into the garage and climbed into her car. She had to face her family again. Kelly would think she was a hypocrite, like the rest of them. But Kelly could take heart, Caitlin thought as she backed out of the garage. The family was definitely getting smaller. Hannah and Amanda were right. One by one, the Montgomerys were dropping like flies. She had to wonder who was holding the swatter. God? Or someone close to the family? Someone who wanted them dead. Reed hung up the phone and hankered for a cigarette. He'd given up the habit years ago, but there were still times like these when he needed a hit of nicotine. He'd been working around the clock, busting his chops on the bando case. Hell, when the department hadn't authorized a man to watch Caitlin Montgomery, he'd done it on the side, keeping track of her comings and goings as best he could, around his other cases. You're obsessed. You need to get out more. Get a fucking life. But he didn't. His stabs at relationships had all been mistakes. And so for a while, when he'd returned to Savannah, he'd done the bar scene, even had a couple of one-night stands, none of which was so bad aside from the fact that he hadn't much liked himself for it. The sex had been fine at the time, but like cheap whiskey, had made him feel tired, worn out, and just plain old the morning after. So he'd sworn off. Didn't need the bloodshot eyes and recriminations. How many times could he say, "I'll give you a call," when he knew, even after too many drinks, that he was lying through his teeth, that one roll in the sack was all he wanted? Maybe he should take up bowling, or golf, or even rock climbing. Just something. He rubbed 2 days' growth of beard, downed the rest of a cold cup of coffee, and decided to mosey on over to Kathy Okano's office. Hit her face to face with questions. She'd been the one pushing the Bando investigation, and now she was backing off, like a virgin in the back seat, all ready to go until the moment of truth. He cut through the offices and down a short hallway, and was about to step into her office when he was roadblocked by her secretary, Tanya, who looked like a card-carrying member of the World Wrestling Federation. Tons of makeup, black wild hair, sharp tongue, and a sculpted, slightly bulging and, in Reed's estimation, not very feminine physique. She took off. Where? Had a lunch date, the secretary said. But I was just on the phone with her. That explains the mad dash out of here, Tanya said. I'll tell her you stopped by. Thanks, he groused, stuffing his hands into his pockets and jangling his keys. He made his way back to his office and picked up the pace as he heard his phone. He snagged the receiver and heard Morissette's voice breaking up a little on her cell phone as she swore at, he assumed, another driver. God damn asshole! I should write you up. For what? Reed asked. Hey, you heard the news? She asked over the roar of background noise. The police band was crackling, and the sound of traffic rushing by competed for airspace. Bernada Montgomery kicked the bucket last night. The mother? Yeah. She's admitted to Eastside General for heart problems, and within 24 hours, she croaks. How's that for bad luck? Hey, watch it! That old lady cut me off! Son of a bitch! You'll live. Tell me about Bernada Montgomery. Don't know much, but the hospital is in an uproar. It looks like Bernada didn't just die in her sleep. She struggled. There's speculation that someone slipped into her room and killed her, either suffocation or drugs. Shit. He remembered Amanda Montgomery's warning that someone was trying to knock off the members of her family. It was beginning to look like she was right. Meet me at the hospital. I'm already on my way. He reached for his jacket as he saw a movement from the corner of his eye. Turning, he spied Sugar Biscayne, some of her bravado from the day before, missing. Detective Reed, can I talk to you a minute? He checked his watch, more to make a point than to note the time. Sure, come in. He waved her inside. She was a pretty woman, and wasn't afraid to flaunt her assets. A tight T-shirt sprinkled liberally with sequins stretched over impressive breasts and was cropped short enough to show off a nipped-in waist. Her long legs were accentuated by platform sandals and shorts that barely covered her ass. It's about my sister, Cricket. You wanted to talk to her, and I blew you off. Well, the truth of the matter is that I haven't seen or heard from her for a couple of days. That, unfortunately, sometimes happens, but with all that's been happening lately, I'm worried. Have you called her friends? Boyfriends? Sugar nodded, and he noticed that her hair barely moved. Platinum blonde. It feathered around her face and down her shoulders. Have you filed a missing persons report? No. I thought I'd talk to you first. I'm listening. She sat in a side chair and crossed her long legs. I'm not going to bore you with family history. You know that we're related to the Montgomerys, and that they've been having a passel of trouble. That's why you were at the house the other day. You also know that we're suing the family for part of our grandfather's inheritance. He died a long while ago. Why sue now? Because it's all caught up in trusts with provisions and all. Some of it was distributed, but some wasn't. It's held until all of his children and their spouses are dead. Reed perked up his ears. So it's just a matter of time. Both of his legitimate children, Cameron and Alice Ann, are dead already, as is Bernada and my mother, who was his illegitimate daughter. Ugly word, illegitimate, she muttered, and her foot started to swing, bobbing up and down, the heel of her sandal slapping her foot. Anyway, we hired an attorney, Flynn Donahue, to help us claim what we think is our rightful share of the estate. What does this have to do with Cricket? I'm not sure, but I've been getting some threatening calls at home. At first I wrote them off. I work at a club downtown, and there's a certain amount of risk involved. Weirdos who follow you home or get your number or address. I'm pretty careful. don't give any information out, and neither does the owner of the club. But there are ways around that. If a creep really wants the information and has any brains at all, it's just a matter of bribing one of the employees, or taking down my license plate information, or whatever. The point is that these recent calls, they're not the usual, "I'm gonna give you what you really want, baby," type of calls. They're darker, somehow. She wasn't looking at him any longer, but staring at the floor and rubbing her arms. Evil. That's the right word. They feel evil. Not just some horny old bastard getting his rocks off by talking to a dancer. No. This is different. She lifted her face to stare at him, and he saw that she was scared. Really scared. She swallowed hard. I'm afraid that the creep who called might have gotten to Cricket. Chapter 24. Detective Reed, is it true that Bernada Montgomery was murdered while she was a patient at this hospital? Reed was just climbing out of his cruiser when he saw that pain-in-the-ass reporter, Nikki Gillette, barreling his way. She was wearing faded jeans, a t-shirt, and running shoes, and he figured she must have camped out here at the back side of the hospital, while most of her contemporaries were setting up shop near the main entrance. No comment. This is the second homicide and third attempt, if you count what happened to Amanda Montgomery's vehicle, to occur in 2 weeks. What does that mean to you? It means 2 people are dead, one's not. She didn't seem to get his drift, and kept up with him as he walked briskly to the back door. She had to half-jog to keep up with him, but keep up she did. Well, hell, she was in good shape. Make that great shape with her trim, athletic body. She was short, with the figure of a runner and a tight little ass. Add to that wild strawberry blonde hair and a dusting of freckles she didn't try to hide with makeup, and you got trouble. Big-time trouble. She was looking at him through dark lenses, and her pert little mouth was knotted in frustration. But she didn't give up. Not Judge Ronald, Big Daddy Gillette's little girl. It wasn't in her genetic makeup. But do we have a serial killer on the loose in Savannah? She asked. No comment. Look, Detective, No, Miss Gillette. You look. I've got a job to do, and I don't have time for any of this bull. Got it? When and if we have a statement, you can talk to the public information officer. He'll be more than glad to fill you in. Until then, I've really got to go. The glass doors parted, and he walked inside. Surprised, she didn't follow. He jogged up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor, where another female lay in wait. It just wasn't his day. About time you showed up, Morissette muttered under her breath. One of the regular beat cops, Joe Bentley, rolled his eyes behind Morissette's back, and Reed imagined she had just about given everyone involved a few lashes with her razor-sharp tongue. Another cop, with a reddish flat top and a crooked nose, sent Morissette a dirty look. To Reed, he whispered loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear, "The wife's been looking for you, and man, is she pissed." "Bite me, Stevens," Morissette shot back. "Oh, I forgot. You wear the pants in the family, and you're— Stuff it," Reed snapped. "We don't have time for this." "Thank you, honey," Morissette cooed, just to add fuel to the fire, then turned serious on him. "Looks like someone couldn't wait for the Grim Reaper to come along." They walked into Bernada Montgomery's hospital room. She was lying on the bed, staring sightlessly at the ceiling, cards and flowers filled with wishes for a speedy recovery decorating the windowsill and tables. But Mrs. Montgomery wouldn't need them in her current state. Diane Moses and her team were already present in full force, and the rooms around the one Bernada Montgomery occupied had been sealed off with crime scene tape.
We're working fast, but it's slow going. The hospital administration's already putting the pressure on us to wrap this up. They don't like the groupies camped out with their cameras in the hall and think how much money East Side General's losing when they're not able to charge rent for these beds. Do you know how much it costs to spend a night here? A lot. Thousands. Just to stay here, before any medical procedure. So even though they're not saying it, East Side's in a big rush to free up this here bed. They want this gal moved down to the morgue. Pronto. Won't be long now,
Diane said, as her team swept the room, and Reed took a closer look at the victim.
Check this out.
Diane showed him Bernada's wrists.
Looks like she struggled. One of her arms was strapped down, something to do with keeping the IV in, and it was ripped off. She's got marks on her wrist where she tried to pull her hand off the railing.
Reed stared at the bruises on Bernada's wrists, hated to imagine what she'd gone through at the time of her death.
Any other marks? Nah. We're scraping under her nails, hoping she got a swing at her killer with her free hand, and we end up with some skin for a DNA test.
How'd this happen? Wasn't she on a heart monitor?
Yeah, but the nurse who was supposed to be watching it got called to another patient whose monitor had gone off. So my guess is our killer slipped into room 312, unhooked the guy there, then when his machine goes off bleeping like an effing nickel slot with $100 payout, everyone rushes down there.
She pointed to a room not 30 feet away from Bernada.
The killer slips into Bernada's room, unplugs the monitor, and offs Bernada. It wouldn't take much. She was near dead as it was.
Her monitor didn't go off?
So it appears. Turned off. Someone knew what they were doing. None of the nurses or hospital staff did it, or know who did.
Great, he grumbled.
The other guy, 312, okay? Barely. Doesn't remember anything. But we're already checking that room too, and we're asking everyone on the night shift what they remember. So far, no one saw anything remotely suspicious.
Except that heart monitors were going off like car alarms in a bad part of town.
Just one. Bernada's didn't make a sound.
Time of death?
3:15 to 3:20. At least that's when the other guy's monitor started going off like crazy. By the time the staff got to the desk, it was over.
What about before she was killed? The victim was here a while before the killer got to her. Did she ever come out of it enough to talk?
Morissette shook her head. Not really. She kind of opened an eye last evening and her speech was slurred. The nurse thought she was asking for something, but it didn't make any sense. She seemed to be saying sugar over and over again, but of course she couldn't have sugar as she was slightly diabetic.
Slightly?
Not on insulin. The maid, Lucille, took care of her and then took off. According to Hannah, the daughter who lived with her, the maid's on her way to live with a sister in Florida. Her job here is done, now that the old lady croaked.
She's not close to the family, I take it.
Seems not, though she helped raise all of them. From what I understand, she'll get a cut of the estate. Maybe that's the cause of the current friction.
Reed didn't like it, especially when he considered that according to Detective Montoya of the New Orleans Police Department, Lucille's daughter was missing. Is she coming back for the funeral?
Who knows? I chalk it up as weird, but then everything about this case is.
He wouldn't argue that particular point.
So is the family still here?
Gathered in the waiting room. I thought you'd like to talk to them.
That I do. He followed her down the hallway to the room in question. As she'd said, the Montgomery family was waiting. And none too happy about it as they slumped on uncomfortable couches, their features tortured with grief. All eyes looked his way as he opened the glass door.
"I told you,"
the oldest, Amanda, said as he stepped into the private area.
I told you this would happen.
She'd been standing near a potted palm and practically flew at him when he showed up. The bruise over her eye had turned a shade no amount of makeup could hide, but other than the obvious discoloration, she seemed to show no ill effects from her accident. Well, aside from her current state of agitation. Reed was willing to bet the wreck didn't have much to do with that. Amanda Montgomery Drummond was just hardwired in a natural state of turmoil.
"Look what happened," she insisted. "Mother's dead. My God, are you guys ever going to catch this creep?"
"We're doing our best."
"Well, it's not good enough. Can't you see? You're running out of time. Whoever is doing this is stepping up his pace. I think we'd be better off hiring a private investigator."
"Amanda, calm down,"
the brother, Troy, ordered. He sat on a corner of the couch, hands clasped between his knees, his face a mask of grief. His shoulders drooped, and he looked as if he hadn't slept for days.
"Don't tell me what to do. Someone killed our mother, and I think a PI would be a good idea. Obviously, there's a maniac loose, and he's picking us off one by one. For some reason, he's got this thing for the Montgomerys. None of us are safe."
The youngest one, Hannah, was sniffing loudly and wiping at red-rimmed eyes with a tissue. Huddled in a corner near Caitlin, she eyed Reed as if he were the enemy. Caitlin visibly tensed at the sight of Reed. Dry-eyed, she stiffened as he approached.
"I'll need to take statements from all of you."
"Oh, great. Because you think one of us did this?"
Amanda checked her watch.
"I do have a job, you know, and there are people who need to be contacted and a funeral to be arranged."
Her throat caught at that, and some of her tough-as-nails exterior crumbled a little.
"I wish Ian was home."
"Just bear with us. I know it isn't easy, but we are trying to figure out what's going on,"
he said, trying to keep the frustration from his tone. These people weren't the only ones feeling the pressure. He wanted to put an end to this immediately.
"Let's start with you,"
he said to Caitlin. He reached for his pocket recorder, and Morissette opened up her notepad. They'd take the statements, one at a time, add them to those already extracted from the hospital workers, and try to narrow the field.
"Where were you last night around 3?
"I feel badly about Mother,
in a way.
but I'm not coming to the funeral, so please, don't try to talk me into it. I would have called, but I knew I'd get a guilt trip about why I should show up." Kelly's curt email message was waiting for Caitlin when she got back from the hospital. It had been grueling, talking to the police when they were treating her like a suspect, then battling late-afternoon traffic that had been stalled for an accident. She'd had the sunroof open and the air conditioning on and still baked, only to arrive home to this. Great. So much for mending fences. Didn't Kelly get it? Mother was dead. As in forever. Everything else seemed small in comparison. Gone. Forever. Caitlin's heart twisted, and she blinked back tears. She'd made it through the damned interview with Reed, hadn't broken down, had maintained her cool. But now, driving home, she was beginning to fall apart again. She had never been her mother's favorite child, but there had been times, happy childhood times, that couldn't be forgotten. She needed to get out, to do something, to find a way to keep the grief at bay. Though she'd never been as close to her mother as some daughters were, she still felt a loss, a tremendous hole in her life. She'd go for a run, if she could manage to dodge the media. Shuddering, she remembered how they'd gathered at the hospital. Bloodsuckers. First the police, and then the reporters. It had been an onslaught. Sometimes she thought she should come clean with Detective Reed about the night Josh was killed, tell him about waking up in her room and finding all the blood. Just let the damn chips fall where they may.
Are you crazy?
She could almost hear her twin's reaction to that idea. And the truth was, she didn't know. Every day she seemed to slip a little deeper into the dark abyss.
Get over it, Caitlin. Pull yourself together.
Until tomorrow. Then she'd meet with Marvin Wilder, the attorney Amanda had set her up with. He'd advise her on what her best course of action should be. She sat in her desk chair and clicked off the computer.
I didn't do it. I didn't kill Josh,
she said aloud. But her confidence was crumbling fast, and she couldn't help but wonder, was it possible? Could she have killed her husband, attempted to kill her sister, and then, when that didn't work, murdered her own mother? Her hands were shaking, her breathing shallow and rapid. She gripped the side of the desk.
Help me,
she silently prayed.
Please help me. God helps those who help themselves.
Where the hell did that come from?
Some old sermon she'd heard as a kid?
Or had it been her father's advice coming to the surface after all these years? After his wife's murder? She closed her eyes for a second. She wouldn't fall apart. Not now. Not ever again. What you could use is a positively wicked martini. This time it was Kelly's advice, she heard. Not just a plain martini? She said aloud. And, of course, there was no response. If Kelly had been there, she would have grinned impishly, her eyes lighting as she replied, No, Katie did. It definitely has to be wicked.
Of course it does, she said to the empty room. Is there any other kind?
The suggestion sounded so full of possibilities that she clicked on the computer and answered Kelly's email by asking her over for a drink. Maybe she could talk her into going to the funeral. Stranger things had happened.
Yeah, all the time, and always to you.
She almost crumbled into a million pieces again as she thought of Jamie, Josh, and her mother. No, she couldn't let herself be destroyed. She had to pull herself together. Quickly, she composed the email and sent it off to cyberspace before changing into running clothes. There were still a couple of hours before dark, and she needed to work out a lot of things. Get her mind straight, not be confused. Things had changed forever. She was in a new phase. Life without her mother. Her heart ached painfully at the thought, for although she and Bernada had never seen eye to eye, she'd loved the older woman, cared for her, even though years before, Bernada had refused to believe her when Caitlin, haltingly and embarrassed, had told her about the things that had happened to her. How Charles had come to her room late at night. How Nana had touched her.
Oh, God,
she whispered, as a flash of memory tore through her brain. Her throat tightened, and she bit her lip. Shadows, dark and murky, flitted through her mind, but they were impossible to catch hold of, sifting through her mind as quickly as cold sand through her fingers. Charles. He'd come to her room. She remembered that. But not much of what happened once he'd slipped through the doorway and crept silently to her bed. No, don't. Caitlin's throat tightened. Her voice sounded weird, distant, as if it hadn't come from inside her. Her lungs barely moved, and she couldn't so much as draw a breath. She leaned hard against the door to her room. Call Adam. Let him help you. She wanted to. Oh, God, she wanted to. But she couldn't lean on him at every turn, not until she sorted some things out for herself. Later. Then she'd call. And why would you do that? Katie did. You kissed him last time, and you liked it, didn't you? You're hoping for more. You want to kiss him. Hard. See if he'll respond. Feel his touch. No. This would be a professional appointment, she told herself, as she forced herself down the stairs. Oh, sure. Then why is your heart pumping in anticipation? She could almost hear her twin's accusations as she snapped on Oscar's leash and took off jogging south, tried to run from the accusations burning through her mind. She stayed on the sidewalk, avoiding pedestrians, strollers, dogs, and bicyclists. It was late afternoon, the sunlight losing ground to thick purple clouds that were rolling inland, chasing after her, just as her painful thoughts ran through her mind. Hey, watch out! Caitlin nearly stepped in front of a rickshaw pulled by a bicycle, but pulled back onto the curb just in time, jogging in place until there was a break in the traffic. A kaleidoscope of images spun ahead of her. Graphic mental pictures of Josh at his desk, her mother lying dead in the hospital bed, Jamie gasping in her arms, the arrow in Charles's chest, bed springs bouncing in tempo to Copper Biscayne's moans. Faster and faster she ran, trying to outrun the painful pictures, Oscar panting as he raced to keep pace with her. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care. Faster. Her blood thundered through her veins, her lungs burned, her calves ached. Still she ran, her feet slapping the pavement. But no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun the images. They caught up with her. She remembered kissing Adam, vamping with him and desperately wanting to rely on him. She recalled in vivid, nightmarish hues her bedroom on the morning after Josh had been killed, and she'd woken up to all the blood. A horn blasted, and she realized she'd lost track of traffic. Hey, watch where you're going, the driver yelled from his pickup. Next time, you might not be so lucky. She jerked out of the way, pulling on Oscar's leash, nearly stumbling against the curb. Her lungs were on fire, and she doubled over, gasping, her hands on her knees as she dragged in long drafts of air. I'm sorry. She apologized to the dog, and finding a couple of crumpled bills in her pocket, tied him to a parking meter and went into a corner Quick-Mart, where she bought a bottle of water. What are you running from? Katie did. Is it what happened to you? Or is it that you can't face who you really are? What you've done? No, she whispered. Outside again, she opened the bottle, took a long swallow, and knelt near her pet. Here you go, she said, helping him drink by holding some of the water in her cupped hand. It's not every mutt who gets... Let's see. She checked the label. Oh, the finest natural spring water from the mountains of France. She laughed, and Oscar wagged his tail. Come on, let's hike on back. No running, she said, as a breath of wind tickled the back of her neck, chilling the beads of sweat. She looked over her shoulder, expecting to see someone. There were other pedestrians bustling along the sidewalk, two old men in hats eyeing the sky warily as they talked, a group of people with shopping bags waiting for a bus, and a woman jogging while pushing a stroller. But no sinister pair of eyes looking at her. Taking note of her surroundings, she realized she'd run much farther than she'd intended, angling through the streets without much thought. She knew where she was, but it was a long way back. "I think we'd better get going," she said to the dog, and headed toward the house. By the time she got there, maybe Kelly would have called or emailed back. "Come on," she said to Oscar, and noticed how dark the sky had become. The temperature hadn't dropped, but the air had become more dense. Traffic had picked up as commuters drove out of the city, and more pedestrians filled the streets. She sensed she was being followed, but told herself that she was just being paranoid. Again. It seemed to be her new way of life. Well, not new, but certainly more permanent. Ever since Josh's death, she'd had the skin-prickling sensation that she was being watched, maybe even stalked. A surreptitious glance over her shoulder, and she saw no one other than bustling pedestrians heading home. No one following her. The first drops of rain fell, splashing on the pavement and sliding down her neck. The wind picked up, shimmering through the branches overhead, and pedestrians ducked inside or sprung umbrellas, which she didn't have. What she did have was nearly a mile to go before she got drenched. Oscar was trotting along beside her, and despite her promise to him, she picked up the pace, started jogging. The little dog was right on her heels. Faster she ran, though her legs burned, through puddles, around curbs, the rubber soles of her running shoes slapping the pavement. She concentrated on her breathing as she ducked through alleys and under trees. As she ran by a storefront window, she thought she saw Kelly inside, but she broke stride and blinked, and Kelly was gone. Had evaporated. It was just her imagination. She ran on, ignoring her thundering heart and lungs that felt as if they were aflame. Sweat mingled with rainwater and ran down her face. Through the back alleys she raced until she spied her house. Finally. She felt as if she might collapse as she rounded the corner, pushed open the gate, and flew up the stairs. Picking up her wet dog, she walked inside. She found a towel in the continental bath downstairs and dried Oscar with it before giving him fresh water. Then she looked in her liquor cabinet and found the makings for martinis and left them on the counter. Dashing up the stairs, she began peeling off her clothes and headed for the shower with its still shattered glass. She'd managed to place tape over the hole in the glass and along the cracks, but it wouldn't last forever, even though she was careful not to let the force of the spray hit it. Gratefully, she stepped under the hot spray, letting the water run down her face and back. Closing her eyes, she let the hot water pulse into her muscles and refused to think how eerie it was to shower here, to sleep in her bedroom, to live in this house that had been so violated. Without the aid of sleeping pills, she doubted she would be able to rest, knowing that something very, very wrong had happened here, something that she was a part of. Somehow, some way, she had to figure out what happened. She couldn't rely on others. Not the police, not Kelly, not Adam. No. She had to figure it out for herself. She had to unlock her memory. Maybe hypnosis. Rebecca had once used hypnosis on her, and though Caitlin hadn't remembered what had transpired when she was under, Dr. Wade had assured her that it had been very good progress. "I think you'll be pleased," Rebecca had said with a smile, as Caitlin had climbed step by step out from her hypnotic state. "Will I?" "Yes." "What happened?" Rebecca had looked at her watch. Let's just say it's a breakthrough. I'm not sure what it all means yet. Let me do some research. But rest assured, I think you're going to feel much better. There had been several more sessions of hypnosis, more evasive answers, and had Caitlin not felt so refreshed, so much better about herself, she might have been angrier about the doctor's reticence.
"Sounds like hogwash to me,"
Kelly had told her when Caitlin confided in her sister. What reputable shrink hypnotizes someone and then doesn't divulge what happens while she's out? For all you know, she could have you hopping around like a chicken with your head cut off. It's not like that.
How do you know?
I know, okay? If I was doing something really weird, I'd feel it. As it is, I just feel refreshed. For the record, I think it's mumbo-jumbo. Freaky stuff, Katie did. Freaky stuff. Had it been? Now, as Caitlin picked up a bottle of shampoo, she wondered. And why had Dr. Wade left so suddenly without a word? Yes, she'd said she was leaving for a while to organize her notes on the book she was writing, and she'd promised Caitlin she'd return, and when she did, they would resume their sessions. But she needed to do some research. But Dr. Wade had left early. Suddenly. Or so Caitlin had assumed. Now she was getting a bad feeling about it. Real bad. What if something had happened to the psychologist? But that was foolish. Adam had said he was in touch with her. All she had to do was demand Rebecca Wade's phone number. That was it, and then, whether she wanted to face it or not, she had to go to the police. The police? Are you nuts? For crying out loud, Katie did. They'll lock you away. Don't do anything crazy. Wait. Just wait one more day. For God's sake, just chill. But no matter how she tried to slow her racing heart, she couldn't. She went through the motions of shampooing her hair and lathering her body, but her mind was racing as quickly as her heartbeat, spinning round and round. She felt the urge to pass out. She had to support herself against the wall as she stepped out of the shower and reached for a towel. Her knees felt like rubber. The phone shrilled. She shouldn't answer it. It was probably the reporters again. But it could be Kelly. Or Adam. She squeezed the excess water from her hair. The phone jangled again. Dripping, wrapping the towel around her middle, she forced her legs to support her as she ran across the bedroom and scooped up the phone. "Hello?" she said breathlessly, her heart still hammering as she tried to keep her towel from falling onto the carpet. "Mommy?" A child's voice called. It was soft, muted, as if coming from a long distance. Caitlin nearly collapsed. "Jamie," she whispered, her heart jackhammered in her chest as she slowly lowered herself onto the mattress and tried to think. "Mommy? Where are you?" So faint, so blurry. "Jamie!" No, that wasn't possible. Jamie was dead. Dead. Snatched away when she was barely 3. Her jaw started to chatter. "Who is this?" she forced out. "Why are you doing this to me? You bastard!" "Mommy?" The little voice called again. Softer this time. Confused. Caitlin's heart wrenched. Her free hand clenched into a fist, fingers curling into her quilt.
Jamie! It couldn't be. It couldn't. And yet, if only... Honey, she whispered, her mind spinning wildly as she lost track of time and space. Jamie, are you there? Silence. Just a hum. The sound of a television? Oh, God. Caitlin felt split in two. She swallowed hard against a suddenly arid throat and forced words past her chattering teeth. Honey? Mommy's here. Mommy's right here. Click. The line went dead. No! She cried desperately. Don't hang up! Jamie! Baby! She was panicked, but she knew better. The voice on the other end couldn't have been her precious child. Her daughter was dead, along with all the others. Tears sprang to her eyes. Her bedroom swam in her vision, and she thought she might pass out. The call had been a ghastly, cruel trick, made by someone who wanted to push her over the edge. Blindly, Caitlin struggled to hang up the phone, slapping at the bedside table. The receiver rocked in its cradle. Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will... No! She sat bolt upright, the towel falling away, her damp skin exposed to the air. This was all just a bad, macabre joke. Shaking, she tried to get to her feet. Couldn't. The room seemed darker, and she remembered the bloodstains that had smeared the walls that Saturday morning, the handprints on the door casings, the smears on the curtains, the sticky pool on the floor. Her head pounded. Her heart raced. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. Tears rained from her eyes. She couldn't move as the blackness came, and above it all, in the faintest of childish whispers, she heard her daughter's voice. Mommy? Mommy? Where are you? Chapter 25. In his office, a cold, congealed cup of coffee sitting on a stack of unread policies and procedures just handed down from the brass, Reed studied his list of suspects to the Joshua Bandeau murder. Not suicide. Murder. The list was long enough. More than long enough. He scanned the now familiar names. All the Montgomerys were included, along with the Biscaynes, Naomi Chrisman, Maud Havenbrook Bandeau Springer, Gil Havenbrook, Lucille Vasquez, Flynn Donahue, Bandeau's clients, his ex-partner, Al Fitzgerald, Morissette's friend, Millie Tormé. Pretty damn much half the citizens of Savannah. But most of them did have alibis that were confirmed. He'd had people working around the clock, checking and double-checking, and he'd narrowed the field considerably to close friends and, of course, the Montgomery family.
Even Millie Tormé had checked out, and though she'd expressed no regret at Bandeau's untimely passing, she'd sworn she'd been spending the weekend with her feeble mother in Tallahassee. Which had checked out, unless all the senior citizens in Laurelhurst adult community happened to be consummate liars. Millie had also indicated that Morissette had never approved of her fling with Josh Bandeau, had insisted that Morissette hadn't had her own quickie affair with the cad. But Reed, suspicious by nature, wasn't convinced. Not with Morissette's track record. As far as he was concerned, the jury was still out on that one. However, he had a new little wrinkle in the Bandeau case. Some of the suspects who had wanted the bandit dead would have had no reason to kill Bernada Montgomery or to make an attempt on Amanda Montgomery Drummond's life. At least, none that he knew of. But the others? Who the hell knew? More than half had O-positive blood, and the department wasn't even certain that the secondary blood at the scene had been spilled that night. Even the maid, Estelle Pontiac, couldn't convincingly say that the few drops hadn't been in the den earlier. The person most tightly connected to the deceased was, of course, Caitlin Bandeau. She had talked to or been seen with each of the victims and potential victims within 48 hours of their untimely demises. She had called Bandeau on the night he was murdered. Her car, or one like it, had been spotted at the scene by the neighbor. It seemed as if she was the person who had last seen him alive. The police had gone over Bandeau's last 48 hours, and nothing had been out of the ordinary. He'd seemed normal, according to his secretary, whatever the hell that meant. Then there was the evidence. Caitlin Bandeau wore the kind of lipstick smudged on the wine glass in his dishwasher. She had a dog with hairs that probably matched those found in the den. Her damned blood type had been found mixed with that of Bandeau. Her fingerprints had been found on the premises, though she had, once upon a time, lived there and visited often enough. Probably with that damned mutt of a dog. The yappy little thing had belonged to Josh Bandeau once as well. There wasn't a lot of hard evidence. No murder weapon, no witness to a fight, no accusations, no DNA yet. But there was the divorce and wrongful death suit, and she did have a history of mental problems. He figured he had enough circumstantial evidence to arrest her and take the case to the grand jury. But he would like something more. A substantial link that would make the case airtight. As for Bernada Montgomery's death, no one suspicious had been at the hospital. But Caitlin Bandeau, along with her brother and sister, had been at Oak Hill, the Montgomery mansion by the river, and any one of them could have doctored the nitroglycerin tablets. But someone else could have done it as well. The doctor, or an intruder, a repairman or servant. Rubbing the back of his neck, he considered bumming a cigarette from Morissette, but fought the urge. He'd quit once before, and then, after the debacle in San Francisco, had started up again. It had only taken one drag, and he was hooked, doomed to the weeks of nicotine withdrawal once more when he'd quit again, just before rejoining the force here in Savannah. He walked into Morissette's office and found her talking on the phone. Okay, I'll be there. Give me 20 minutes. She hung up and rolled her eyes expressively. I've got to go home. Looks like Priscilla might have a case of the chicken pox. It's a big panic. The sitter's freaking out. Morissette was picking up her purse. I'll be back once I calm her down. Maybe I can find someone else. Someone who's not afraid of a damn virus to watch the kids. Oh, shit. Oh! This is such a pain. She reached into her purse and scrounged in the bottom until she came up with 2 quarters and a ruined piece of gum. At this rate, I'll be in the poorhouse by the end of the month, and the kids will be rich. collecting fucking dividends on their stocks.
Wincing at her own language, she pulled another quarter from her fringed bag and dropped all 3 in the pencil shelf of her desk drawer. The coins joined enough change to buy beer for the department for a week. Well, maybe for 1 round.
Don't say anything, okay?
She asked as the quarters clinked together when she slammed the drawer shut. She tossed the stick of gum into the trash.
At least I'm trying self-improvement.
And for once, it's not another piercing.
You know, Reed,
she started, shooting him a look that had made stronger men cower.
There are other body parts that could be used for adding metal, and it's not just a female thing. For Christmas, I think I'll get you an engraved dick stud, and it'll either say, "This dick's a stud," or "This stud's a dick." Depends on my mood. That is, if you don't piss me off. And what's the chance of that?
0?
And piss is not a swear word.
If you say so.
I do,
she muttered irritably.
Now, did you want something, or did you drop by just to yank my chain?
She asked as they headed through the reception area filled with desks and cops. Telephones jangled, pagers beeped, and conversation buzzed over the hum of computers and the shuffle of feet. They walked toward an outside entrance, passing a couple of beat cops escorting a surly-looking suspect with stringy hair, dirty jeans, and "don't fuck with me" expression tattooed over his face. His hands had been cuffed behind his back, and he reeked of booze as he struggled to walk without stumbling. In an outer hallway, Reed said, "I was on my way to visit Caitlin Bandeau again. I went through her phone records. On the night Bandeau died, she called him. 11:18. They talked for 7 minutes. Wonder what that was about."
"Could be interesting,"
Sylvie said. "Thought you'd like to tag along."
"Let's get something straight. I don't tag along anywhere. I'm not just around for the company."
"Prickly today, aren't we?"
"We sure as hell are. Single parenthood will do that to you."
"So I've heard."
"But it's worse when the ex sticks his nose in where it doesn't belong. Bart's coming over later," she said with a smile that looked as if she'd been sucking on lemons. "I can't fucking wait."
Rolling her eyes, she shouldered open the outside door and started walking across the wet, steamy parking lot.
"I'm getting out of here before I say something that costs me my next month's pay."
She was already at her little truck with its V8 engine, standing in the dripping rain, when she stopped and snapped her fingers.
"Oh, Rita from Missing Persons called a few minutes ago. She was contacted by the sheriff's department out in St. Simon's Island. They pulled out a body out of the water down there. A woman. In pretty bad shape. No ID that I know of. They're checking with all the local areas where there have been reports of missing persons, and we've got a couple."
"Including Cricket Biscayne and Rebecca Wade."
Morissette slipped her sunglasses onto the top of her head. "We should have a report by tomorrow."
"Maybe we'll finally catch a break on this one," Reed said. But he didn't believe it. Not for a second.
"Yeah, right."
Sylvie yanked open the door of her little truck. She was already behind the wheel, had lit a cigarette, and roared out of the lot before Reed had dashed the short distance to his car, an old El Dorado, that if he ever put some money into it, might be considered classic. As it was, with its seat covers, dents, and nearly 200,000 miles on its second engine, it was little more than a tired old piece of crap. But it was paid for, and it still ran. His only 2 requirements. He got behind the wheel and felt the old springs in the seat give. No doubt he needed another square of foam padding to shove under the seat cover, but he didn't have the time or the inclination for restoring the thing, at least not now. For the moment, he intended to show up on Caitlin Bandeau's door unannounced and catch her off guard. He'd watched her place off and on, seen nothing out of the ordinary, followed her a bit,
But he hadn't had much time, and felt as if he'd done a half-assed job of it. That would change. He'd hit up Catherine Okono in the morning, find out what the hold-up on the search warrant was. He had a feeling it was more about privilege than protocol. The Montgomerys were big supporters of the police department, and had lined the pockets of more than their share of judges. From old Benedict to Troy, the Montgomery men had made the right kind of political contributions, some above board, others under the table. The great irony of it all was that the more the Montgomery clan greased the wheels of justice, the slower they turned. But all of that was about to change. He'd make sure of it. He turned on the ignition, and his beast of a car had the balls to cough a couple of times before finally catching. "That's better," he muttered, realizing that the scent of Morissette's last cigarette clung to the interior. Figured. He couldn't seem to get away from that woman. He flipped on the wipers and cracked the driver's window in one motion. It wasn't yet twilight, but the dark clouds overhead turned the usually bright city to gloom. Trees dripped, rain pelted, people dashed, and cars threw up sprays of dirty water. And it was still blasted hot enough to steam the windows. With a flip of a switch, the air conditioner roared to life, defogging the glass as he backed out of his spot and nosed out of the lot. It only took him a few minutes to drive the short distance to the Widow Bandeau's place. A nice little nest, he thought, gazing up at the gracious old home, all nicely redecorated to the period in which it had been constructed, sometime after the Civil War, or, as the locals insisted, the War of Northern Aggression. That would never fly in San Francisco, but here, where the city's pride rested in its rich Southern history, it was a local way of thinking, or perhaps, to some a joke. Caitlin's home had been updated with all the modern conveniences, he knew. He'd been inside before. And this house, in the heart of the historic district, with a view of the square, had cost her a pretty penny. Which wasn't a problem. She had a lot more tucked away. He'd already checked bank statements. She made a little money at her job designing web pages, but the bulk of her income, and it looked like a lot of Josh Bandeau's, was the result of the investments in her trust fund. But there was something odd as well. Big monthly disbursements that didn't look like regular bills. Perhaps another kind of investment? Or something else? Like what? Blackmail? Or hush money? He pulled around the corner and parked on a side street a block away from Caitlin's house. No reason to let his less-than-inconspicuous car be noticed. Jaywalking, he cut through an alley to the back of Caitlin's house and her garage, where he peeked through a narrow window. Though the garage was dark, he was able to make out the lines of her white Lexus. So the lady was home. Good. That made his job easier. He felt a little satisfaction as he rounded the house and walked through the front gate. A squirrel, hidden in the leafy branches of a sassafras tree, had the nerve to scold him as he walked up a brick path through a small garden. "Get over it," Reed mumbled, as the squirrel launched himself from one quivering branch to the next. Things only got worse when he climbed the front steps and pressed on the front bell. Caitlin's ratty-looking dog went apeshit, barking like mad, as if Reed were some kind of burglar stupid enough to ring the bell. He waited. No one came. But the smell of cigarette smoke wafted in the air, thin and high. Again he rang the bell. He was sure she was home. The dog was running loose, lights were turned on, and then there was the Lexus parked smack dab in the middle of her garage. He wiped the rain from his face, silently cursed his luck, and hankered for a cigarette. There were times when he still yearned for the calming effects of nicotine. Still nothing.
Son of a bitch.
He nailed the doorbell again, leaned hard and insistent. He was about to give up when he heard the footsteps. Quick, light footsteps, tripping downstairs. A face and body appeared in the long window next to the door. A beautiful face and great body. Intriguing hazel eyes met his, and instead of the usual fear that flitted through her gaze, he found steely, angry determination. Her chin was thrust defiantly, her mouth curved into a hard-as-nails frown. Quickly she unlocked the door, but barred his way in with her body. It was hard to believe, but she actually looked intimidating, or tried to, as if she'd had some positive reinforcement training along with a couple of martial arts lessons. "Detective," she bit out, managing a smile that didn't reach her cold eyes. "Mrs. Bandeau." "What can I do for you?" "I have a few more questions." She didn't move. Her hair was wet and piled on her head, little makeup remaining on top of the attitude that didn't quite fit. "For me?" "Yes." She didn't move. "I think they'll have to wait. I don't want to answer any unless I have a lawyer present. And he's not here right now." Smart-ass bitch. "It's just about your phone records." She dropped the smile. "Didn't you understand me? I've been advised not to speak to you without my attorney, so I don't think we have anything to discuss tonight." With that, she slammed the door in his face. Through the window, he watched her disappear into the back of the house. What the hell was that all about? He pressed the bell and waited. The dog went crazy again. No one came. Damn it all to hell! He felt like a fool standing on the damn porch like an unwanted suitor. Come on, he said under his breath. I know you're in there. He glanced at his watch. What the hell kind of game was she playing? He jabbed hard on the bell again, and waited. Checked his watch again. 3 minutes passed, then 5. For the love of St. Mary! If only he had the damned search warrant, he'd break the door down. The dog was putting up enough of a ruckus to wake the dead in the next block. Christ, what a disaster! Another jab on the bell. She suddenly reappeared, though as she opened the door, he noticed she'd changed her demeanor, along with her clothes. She'd let her wet hair fall to her shoulders, and she looked at him as if she'd forgotten he was standing on her porch. She'd taken the time to change from jeans, sweatshirt, and badass attitude into a fluffy white robe cinched tight at her small waist. He caught a glimpse of her cleavage, then kept his eyes on her face. Oh, detective, she said, seeming confused, tucking the wet strands of her hair behind her ears. She didn't bother trying to smile, and looked as if she could sleep for 1,000,000 years. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the bell. I was in the shower. I'd been caught in the rain earlier, and your dog was barking his head off. He does that a lot. And the water was running. I was upstairs, and... She stopped short, as if she realized she was rambling. Was there something I could do for you? I wanted to ask you questions. Remember? Her eyebrows drew together. About Mother,
I assume. But I already answered them at the hospital. Were there more? With a shaking hand, she brushed a stray strand of hair from her eyes, and she looked suddenly vulnerable, undone, as he would have expected a woman to appear if she'd just lost her mother.
Not yet. I'm here about your husband's death.
Oh.
One hand fluttered to her throat, and she clutched the lapels of her robe, closing the gap.
Your phone records, he said, hoping to jog her memory.
But she stared at him blankly, and he wondered if she was stupid, confused, or acting. What better way to avoid a murder rap than to plead temporary insanity? With her history, the insanity defense was a given.
What about my phone records?
They prove that you called your husband that night, talked for about 7 minutes, then went to visit him.
No. Wait a minute. They prove someone used my phone, right? My phone, not my cell. And then someone visited him after that time, not necessarily me.
I have an eyewitness who saw your car there. She stared at him hard.
Did you come here to arrest me?
She asked suddenly, and he noticed that she looked pale and drawn, sick. No, I just wanted to talk to you.
I don't think that's a good idea. Until I speak with my lawyer, or have him present. I could call him if you'd like to wait.
That would work. She opened the door, and he followed her inside to the kitchen.
Could I get you some coffee, or...
She glanced at the counter, where a half-full bottle of gin, a smaller flask of vermouth, and a jar of olives were gathered around 2 stemmed glasses. A drink had been poured, and from the looks of the empty toothpick resting against the side of the glass, half consumed.
I'm expecting company,
she explained, and frowned at the open back door. She pulled the door shut.
If you'd like a martini...
I'll pass.
I figured.
She managed what was the ghost of a smile, then reached for the telephone with one hand and picked up a business card she'd laid on the windowsill over the sink. Growling and snorting his disgust, the dog settled in beneath the table, head resting on his paws, distrusting gaze ever vigilant, never once leaving Reed. Caitlin punched a series of numbers, then stood on the other side of a bank of cupboards, fingers tapping nervously on the counter as she waited. She glanced at Reed and shook her head, then said into the phone, "This is Caitlin Bandeau. I'm a client of Mr. Wilder's. Would you please page him and have him return my call? I'm at home." She added her phone number and hung up. Looking at Reed, she confided, "His office is closed for the day. I don't know when he'll phone. So let me answer your one question. If you're asking me about calling Josh on the night of his death, I don't remember it. I already told you everything I do recall about that night."
Did you visit your mother at the hospital last night?
No,
She stopped. Her eyebrows knitted in confusion, and color washed up her wan face.
Wait a minute. Are you asking me if I visited my mother in the hospital and then killed her? My God, that's what you're getting at, aren't you? She threw up her hands and sighed, looked as if she was fighting tears.
Of anger? Regret?
Listen, Detective, I really think you'd better go. If you're going to arrest me, just do it and charge me and get it over with, okay? Otherwise, please leave until I can get hold of my lawyer.
She was firm. her skin stretched tight across her face, her small fists clenched. But beneath her show of bravado, he sensed something else, something akin to desperation. This woman was definitely at the end of her rapidly unraveling rope. From beneath the table, her little dog growled. "Oscar, hush!" He knew when he'd pushed it as far as it could be pushed. For the moment, it was game over. "I'll be in touch," he said, as he walked to the front door and swung it open. "I don't doubt it, Detective." Reed stepped onto the porch, but turned to face her. Across the threshold, she was standing ramrod stiff, her shoulders square, her gaze level. Hard again. He had the feeling he was in the company of a great actress, one who couldn't only make him question his own convictions, but one who would be able to play a jury any way she liked. "I only wish I could say I was looking forward to it." She slammed the door in his face. Again. But it was the last time. It wouldn't happen again. He'd make certain of it. Chapter 26. Adam's grandmother had always told him there was more than one way to skin a cat. He'd thought it an odd analogy for a woman who at any given time kept 5 or 6 strays on the back porch and even allowed them to stay in the kitchen around the stove in the cold Midwest winters. Nonetheless, with her cat-skinning example, she'd taught him to look at different ways to solve a problem, which he was now doing in his rented rooms, sitting at his computer, searching through the internet for any mention of the Montgomery family of Savannah. But he'd been at it for hours. He'd finished a pot of coffee, and the information on the screen was starting to blur. He was getting nowhere. Fast. Sooner or later, the police would figure out that Rebecca was missing, and then they'd come knocking on his door instead of the other way around. So he had to work quickly, to gather as much information as he could. Some of that important data only he could retrieve, because he was Caitlin Bandeau's psychologist of record. He was privy to information the cops weren't. Guilt wormed its way into his brain. He was using her for his own purposes, no matter how altruistic they might be. On top of it all, he was falling for her. Or thought he was. This was one hell of a time to play the role of the romantic. He couldn't get involved with her, not even a quick dalliance. It wasn't his style, nor, did he think, hers. She was his patient, for God's sake, and he was having trouble keeping his hands off her, which was just plain stupid. It served no purpose, and yet he couldn't seem to stop wanting. And yet it was her face he'd seen as he'd woken up sweat-drenched, his groin aching, his cock rock hard. Her body he'd been fantasizing about as he'd lain on his bed staring up at the ceiling. He'd wondered what it would be like to kiss her. Really kiss her, and touch her intimately. In his mind's eye, he'd imagined parting her lips while running his palms down her spine, his fingers curling in her firm buttocks. It had been torture. He hadn't dreamed of another woman in years. The last had been Rebecca. But her image was finally fading, had all but been erased by Caitlin. What was it about her? Not just her beauty, and certainly not the weak part of her. He'd never considered himself for the role of great protector. He certainly didn't see himself as some kind of white knight, ready to ride his charger to her defense so that he could take care of her. Nope. It was more than sex, and had little to do with a need to defend and protect. He closed his eyes for a second. Damn it. He just liked being with her. Too much. It would have to stop, along with his damnable fantasies. He felt as if he was walking a tightrope high over a dark abyss that seemed to have no bottom. One misstep and he'd fall, and if he wasn't careful, he'd take Caitlin down with him. With difficulty, he turned his thoughts to the problem at hand, dismissing his lingering visions of Caitlin, refusing to walk down that dangerous path. Even the slightest bit of sexual or romantic contact with her would spell disaster, potentially taint and ruin everything. Jaw tight, he glared at the computer screen. Since he hadn't yet been able to find any of Rebecca's missing notes, he'd started surfing the internet, looking for articles on the Montgomery family. He'd read through all of Rebecca's other patient files and found nothing in them worthy of her excitement, and claimed that this case was sure to make her a millionaire, as well as gain her national recognition. Which he didn't care about. But he had to find out what it was about Caitlin Van Doe that had Rebecca dreaming fantastic dreams. Therein lay the key to her disappearance. He was certain of it. He grabbed his keys and hurried down 3 flights of creaky stairs. Outside it was still overcast and gloomy, but he barely noticed. He drove to the offices of the Savannah Sentinel, where a bored-looking receptionist, with nails polished in different colors, sleek glasses, and a short-cropped, wind-blown head of hair, asked to help him, then looked pointedly at the clock. It was after 4. When he asked to see the archives, she made a quick call, then led him to an area where all of their old editions were kept on compact disc. "The real old stuff is on microfiche," she added, pointing to a viewer and giving him a long once-over before leaving him to his devices. "But we're closing soon." "I'll be quick," he promised, and settled into the musty room with its single broken-back office chair. He started with the most recent articles and went back in time, using important dates as a reference. He read about Caitlin's daughter's death, about her marriage, about a merger with a smaller institution and Montgomery Bank and Trust. There was information on Hannah Montgomery's drug arrest and later acquittal, and Troy Montgomery's short-lived marriage. There were also articles about Amanda's marriage to Ian Drummond, and, long ago, the death of Charles Montgomery. He printed all the articles, but the ones that held his interest, the information that caused him to sit up and take notice, were the line inches dedicated to the boating accident involving both of the Montgomery twins. It was a series of articles, starting with the date of the accident, complete with pictures of both girls, identical as far as he could see, and some of the boat wreckage. Caitlin's recollection of the string of events was intact. The 2 girls were going out to a party to celebrate their 25th birthday. They'd drunk and danced until after midnight, then headed back to the mainland. On their way home, there had been an explosion, the cause of which was under investigation. The boat sank. That was where the story veered sharply from Caitlin's account. 180 damned degrees. As Adam read the article, every muscle in his body tensed. His jaw was rock hard, his stomach churning. According to the front page of the Sentinel, some 10 years earlier, Caitlin Montgomery, injured and knocked unconscious, was found by a couple on a sailing boat who witnessed the expensive cruiser being blown to smithereens. But just Caitlin. No Kelly. In fact, Kelly was never found. Not that night, not the next day, not
in the next week. Adam's heart beat faster. Caitlin had altered the truth. Bald-faced lied to him. As you've done to her, from the get-go.
Mr. Hunt? The receptionist was poking her head through the doorway as he pressed the print key. We're locking up.
I'll just be a second,
he promised, and she, rolling her eyes, jangled her keys impatiently, but left him alone. There was article after article about the search for Kelly Montgomery. Adam printed them all as he skimmed each page. He read where the Montgomery family had gone into seclusion, that the police feared the worst and hoped for the best. After a week, the search was called off, and the articles became fewer and far between. Until the last newspaper mention of Kelly Griffin Montgomery. Her obituary. Her headache was immense, clanging, making it impossible for Atropos to concentrate. Even her quiet place with its cool white walls and sparkling clean floor didn't help. She'd tripped over that awful white trash girl in the other room and almost forgot to put on her surgical slippers. Almost. But before she made that mistake, she slid them on, then quickly walked to her desk and tried to think. She was Atropos. That was it. Atropos, the inevitable. She had Cricket held hostage for a reason. A reason. Think. Remember your mission. You are one of the three fates, the most important. Yes, that was it. Atropos. She cut the string of life that her sister, Clotho, the spinner, had spun for each person's life, and her other sister, Lachesis, the apportioner, had measured so carefully. The sisters, 3 strong, all of one mind. But that mind hurt right now. It hurt like hell. She opened the drawer. The strings of life were waiting, red and black, symbolizing blood and death, braided and wound intricately together. Fate, destiny, kismet. Think. You are here for a purpose. She found the 2 pictures of her latest victim. The mother. In the still frame, Bernada was young, a slim woman in a knee-length black dress. Her head was turned coquettishly to one side to show off her stunning profile. Her red-brown hair piled on her head and pinned with a diamond tiara. Silk gloves hugged her slim arms, and a cigarette in a long-stemmed holder smoldered, sending a curl of smoke aloft. It was a posed picture, the backdrop solid white, and it was entirely unmotherly. She, who had borne 7 children. She, who had time and time again complained at her loss of figure, of the sacrifices she'd made for her brood. She, the once beautiful and often betrayed by a philandering husband, had lamented her loss of beauty, vitality, and youth. She whose weak heart had been her downfall. She who had hated the bastards her husband and father-in-law had sired.
poor, long-suffering Berneda. Finally, she suffered no longer. Atropos thought as she pulled at the strands of the mother's life, seeing where it had been measured, unfolding her unique instruments from their soft sack. She found her cherished surgical scissors. With a clean snip of stainless steel, she clipped off the strands of Berneda Pomeroy Montgomery's martyred life. So how to mold the photograph to properly reflect the deed? It was her hourglass figure that Berneda had prized and later mourned in life, and so it would be robbed of her in death. Yes, that would do. Satisfied, Atropos went to work. With 2 clean snips, Atropos clipped Berneda's head from her body, then sliced off her legs. Yes, yes, perfect. The pieces drifted to the desktop. Picking up the head and legs, Atropos held them together, then carefully pinned them where they belonged on the gnarly Montgomery family tree. And there was Berneda, just a small profile of a beautiful face and glittering tiara, resting upon knees and calves, supported by 4-inch heels. The cigarette and arms were still intact, giving Berneda a skewed, though elegant, eye-catching look. The kind she'd always wanted. Atropos smiled. The newly cut and pasted Berneda stood on the branch next to the husband, the betrayer. He was dressed in hunting clothes, for he had always been a hunter, though women were his usual prey. His body was intact, aside from a hole at the juncture of his legs, to one side, a small, jagged perforation where his testicle had once been. She scanned the others who lived on the tree as well. Little Parker, robbed of his stupid little pacifier and crying his lungs out. Alice Ann, with her head cut off and placed at an impossible angle, just as it had been when she'd hit the bottom of the stairs at the upscale institution where she'd been hidden away. If only she had more time to look at her artwork, to sit back and enjoy her work. But not yet. Atropos was running out of time. Finding the picture of Amanda, the eldest, she snipped the car away from Amanda's slim body. The eldest was still alive, an act of God, and would have to be dealt with later. That thought made her smile. Yes. Yes. It all fit perfectly. For the moment, she placed the picture of the little crumpled sports car on Amanda's branch. For now, it would have to do. But Amanda's life string couldn't yet be cut. The sister of fate had decided. Now it was time to choose again. She sat in the chair and began to shuffle the pictures. Quickly she flipped the old photos, and as she did, she realized that some of the pictures were no longer flawless. Some had faded, others had yellowed. Still others were bent and cracked from all the handling. Too much time had passed. Too many years. she felt a new anxiety. Where once she'd been patient, she was now nervous, edgy. From the other room, she heard her victim moving. God, was it not her time yet? Time. Atropos was running out of it. She needed to finish this, and yet there was so much work to do. She didn't even have the luxury of taking time to pick her victims at her leisure. Where once she could wait months or years, now she felt an impending sense of panic to get the job done. Faster. And faster. She flipped a photograph over and saw Caitlin's face. Again. It seemed as if destiny was pointing in the weaker twin's direction. But was it the right, precise moment in time? Atropos had planned for Caitlin to be the last, to accept the blame for all of her doings. But perhaps that was a miscalculation. Now where the hell was the wimp's life cord? Sorting through the strings in her drawer, the braided cords marked appropriately, by inches and in years, Atropos noted that Caitlin's time was just about due. There were others as well, and as she flipped up the next pictures, she felt a cooling sense of satisfaction. Her anxiety eased. 2 more victims. One looking sullen, the other trying to shy away from the camera, her image in the background. Too late. You can't hide. Atropos smiled peacefully, even though she heard Cricket thumping and pounding, trying to free herself. The girl was terrified, sensed what was coming. Good. Maybe it was time for a little reminder. Yes, that was it. Atropos had never before taken a hostage. Her victims knew they were dying at her hand, and she dragged it out beautifully with Josh Bandeau. But now the slow mental torture of the captive was a new high, a rush. One she couldn't indulge in too often, for fear of being caught. But, while she had Cricket as her guest, she might as well enjoy it. And she knew just how. She heard the girl kicking and attempting to scream, so maybe it was time to give her something to think about. She unwrapped her packet of surgical instruments and found the forceps. They should do. She donned a pair of gloves, then quickly left her slippers at the door and found her flashlight. Her gloved fingers curled around the flashlight's handle, and she felt the thrill of anticipation run through her body. This basement was so foul, so perfect. Cautiously, in case Cricket was able to throw her body or kick out, she walked toward her, clicking on the flashlight and training it on the girl. She looked bad, dirty, wan, probably from lack of nutrition and water. It had been several days. Cricket showed some spunk. It was time to drug her again. But first, yes, first it was important for her hostage to understand. Atropos squatted down by the jar teeming with spiders. The girl was angry and scared, shouting behind her gag, and Atropos could only imagine the words. Ugly words. Not that it mattered. Slowly, Atropos unscrewed the lid of the milk bottle and checked the life cord. Time was fast running out. Then, using her gloved hands, she slid the forceps into the bottle, gently angling them around a particularly thick webbing where tons of the tiny spider babies were crawling. "You know, you're lucky your name is Cricket," Atropos said, and glanced back at the girl. Her eyes were round with fear. She couldn't take her eyes off the surgical tongs as they extracted a slowly elongating silken sac that was pulsing with life. "If you'd been called Bunny, or Rosebud, or Chrissy, I would have had a lot more trouble determining your fate. But as it is..." She turned, waving the bit of spider web into the flashlight's beam and dangling it over Cricket's head. The girl was sweating now, scooting back farther into the corner. "I wouldn't go there," Atropos warned. "I've seen rats and snakes in here, and..." Cricket was going nuts, kicking and screaming behind her gag. Atropos would have none of it. She held the bit of fluff over the girl, then let it drop. Cricket screamed. "Now, let's see. We wouldn't want to separate a mother from her babies. Which one do you think it is? Oh, here she is." She found a particularly nasty-looking creature staring at her through the glass, all of its 8 eyes reflecting the light spinnerets visible. "Oh, here we go." With the precision of a surgeon, Atropos slid her forceps into the milk bottle again, and while Cricket wriggled and shrieked behind her gag, she gently grabbed the silken tuft on which the dark creature resided. A bit of red, in the shape of an hourglass, showed on the glistening black abdomen. Atropos was pleased. She'd had to gather some of the creatures herself. Others she'd found on the internet and had shipped to a post office box, paid by an anonymous check, and this one, the Black Widow, with its pear-shaped egg sac, had been her favorite. "Come to Mama," she said, nudging the shy creature into her tongs. Black Widow. How appropriate. For surely Caitlin Bandeau would be blamed for not only her husband's death, but all the rest. All according to plan. Cricket was screeching now, scooting and shaking as if she could feel each and every little spider and mite on her. Tears raining from her face. Slowly, Atropos turned, holding the tongs over Cricket's head, watching her tremble as she closed the gap until the forceps, with their wriggling prey, was just inches above the panicked girl's nose, the red hourglass visible. "They're not as poisonous as most people think," Atropos said. "But with enough bites..." The girl squeaked pathetically. It was time to end this. Atropos opened the forceps. Chapter 27. Rolling over, Caitlin opened her eye and squinted at the bedside clock. 8:30? Was that possible? She glanced at the French doors to the veranda, where shadows were lengthening over the flagstones, promising night. She must have dropped off after the drinks with Kelly and... Oh. The heart-wrenching phone call from a child. Dear God. She'd thought it was Jamie. Who would play such a sadistic trick on her? Who would derive pleasure from making her think, even for a fleeting moment, that her daughter was still alive? Someone who hates you. Someone who wants you to crack up. Someone who knows you intimately. Unless you dreamed the whole damn thing. Maybe you imagined it. Groaning, she reached for the handset and checked caller ID, but there were no numbers in the memory bank. As if she'd erased them. Had she? Think, Caitlin. Think. She remembered coming back from the run, and she remembered showering, and what? What? Damn it all to hell. Try as she might, she couldn't recall the last few hours. Not clearly. She did recall that Detective Reed had shown up on her doorstep, though. Right? Yes, she was certain, and she remembered slamming the door shut, telling him she needed to see her lawyer, but she didn't doubt he'd return. It was only a matter of time before he'd come with handcuffs. Oh, Lord, how had she gotten herself into such a mess? Everyone in her family was dying. One by one, they left this world. Sadness stole over her when she thought of her daughter and her mother, and even, a little, about Josh. He had been a bastard, but he didn't deserve to die so horribly. At his desk. She blinked, remembered the tiniest bit of conversation. Wine, Josh? She'd teased. But you're allergic. Not to this kind. Now get the hell out. He'd smiled, so sure of himself as he drained his glass. What a fool. Now her skin crawled. What had she done that night? She'd been there, at Josh's home, in his den. But he'd been alive. So the blood. How had the blood gotten here? Maybe you brought it back here, you crazy loon. You're just about nuts enough to do something like that. Didn't the bloody handprint fit your own? Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God! Her heart thundered, and she imagined the room as it had been. The sticky sheets, dark smudges on the tile and carpet, cracked shower door. Fingers scrabbling on the bedside table, she knocked the remote control for her television to the carpet, then snapped on the bedside light. The hairs on the back of her neck lifted as she took a quick look around, just to make sure there were no half-open doors, no smeared blood stains, nothing out of the ordinary. But all seemed quiet. Maybe too quiet. Don't start this, Caitlin. Don't start jumping at shadows. The dog, lying beside her, stretched and yawned, displaying his black lips, pink tongue, and sharp teeth. Lazy bones, she said, scratching him behind his ears as she tried to quell the rising panic clawing at her. Both of us were just two lazy bones. But her pulse was leaping erratically, her nerves jangled, her peace of mind stretched beyond its limit. Forcing herself from the bed, she managed to make her way to the bathroom, where she caught sight of her terrified expression. Get hold of yourself, she growled, her fingers curling over the rim of the pedestal sink. Don't fall apart. Don't. Shaking, she ran cold water, leaned forward and took a drink,
then splashed her face, hoping to shock herself out of the panic attack. Then she slammed her eyelids shut and dragged in several deep breaths. Slow down. Don't listen to the voices in your head. Don't. Slowly opening her eyes, she glowered at her reflection. So weak, so scared, so frail. Pull yourself together. Determined not to succumb to the fear, she brushed her teeth and finger-combed her hair. She began to calm down, saw her reflection in a different light. A little lipstick would help. She opened the medicine cabinet and sifted through the tubes. Only 3. Not the usual 4. And the pink shade she liked best, the one that was sold exclusively at Maxell's, was missing. Was she right? A little disconcerted, she sorted through the cupboard, decided it wasn't worth the stress, and settled for a soft berry shade. The lipstick had to be in her purse. That was it. Lately, she was always losing things, misplacing her cell phone, her makeup, her favorite pair of shoes. Comes with the territory, nutcase, she grumbled as she threw on a pair of shorts and t-shirt. The marks on her wrists had faded enough that she didn't need to be so careful, she decided, as she walked past the door to Jamie's room. It was closed. How odd. Caitlin didn't remember shutting it. In fact, she rarely did, but kept it ajar so that she could look in and remember. But then Kelly had been over, right? Or had she? She opened the door and was instantly assailed by memories of her daughter. "Mummy? Mummy, read me a story, the bunny one," she had insisted, all smiles and ringlets and bright eyes. Caitlin's heart wrenched, and she started out the door when she glanced at the bed. It seemed wrong, somehow. Something was missing. The bunny. Jamie's favorite stuffed animal wasn't on the bed, or on the bookcase, or... Caitlin felt a breath of fear slide down her back. "Mummy, where are you?" Again she heard Jamie's frightened voice resonating through her mind. Had her daughter... No. Had someone posing as her daughter really called? Or was it all in her mind? What had Lucille said once? "You hear him too, Caitlin. I know you do. The ghosts, they talk to you." Well, Lucille was a bit off. Everyone thought so. That's the only reason she stuck it out with Mother. Or had stuck it out. But Jamie's voice had been real. She'd called. Caitlin ran back to the bedroom, checked caller ID, but all the old numbers had been erased. She froze. Someone had been in here. Someone had done it. She hadn't. She would have remembered. "I told you Katie did. You're crazy as a fucking loon." How many times had she heard Kelly's recriminations thundering through her brain? Hundreds? Thousands? Way too many to count. Shaken, she walked across the landing to her computer. She flipped on her email inbox and saw several messages from Kelly. "Hey, sleepyhead. What's the deal? I have to make my own martinis now? I stopped by, but you were doing your Rip Van Winkle routine. Call me later. XOXOXO. Kelly." Kelly had been here? Had she taken her lipstick and Jamie's bunny? Or what? She must have. She clicked on the second message. "Forgot to mention I took care of Detective Dick. while you were sleeping.
What?
Oh, God. Caitlin's gut clenched. He showed up while you were sleeping, and in so many words, I told him to get lost. I pretended to be you and said I wasn't going to talk to him or anyone else without my attorney.
No, that couldn't be right. Caitlin remembered Detective Reed showing up. She'd asked him to leave. Or had she? She'd been asleep and then... Oh no. Panic bells began bonging in her mind. And before you start lecturing me about pretending to be you, don't worry. A cop bought it, and so did that irritating reporter, Nikki Gillette, the other day. Caitlin felt sick inside. Kelly had always loved the overly dramatic, the cloak and dagger, mistaken identity stuff. It was all a game to her. See you soon. XOXOXO. Kelly. Caitlin clicked off the computer and let her head fall into her hands. Kelly was becoming difficult. Hasn't she always been? Okay, more difficult. If only Kelly would give up the charade, the pretense, make amends with the family. Life would be so much easier. But it would never happen. Never. She tried to call her twin and ended up getting the damn machine. This time, Caitlin didn't bother leaving a message. Why would Kelly steal things? Things as personal as her lipstick and Jamie's favorite stuffed animal. It didn't make sense unless Kelly was somehow trying to confuse her. But why? Because she killed Josh and wants to frame you? To make it look like you're cracking up and... No! Caitlin wouldn't believe it. She hurried down the stairs. In the kitchen, she hit the lights. 2 empty martini glasses and an open bottle of olives sat on the counter. She froze in the doorway. Her skin crawled. She didn't remember having drinks with Kelly. You didn't. You slept through it. But she'd talked to the detective. Before or after Kelly? Oh, God. She dropped into a chair in the nook, and Oscar, lying on the rug beneath, looked up at her and thumped his tail. She has to quit this, Caitlin said to the dog as she absently reached down and scratched him behind his ears. She has to. But she'll never do it on her own. She's having too much fun. She'll just keep on the way she has been since the accident, until someone stops her. That someone will have to be you. I can't, Caitlin said. I just can't. She had too much to do already, and her life was unraveling strand by strand, faster and faster. It was true. The Montgomery curse, the mental illness, was deep in her genes, in her blood. There was no escape. Panic spurted through her. Her head pounded. Her pulse was out of control. For God's sake, don't lose it. Not now. The phone rang, and she jumped. Damn the reporters! On her feet in an instant, she snagged the receiver before the second blast. Hello? She barked. Caitlin? Adam's voice was as near as if he was in the room with her. Tears sprang to her eyes. Relief washed over her. He was just the balm she needed. So why did she want to break down and cry at the sound of his voice? Hi, she managed, fighting tears, but the sound was strangled. Are you all right? He asked. No, I'm not all right. I never will be. You, of all people, should know that.
Cradling the phone to her ear, she slid down the cabinets, sinking to the floor.
I heard about your mother, he was saying. I'm sorry. So am I, she admitted, and struggled against hot tears. She wasn't used to kindness from a man. It was hard to accept, harder still to understand. I thought you might want to talk. I do. Yes. She nodded, as if he could see her. She had to see him, touch him, feel something solid in her life, someone she could trust. Trust him? Are you nuts? A guy who flashes his business cards at a funeral? For God's sake? A shrink culling clients out of the obits? Come on, Katydid. This is crazy. You want to see him because you've got the hots for him. That's it. Kelly's voice echoed through her head. These days it seemed as if her twin was her conscience, as well as her tormentor. I can be at your place in half an hour, he said, and the timbre of his voice touched her heart. He cared. She knew it. Or would you rather come here? She looked around her home, the empty glasses, half-filled bottles, mud the dog had tracked through the kitchen. Beyond all that, there was the restlessness she'd felt here lately, the feeling that she was being observed. Maybe somewhere in between. Neutral ground, he prodded. Either the office or a coffee shop? Tell you what, why don't you come by and pick me up? She dashed the remainder of her tears away with her fingertips. We'll decide then. I'll be there, he promised. She hung up, and forcing herself to her feet, she gritted her teeth. She couldn't fall apart. What good could a nervous breakdown do? No, she had to find some inner strength and sort all this out herself. Forcing herself, she pushed all the demons in her mind back into their dark, cobwebby corners as she raced around the kitchen, putting glasses in the dishwasher, stuffing the bottles back into the cupboard, and swiping at the countertops and floor with a wet dish rag. Mission accomplished, she told the dog as she did a cursory survey of the room. Make that mission impossible accomplished. Tossing the dirty rag into the hamper in the laundry room, she headed upstairs, then threw on a long cotton dress and found the matching sweater that covered the nicks on her arms. Then she frowned at her reflection. A couple of passes with a mascara wand over her lashes and a quick brush of blush was all she had time for. Her hair, well, forget it. She hurried downstairs and dialed the plantation. Hannah was alone. Really alone. For the first time in her life. And Caitlin wanted to check up on her baby sister. Oftentimes Hannah was a pain, but then who wasn't? Kelly, Amanda, and Troy weren't all that great at times either. One ring. She waited, checked her fingernails. 2. Come on. No such luck. 3. Great. On the 4th ring, the answering machine clicked on, and Caitlin froze as she heard the soft, dulcet tones of her mother's drawl, instructing her to leave a message. You all have reached the Montgomerys out here at Oak Hill. If you'd be kind enough to leave your name and number, we'll get back to you. Caitlin's knees threatened to buckle. Oh, Mama, how could this happen? She remembered sitting on her mother's lap, smelling the scent of her perfume mingled with smoke, the look of sadness that seemed to linger in her green eyes.
Then there had been the nights Caitlin had awoken to hear the creak of footsteps in the hallway. Sometimes they were a dangerous, scary tread that would pause at her door, open it, and steal inside. Other times they belonged to her mother as Bernada. An insomniac without her sleeping pills would pace the upper hallways and stairs. A sharp beep brought her back to the present as the recorder's tape clicked. "Hannah, are you there? It's Caitlin. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Pick up if you're home, okay?" She waited. No answer. "Hannah, give me a call, okay? If I'm not here, try my cell. Please, call me." She hung up with the uneasy feeling that something was wrong. But then, what else was new? Everything these days was wrong with a capital W. She heard a car pull up outside about the same time Oscar started barking like a maniac. "You stay here," she said as footsteps sounded on the porch and the doorbell chimed. Peering through the narrow window near the door, she caught a glimpse of Adam, his dark hair shining in the glow from the porch lamp, his eyes sober. In jeans, a dark sweater, and tennis shoes, he stood, hands in his pockets. Her stupid heart skipped a beat when his gaze collided with hers. She couldn't help but smile and feel a little thrill of excitement thrumming through her veins. There was something sexy and slightly mysterious about him, a secretive side he'd tucked beneath his college athlete good looks. It intrigued her, seduced her, made her want to find out more about him. Face it, Caitlin, you're attracted to him on a very basic animal level, female to male. For a split second, she imagined what it would be like to make love with him, then caught herself. That was nuts. She couldn't allow her wayward mind to go there. Hastily, she unlatched the door. Before Oscar, hovering at her heels, could make good his escape, she stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind her. "Hi. You look..." He let his gaze move up and down her body, then shook his head. "You look damned incredible, but maybe we shouldn't go there." "What? Forget compliments? No way." She winked at him and blushed. "You look pretty incredible, too." He threw back his head and laughed, then took her arm in his. "Enough already. We still have a patient-doctor relationship to protect." "What a bummer," she muttered, and he laughed again. The night was quiet. Few pedestrians on the streets, no breath of wind ruffling the leaves of the trees overhead. "Where to?" she asked. "Wherever you want to go. This time it's your choice." She considered for a second. "What about Nickleby's? It's 3 blocks over, past the square. Great coffee. Even greater drinks." His smile was a slash of white. "Lead the way." "Your wish is my command," she joked, taking his hand and tugging on it. Together they walked across the street, making small talk as they angled through the night-darkened streets to the little bistro. Several couples and a few singles were hanging out at small round tables, positioned beneath low-wattage bulbs covered with blue shades. A single musician, softly strumming an acoustic guitar, stood behind a solitary mic. He didn't sing, just hummed occasionally to a song, presumably of his own creation, and obviously without end. They took a table positioned near the windows, then ordered iced tea and lemonade laced with vodka. When the waitress had disappeared, Adam asked, "So how are you and your family holding up?" "How do you think? Someone seems to want all of us dead.
or at least part of us. It tends to make a person nervous. She plopped a peanut into her mouth and rubbed the salt from her fingers. And that's not all of it. Then there's the grief to deal with. A double whammy. A goateed waiter with a napkin wrapped around him like an apron brought their drinks. He wore a beret he'd angled over the back of his head in either a fashion statement or to hide the beginnings of a bald spot. I'm waiting for a call from Hannah. She's all alone at the house now. Lucille took off for Florida. No, don't ask. She held up a hand to ward off the obvious question. I don't know why. And now Mom's gone. Her voice trailed off, and she sighed as she reached for her drink. I'm sorry. I've been advised not to play the victim, and so I won't. But it would be a lie to say that I don't feel vulnerable and in some kind of shock. A lot has happened lately. That it has, she said, and it was almost a whisper. And even before, your family seems particularly prone to tragedy. Just like out of a Greek play, she agreed, as she took a swallow from her drink. What about yours? My family? Not much of one. My father took off when I was little. I don't remember much about him. Don't know where he ended up. My mother, brother, and I lived with my grandmother until Mom died. It was sudden. A brain tumor. I was 11 at the time. My brother was 16. Grandma took over from there. So where's your brother? Brussels, the last I heard. In the Navy. Intelligence. We aren't that close. No sisters, huh? None that I know of. My father could have spawned a whole sorority for all I know. She felt foolish. At least she'd had parents. Siblings. A real family. Such as it was. You make me feel like a crybaby. I don't think that. If you don't, you're the only one, she admitted. I'm always accused of playing the victim, of not bucking up, of crying in my beer. She flashed him a smile. It tends to give one a complex, you know? Maybe that's why they all think I'm not playing with a full deck. Don't get on my case about putting myself down. I'm not. My siblings seriously think I'm losing it, or have lost it, or will soon lose it. She smiled sadly. It's just a matter of time. Who says so? All of them. Hannah, Amanda, Troy, even Kelly. Doesn't your twin stand up for you? He asked, his gaze thoughtful. She doesn't talk to the rest of the family. I thought you knew that. Why is that? Didn't I tell you? Mom cut her off after the boating accident, blamed her for blowing her inheritance and almost killing me. Adam frowned, rubbed at a bead of sweat on his glass. Tell me again about the accident. Why? He was careful. Because I'm trying to help you. What's to tell? You know what happened. Okay. What about afterward? When is the first time you saw Kelly? After I was released from the hospital. Where was this going? Why was he now so serious? And when she was released, right? The musician had finally stopped, and the bistro seemed suddenly quiet. No glasses rattled, no buzz of conversation. Only the very quiet whisper of the overhead fans made any noise whatsoever. She hated to talk so intimately about Kelly, even to Adam. But he was waiting, staring at her with those intense eyes. She put down her glass and took in a deep breath. It was obviously come to Jesus time, as her mother had always called those moments when it was imperative that all secrets come to light. Shakily, she drew in a deep breath. Yes. How often do you see her?
Not as much as I'd like. She works out of town a lot.
What does she do? He asked.
She's a buyer for a big department store.
Which one?
Does it matter? She demanded. What were all these questions about her twin? Kelly doesn't like me talking about her personal life. She's a private person.
But she does live in the area.
Yes, when she's here. She has a place out on the river.
You visit her?
Sometimes, though most of the time we leave messages for each other on the phone or email.
What about the rest of your siblings? Do they have much contact with her?
No. I told you, they took Mother's side. She felt it start deep inside. A tiny quiver that she knew would turn into a rumble, her heart beginning to race unnaturally. They all act as if she's dead.
The world seemed to stop. The words hung in the air between them. Adam didn't say anything, just stared at her, and she felt compelled to explain.
It works both ways. Kelly wants nothing to do with the rest of the family either. The feeling's mutual.
Caitlin. His voice was low, ominous. She swallowed against a throat suddenly as dry as sand. I read Kelly's obituary today. She closed her eyes. She's dead.
No.
Caitlin had known it would come to this. She took a swallow of her drink, shook her head vehemently, denying his every word.
Her body was never found. Not officially. But she survived the accident. It was a miracle. Or maybe not.
She forced the quivering of her insides to subside, the roar in her head to quiet.
I only know what she told me.
Which is? If he was skeptical, he managed to hide it.
That she was in and out of consciousness. That she floated downstream. That she was fished out of the river by a drug runner who saved her life, but wanted to remain anonymous, as there was a warrant out for his arrest. So she built a new life for herself. But the family, when I tried to tell them she was alive, they wouldn't hear of it. As you know, they think I'm suffering from some kind of mental disorder. No, wait. A condition. I think that's the term my mother used.
I see. He leaned back in his chair and the music started again. A slightly different version of what sounded like the same song.
You don't believe me?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. No one believes me. Or they don't want to. My family's pretty greedy, and with Kelly dead, there are fewer people to divide the spoils, or split the estate, or pick my grandfather's bones, whatever you want to call it.
Caitlin,
I know this sounds far-fetched, but any time she's recognized, she pretends she's me. She has her own identity now, a new one. She goes by K.C. Griffin, K for Kelly, C for Caitlin,
and Griffin, as it was her middle name.
As well as your friend's name, the boy who lived on the neighboring estate. He prodded. She understood where this was going.
Yes.
Studying the burn marks on the table, she whispered,
I know what you're going to say. That there was no Griffin, no childhood friend. But you're wrong. He existed.
She blinked hard, remembered those long, lonely years growing up.
He existed for me.
Adam reached across the table, took both her hands in his, rubbed the back of her knuckles gently with his thumbs. If he was real to you, he did exist. Then. But now? She shook her head, fought the tears.
Now I know he was imaginary.
But necessary then.
Oh, yeah.
She sniffed and bit her lip as she thought of the nights she'd slipped out of her window, climbed onto the roof and sat staring up at the stars. Griffin beside her, ready to catch her if she fell, ready to tell her everything was going to be all right, never letting her down. Not like the other people in her life. Not like her older brother, who had crept the halls, slipping into her room, into Kelly's room, brushing foul kisses across her cheeks, smelling of beer as he'd slid a hand beneath the covers to touch her. Not like her mother, who doubted her and suggested that she was making up tales. Not like her father, who was rarely around, never took the time to know her or any of his children.
Griffin was real necessary,
she admitted. Just like Kelly is now? He asked gently. But she shook her head. Wouldn't go there. He didn't understand. But then, no one did. Not when it came to her twin. Kelly's real, Adam, she insisted.
As real as I am.
Chapter 28. Reed leaned back in his lazy boy and tried to pay attention to the Braves game playing on his new 36-inch flat-screen TV. The thing had cost him an arm and 2 legs, but he loved it. He figured he'd finish his man-sized microwave meal that tasted like shit, then hit the streets again, taking a swing by Caitlin Bandeau's home. He'd asked Morissette to watch the place, which she had agreed to, even though her daughter was in the throes of a major case of chickenpox. Reed needed a break. He'd been working the Bandeau case round the clock, and it was time to step back and gain some perspective. Before Caitlin Bandeau slams the door on your face again. Hell. The Braves were down 7-1 in the bottom of the 8th, with 2 outs. It didn't look good. The Mets were on a roll. Reed washed the remains of his meal down with the rest of his beer, did his dishes by tossing the plastic plate into the garbage, flicked off the set, and was out the door just as his cell phone chirped. He answered as he climbed into the Eldorado. Reed. Hey, it's me, Sylvie Morissette said from her cell phone. I'm on my way. About time. The sitter's called twice. Where are you? On the side street, catty corner from a little bistro called Nickleby's, she said, and gave him the street number. Get this. Our widow seems to be on a date. Her and that shrink of hers, having drinks together. Real cozy. Interesting. I'll be there in 20, he said,
as he pulled out of his drive and headed into town. He turned on the police band and was slowing for a red light when his phone jangled again. No doubt Morissette's sitter was pressuring her. He hit the talk button. "Reed. This is Deputy Bill, down at St. Simon's. You said you wanted to know when we got a positive ID on the Jane Doe we pulled from the water on the north side of the island."
Reed tensed, hung a left.
"That's right. Rebecca Wade. The ME got her dental records and matched them up."
Reed was beginning to get a bad feeling about this.
"Any idea on the time of death?" "She's been in the drink a while. Weeks, maybe months. Hasn't been determined yet." "Cause of death?" "Still working on it. I'll have a copy of the autopsy report faxed to you the minute I get one. But there is something odd about the case,"
he added, and the tone of his voice had grown heavier, a precursor of more bad news.
"Something you probably ought to know."
Reed took a corner a little too fast. His tires screeched.
"Shoot." "Well, her body was pretty decomposed, as I said, but one thing the ME noticed, and it'll be in the report. It looks like her tongue was cut off, clean out of her mouth."
Reed's jaw clenched. His hands tightened over the wheel.
"You're sure that wasn't some kind of animal? A predator that got to her?" "Don't think so. According to the ME, the tongue was sliced off clean as a whistle and found wrapped in plastic in a makeup bag in her purse. The only thing in the little case. Just her tongue, wrapped up like a goddamned ham sandwich."
She let him kiss her on the doorstep. That was Caitlin's first mistake. The second was inviting him in for another drink. And the third was the fact that she wanted to make love to him. Right here in her house, while the rest of the world crumbled around them, Caitlin wanted to feel Adam's strong arms around her, needed to know that he cared, was desperate to find some meaning in life, to feel alive when so many people were dying.
"I don't know if this is such a good idea," he said, as they sipped drinks. A Cosmo for her, and whiskey over rocks for him. On her couch. "He's not going for it." Adam hitched his chin in Oscar's direction. The little dog was lying beneath the arch separating the living room from the foyer, and he never took his eyes off Adam.
"He's not used to strangers coming here."
"But he does recognize Kelly?"
Caitlin sighed, second-guessing telling him about her twin. "Would you like to talk to her?"
"That would be a great idea."
"Hang on."
She walked into the kitchen with Oscar tagging behind, found her purse and dug out her cell phone, which she carried back to the living area. Adam was seated in one corner of her floral couch, half sprawled over the cushions. A hint of beard shadow was darkening his jaw. His hair was mussed from their walk from the bistro to the house. His long legs stretched beneath the coffee table. Serious eyes watched her every move as she took her spot next to him, punched out Kelly's number, and waited. She might not be home.
"I'll bet."
"I'm serious."
Caitlin listened to the phone ring and the answering machine pick up. At the tone, she said, "Hey, Kelly, I'm home. Give me a call back, would you? I need to talk to you, and no, don't worry. I'm not going to try and coerce you into going to Mom's funeral, okay? Call me." She clicked off, glanced at Adam, and saw the doubt in his eyes.
"You still don't believe me, do you?"
"Well?" She dialed Kelly's number again and handed the phone to Adam. "You listen to her voice. You leave a message. Tell her you want to talk to her, for crying out loud." Adam's eyes never left her face. It was irritating that no one, not even her shrink, believed her. Even though the receiver was pressed against his ear, Caitlin heard the phone ringing and Kelly's answering machine pick up. Adam didn't so much as flinch. "Yes, this is Adam Hunt. You probably know that I'm working with your sister Caitlin. Would you give me a call back? I'd appreciate it." He left his number and pressed the end button on her cell, then sat holding the phone for a long time. "You still don't believe me?" "I didn't say that." He handed her the phone. "You didn't have to. I can read it in your eyes. Your name should be Thomas, you know. Doubting Thomas." She took a long sip of her drink, felt her anger rise. Why should it matter so much what he thought? Just because he was her shrink? No, it was more than that. She wanted him not as her psychologist, but as a man, her confidant, her friend, her lover. To have some faith in her, even if the reason she was with him was because she was mentally screwed up. "You must see where I'm having trouble with this," he said slowly. "No one but you, that I know of, deals with Kelly." "Wrong. Kelly's somewhat of a recluse, but she does hold down a job. She does see clients. She does fly all around." "Has anyone else in your family talked to Kelly since the accident?" "No, but—" "Oh, for the love of God, why would I create an imaginary sister? I mean, she's real. Look at the birth records." "It's not her birth that worries me," he said. "It's her death. Supposed death. Supposed. She's alive. You know, I'm going to insist that she meet with you. When she calls back, you can talk to her, and if that isn't convincing enough, we'll go see her at her house." "Which is where?" "Out of town, on Sorghum Road. I have the address somewhere in the den, I think, but she doesn't get her mail there. She picks it up at the post office. All part of her secret life, I guess. But her place is this little funky cabin right across the river from Oak Hill. Isn't that ironic? She never goes there, but she can see what's going on from her spot on the river. I don't think my family is even aware the cabin is there." "Why not?" "Well, maybe my father or his father knew about it, and my brothers probably have seen it as they used to fish around there, but it's pretty tucked away in the trees. No one suspects Kelly lives there." She finished her drink. "And that's just the way she likes it." "Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "A lot of things about my family strike me as odd," she said, and felt a sadness for those she'd lost so recently. A sadness so cold that no amount of alcohol could warm her. An ache so deep she didn't know if she'd ever get over it. And behind all that was something else. The niggling fear that she was involved, that, as the police suspected, she might have caused pain and suffering for those she'd cared about. Had she gone to Josh's house that night? And what? Brought back buckets of blood? Had, as he'd accused, been negligent with their child? Mother of God, no. She shivered. Had she climbed the steps to her mother's bedroom on the evening she'd taken ill, and while no one was looking, replaced the nitroglycerin pills with placebos, and when that attempt on Bernada's life had failed, had she snuck into the hospital and finished the job? Images, faint, teasing, and oh so deadly, darted in front of her eyes, and though she didn't realize it, she began to shake. Had she, during those periods of her life she couldn't remember, have become a killer? Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
No. Please. No.
Caitlin? Adam's voice brought her up short, back to this room with its fading flowers and familiar wallpaper, to the cold grate of the marble fireplace, and the piano with Jamie's picture upon its polished surface, to the man staring at her with concerned eyes. Are you all right? She nodded, but he must not have believed her, for he pulled her into his arms and drew her near. They were half lying on the couch, she atop him, snuggling close. Things will be better. He kissed her lightly on the forehead, and she melted inside. His arms were strong. She let her head fall against his chest and heard the steady, comforting beat of his heart, smelled a faint scent of some aftershave. How do you know? I know. Oh, yeah, right, she teased. Trust me. He kissed the top of her crown. Some things have to be taken on faith. She chuckled at the irony of it. You're a good one to talk. You don't even believe me about my sister. I'm trying, he said, and she wanted to believe him, turned to look into his eyes and couldn't help brushing a kiss against his lips. He tasted of whiskey and wine and all things male. Groaning, he kissed her hard, his hands coming up to tangle in her hair, his eyes closing. Don't do this, Caitlin. Use your head. But she disregarded the horrid little voice in her head and gave in to the need for human touch, the yearning to be wanted. Her lips parted and his tongue slid into her, caressing the ridges of the roof of her mouth as he held her firmly against him. Her breasts tingled. Her skin was on fire, and through their clothes, pressed hard against the juncture of her legs. She felt his erection, harder as their kiss deepened. He found the zipper of her dress, and she didn't object, let the fabric part until her bare back was exposed. His fingers moved lightly down her spine, tracing its ridge, sliding between her buttocks. She felt her heart kick into double time, sensed the first dusky stirrings deep within, of want that yawned and begged for more. Caitlin, he said, his voice low and husky, sweat beading on his forehead. We shouldn't. I know. But she didn't believe him, just kissed the side of his mouth. This could be trouble. Only if we let it, she whispered, kissing him again, feeling his heat, his need, so much like her own, pulsing in the thick air between them, throbbing in their blood. She moved against him, her long dress bunching, and he seemed to let go. God help me, he groaned out as his hands grabbed the dress's hem and he pulled it upward, the tips of his fingers grazing her thighs, his need evident. She got lost in the smell and taste of him, kissing his lips, his eyes, his nose, as he stripped them both, yanked her dress over her head, unhooked her bra and pulled off his shirt and slacks. There was no more talk of denial, no more worry about propriety. He kissed her as if he never intended to stop, stripping away her bra and panties as her heart pounded and her blood thundered in her ears. He pulled her atop him and lifted his hips, thrusting into her from below, claiming her while she was straddling him, caressing her breasts as she moved. His eyes were closed as they kissed long and hard, the air between them dense, the heat palpable. Her pulse raced, lightning quick,
moving her to that dark, dangerous beyond. Faster and faster they moved, and the room spun crazily, wildly. Her nipples hardened beneath his touch, and when he curled up to take one in his mouth, she cried out. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, her thoughts losing connection. Electricity seemed to crackle around them, and she closed her eyes, feeling the need building within her, the great swelling that was as consuming as it was pleasurable. He knew just where to touch her, just how to... Oh, God, Adam, she cried, as the first spasm hit, jolting her, catapulting her into another time and space. Her eyes closed, and for the moment she was lost, couldn't find herself, couldn't breathe. Beneath her, every muscle in his body contracted. He cried out, his voice raw, his fingers digging into her buttocks. He lost himself in her, and she opened her eyes, stared down at this stranger who was still inside her. Shivering, she blinked hard. Then Kelly realized what had happened. Caitlin, the fool, had made love to this man. Her shrink. God, what a mess, Kelly thought, still straddling him. Huh, he was good enough looking, chiseled male and all. A damned Adonis with his square jaw, intelligent eyes, and honed body, just the kind of physical specimen Kelly liked. Caitlin sure could pick 'em. That much was certain. She wiggled a bit, and he groaned. Oh, she liked that. The ultimate power of sex over a man. What a trip. Caitlin, he said, and she smiled naughtily. If he only knew. Caitlin was long gone. Wouldn't be back for hours, maybe days. Come here, he said, his voice low as he motioned for her to lie against him, to cuddle in afterglow. Jesus, he was predictable. She hesitated, then lowered herself, tangling her fingers in his chest hair and getting off on the fact that he had no idea that she'd switched, that her personality had taken over wimpy, whining, always the victim, Caitlin's. She cooed against his skin and felt his fingers caressing her shoulders, holding her close, his breath whispering in her hair. So romantic, and so damn foolish. But she could play along, and he'd never know. She leaned over and kissed his nipple. His eyes flew open as if he was surprised that she could be flirty and aggressive so soon after. But then, he didn't know her at all. Didn't realize what kind of fire he was playing with. She stared straight into his eyes as the tip of her tongue rimmed his nipple, and he sucked in his breath. Tell me, Adam, she suggested throatily. Was it good for you? Chapter 29. Reed checked his watch. It was after 1 in the morning, and Caitlin's shrink had been inside her house for nearly 3 hours. Doing what? Nothing good. He remembered his old man telling him that nothing good ever happened after midnight. Reed had been 16 at the time and considered his father an idiot. But now, looking back, he decided the man was right. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and refused to drink one more swig of the coffee he'd picked up an hour ago at an all-night convenience store, operated by a pimply-faced kid who looked pale and sick, like a heroin addict, under the fluorescent lights.
He'd nearly bought a pack of cigarettes from the kid, then thought better of it. Now, as he stared through the night, he would have killed for a smoke. He'd relieved Morissette hours ago, and almost envied her the need to get back to her children, to her little family. Almost. He'd watched her juggle her duties as an ambitious cop, along with her life as a single mother, and wondered where she got the energy. "Nicotine and caffeine," she'd replied when he'd asked her about it. "My drugs of choice, and all perfectly legal." Right now, he could use a shot of both. He stifled a yawn and considered going home. Nothing was happening here. The big news of the evening was that Lucille Vasquez had been tracked down at her sister's home in Florida. She was tired, scared, and had been planning to leave for years, but she wasn't running away from anything, she'd assured Reed when he'd returned her call and woken her up. In fact, she planned to return for the funeral. She just needed a break from all the bad omens, deaths, and hard work she'd put up with for most of her life. "I'll be fine," she'd assured him, but when he'd asked about her daughter, remembering the call he'd gotten from Detective Montoya in New Orleans, she'd gotten quiet. "She and me. We weren't that close no more," Lucille had confided. "She told me she was coming home last Christmas, gonna straighten some things out between us, but she never showed up, and I figured she'd changed her mind. This isn't so strange. There was a time when she didn't speak to me for 18 months. No birthday card, no call on Mother's Day, no Christmas present, no nothing. But that's the way she is." When he explained Detective Montoya's concern for Marta, Lucille had sighed. "There just ain't no telling about that girl. Maybe about no child. I don't know. She's been problems from the day she was born, and I did my best to raise her. But what can you do? Kids these days, they do what they want." She went on a defensive litany about her skills at motherhood, and eventually Reed had hung up, knowing not a whole lot more about Marta Vasquez than he had before. She was missing, had been headed toward Savannah, and hadn't shown up. Her mother wasn't concerned. Maybe he shouldn't be either. Something moved in the house. The front door opened. Backlit by the foyer lights, the shrink kissed the widow hard and then half-jogged to his car. Reed watched and wondered what kind of fireworks they'd cooked up together. He wondered if he should follow Hunt, see what he was up to, or stay here and watch the house. One by one, the house lights were switched off, first downstairs and then up. Apparently, Caitlin Bandeau had gone to bed, alone. So if they were lovers, why hadn't Hunt stayed over? Reed checked his watch and waited. 10 minutes. 20. He yawned. 30 minutes into the total darkness, he decided to give it a rest and go home. The department wasn't paying him for this. Only his curiosity and doggedness kept him awake and in the street. And he had a long day tomorrow. With one last glance at the darkened windows, he turned on the ignition and pulled away from the curb. As he passed by her house, he imagined he saw a movement of the curtains. But it was probably just his imagination. He drove straight home, walked into the house, and after stripping off his clothes, turned on the timer on the bedroom TV, and got into bed. He was asleep within minutes, never knowing that Caitlin Bandeau had watched him from the window, waiting patiently. Then, once she was certain he wouldn't return, had quietly slipped into the night. creeps were lined up at the stage of pussies and booties. Sitting at the low bar that surrounded her dance area, some with platters of food in front of them, all swilling drinks, they smoked and joked and drooled as Sugar danced her way through the set. She kicked a leg up high, nearly losing a 5-inch heel, then snuggled up to the pole situated in the middle of the stage, sliding against it as if it were a lover, moving up and down, showing off what she knew was a great ass. Ross had the bass cranked up on the sound system, and a couple of guys in jeans, work shirts, and suspenders were standing behind the first row of patrons and gyrating to the pulsing beat, moving so that she might notice them, like she'd give them the time of day. Or night. Perverts, every one of them. She twirled beneath the lights, back to the pole, and recognized some of the regulars, guys whom she'd considered her bread and butter, though she never encouraged them, never gave them so much as the hint of a smile. Their money might pay the bills, but she didn't want to get into a situation where she would encounter someone who might want to get involved with her. Or worse yet, become obsessed. She'd heard about dancers with their own private stalkers. "You drop dead." The voice on the phone seemed to shimmy across the rafters of this old dive and echo through her brain. Maybe she had already picked one up, one of these sickos who stared at her and fantasized. How about the bald guy who always sat in the corner near the stage curtains? Or the man with the graying beard and mean eyes, who waited until she'd shed her skirt and blouse to put his money on the stage in front of her, all the while ogling her tits as she leaned over to retrieve the cash. One time she'd seen him crease the bills, licking the seam with his long, pointed tongue while his eyes held hers. He was a scary one. Then there was the flat-faced man who stood in the shadows one night and had pointed his finger at her, like a gun, taking aim right at her crotch. She had to get out of this life, and soon, before it caught up with her. She rolled her head around and ran her hands up her thighs. The Montgomery money was her ticket to freedom and respectability. She swung around on the pole, letting her long hair billow behind her. At that moment, she saw him. Deep in the shadows, from a corner table away from the bar, far from the stage. His gaze followed her every move, lusting, wanting. The man who she willingly let into her bed, though she'd tried vainly to close her heart to him. He was respectable. He had money. A member of Savannah's elite. And yet he yearned for her. She saw it in his eyes and in the tightness near the corners of his mouth. He hated what she did for a living, but was tantalized by it, teased and turned on. So she'd give him a special show, step out of her routine. Leaning up against the pole, making sure it was firmly against the split in her rump, she grabbed her breasts, teased her nipples, arched and licked her lips. A roar of approval rippled through the crowd, but they didn't know that she was dancing for only one man. That while she'd take the money left on the linoleum at her feet, even wiggle her tits and ass in front of their slobbering faces, she was mentally fucking the big man in the back, the man who wore admiration as easily as his uniform. He was married, but that didn't make her want him less. She flipped over, showing off her buttocks, pinching them tight as she licked the pole. She almost felt him tremble as he leaned against the back of his chair, a shot glass in one hand, the other discreetly hidden in his pocket. The music faded, and she blew him a kiss, aimed directly at him, though every man in the place thought she had the hots for each of them. God,
If they only knew how she despised them all. They disgusted her. Nothing would ever change that. Provocatively, she danced her way off the stage and through the curtain where she slipped into a robe and dabbed at her face with a cotton ball. He didn't come here often, and never on the weekend when the crowd was heavier and there was more of a chance that he would be recognized. But the few times he had appeared had become a signal. She knew that within minutes he'd be behind the stage door, a bribe to the bouncer allowing him into the shoddy area loosely known as the dressing room, and there, while another girl was on stage thrilling the crowd, he would corner Sugar against the makeup counter, slip his cock out of his trousers, and spin her around so that she was forced to look into the mirror as he mounted her from behind. Without any pretext, he would shove inside of her. He would be hard, excited from the teasing dance. The act would be quick, without a hint of romance attached to it. She would see his face, red and grunting, and she would pretend to get off on the same sense of excitement about being caught that he did. But she didn't. How could she? With the makeup trays and the edge of the vanity pressed against her abdomen, and the few remaining lit bulbs surrounding the mirror hot and showing off her degrading position. She would feel cheap, dirty, used. If anyone lifted the stage curtain, they would be caught. If a dancer waiting for her set came in early, they would be seen. Or if the owner of the establishment wandered through, her lover would have to pay big-time hush money, and Sugar herself would become fair game to the owner, a lowlife named Buddy Hughes. In order to keep his mouth shut, Buddy would expect the same treatment she willingly gave her married lover. And that thought stuck in her craw. Sugar prided herself on being one of the few of Buddy's girls who hadn't done him. She'd like to keep it that way until she got her hands on some of Grandpa Benedict's money and could tell Buddy and any other lowlife who came on to her to piss off. Over the pulsing throb of music, she heard the back door open, and then her lover's quick tread. His hat brim was pulled low over his eyes as he saw her.
"I caught your little dance,"
he said, and reached inside her robe to tweak her breast. A sharp little pain shot through her, and her nipple was instantly hard. He was rough, but not too rough. "Did you?"
"It was just for me."
"Was it? How do you know?" she teased, looking up at him.
"You can be such a tease."
"Mm-hmm."
"And a bitch."
Again, a tweak. "And I can handle you," she sassed, seeing the flame leap in his eyes. He was a tall man and athletic, strong enough that he could spin her around, lift her over his shoulder or up onto his thick cock, all honed muscle and keen mind.
"Let's see,"
he said, and pulled her robe to the floor, leaving her in the thong and pasties. Spinning her around, he pushed her into the makeup table, bending her over, already unzipping and unbuckling, insistently sliding his moist dick around her thong and grunting as he pushed into her. She bucked, and he grabbed her tits, tearing at the tassels with his big, meaty hands, rutting hard, as if he'd held it in too long. A little shock of pain sizzled through her, but she didn't dislike it. Not from him. Not even when he slapped her buttocks with his bare hands.
"That's it, baby,"
he said, pressing her down hard and grunting in pleasure. She arched up, knowing he loved it when she threw her rump against him. "Like that, do you?" With a growl, he leaned forward and placed his teeth over the back of her neck. Not enough to pierce the skin, just enough to remind her who was boss. Moaning on cue, she felt his tempo increase, heard the pounding of the music on the other side of the thin partition, heard him roar loudly above the hoots and hollers of the crowd as he came, gasping, grunting, falling against her. She saw his red, sweat-slicked face in the mirror and felt a moment's revulsion. She was beneath him, holding on to the edges of the table for support, her hair mussed, her face flushed, her eyes hollow. A whore, just as Dickie Ray had always insinuated. Not for the regular crowd, not for her boss, not for anyone except this one man who would never love her. Not because he didn't like her, but because she wasn't of his class. She was meant to screw, not to show off, never to marry. She was less than a dalliance or a fling. She was someone with whom he could explore his naughty side, someone he could spank or pour champagne on and lick it off. She'd do anything for him, and he knew it. It made him feel powerful, and that, above the sex, was what he craved. She knew it, but she doubted that he did. As he zipped up his pants and straightened his shirt, she felt shame that showed itself in the wash of heat that climbed up the back of her neck, the neck he'd so recently sunk his teeth into. She found her robe, threw it over her shoulders, didn't ask the demeaning question, "When will I see you again?"
"That was nice," he said with a little smile as he adjusted himself and buckled his belt. "Real nice."
"Yeah." He placed a small box on the vanity, a tiny gift that she wouldn't open until he slipped through the back door and into the night. It wasn't money, never money, but some little feminine bauble, nothing expensive, never anything lasting. But it was something. He patted her on the buttocks and left. Only later, as she stared down at the silver navel ring, did she realize that he hadn't kissed her. Not once during their brief interlude. There had been no tenderness, no love, just pure, raw sex. And while she'd been turned on at first by the knowledge that she was fucking one of the most powerful men in the city, she was now disgusted, or at least disillusioned. He could easily have a dozen girlfriends, women who danced for him at the Silk Tassel, or the Odd SC, or any of the places his work took him, places away from the prying eyes of his wife. She had no idea what he did with his time when he wasn't working. All she was really sure about was that he was always rock hard and cheated on his wife without conscience. What a legacy. She needed to go home, pour herself some cold vodka and take a long shower, to wash away the sweat, to rinse off the dirt, to wipe away the feeling that she was wasting her life, to find Cricket. Sugar was worrying more and more about her wayward sibling. It had been more than 2 days now since Cricket was last home, and Sugar hadn't heard word one from her sister. None. Cricket's disappearance, in and of itself, wasn't unusual, but coupled with the strange phone calls where no one responded when she answered, Sugar had gotten nervous. What if something had happened? She'd even mentioned it to Dickie Ray, who had told her she worried too much. Like that was a news flash.
"Christ, Sugar, give the kid a break,"
he'd said, while trying to install a new fan belt on his truck. He'd turned and looked at her from beneath the hood, wiped his blackened hands on a greasy rag, and clucked his tongue.
"You gotta let her live her life."
She don't need you clucking after her like some mother hen. And them phone calls, hell, they're probably from the perverts you dance for. It don't take a fucking brain surgeon to figure that one out.
She'd let the subject drop. Dickie Ray was an idiot. Had been from the day he was born. Like all of his nerves didn't quite touch. He was probably the one who'd been sired by Cameron and hence had enough incestuous Montgomery genes to make him stupid. She'd read about that, worried about it. But then, in that respect, Dickie Ray was right. She worried about everything. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Really wrong. On her way out of the club, she hastened down a dark hallway, tripped over a mop bucket, caught herself, swore under her breath, and made her way down the short flight of stairs to the back door, where a broken exit sign gave off only a bit of green light. Outside, it wasn't much better. The night was clear, but dark, and still. Almost eerie. The parking lot was empty except for one lone car, Cricket's old Chevy. And her sister was at the wheel. Thank God! What the hell was her baby sister doing just sitting in her car in this part of town in the middle of the night? Probably looking to score a hit, or was already high. Well, that was just plain crazy. Sugar started for the car, intending to give Cricket a piece of her mind. She crossed the potholes of the parking lot, twisting her ankle in her haste. Ouch! Shit! Damn it all to hell! It just wasn't her night. At the hatchback, she tapped on the glass of the driver's door with her finger. But Cricket didn't respond. Just sat there, doped up and asleep, no doubt. Her skin looked white in the dark interior, though her eyes were splotches on it. Dark, reddish welts along with streaks of mud. Like Cricket had been strung out for days and had a bad reaction. At that thought, Sugar began to worry all over again. "Hey!" she called. No response. She tried the door. It was locked. "Damn it, Cricket! Open up!" She leaned down and saw something in the reflection of the glass. A glimpse of movement in the shadows behind her. A figure running toward her on silent footsteps. Shit! Probably one of the perverts lurking by the dumpster hoping to catch a glimpse of her. Looking over her shoulder, she said, "Listen, you warped son of a bitch. I'm not interested." She was slammed against the car. Oof! Her breath came out in a rush. Her head crashed against the doorframe. Pain exploded behind her eyes. Her purse flew across the lot. What the fuck? She couldn't see her attacker. Her face was smashed against the side of the Chevy. A foul-tasting rag was stuffed into her mouth before she had a chance to scream. What the hell was happening? Cricket was in the car, and this jackass was going to... What? Rape her? Shit! Fear fired her blood. She fought for all she was worth. Sugar was strong and athletic, the hours dancing making her firm, but she couldn't move. Her arm was twisted behind her so hard it nearly came out of its socket. Panic ripped through her. This couldn't be happening. Cricket, for Christ's sake, do something! Why wasn't she moving? Why the hell wasn't she moving? Why were her eyes so glassy, drugged out, and her skin was so pasty beneath the welts? Dozens of them all over her face. Oh, fuck! No! Oh, God! No, no, no! Finally, Sugar understood. She clawed and tried to scream, but it was too late. Another rag was held to her nose, and she wrenched away from the smell of ether. Already her body disobeyed the commands of her screaming mind. Her knees sagged. Her arms and legs were like lead. Even her brain was failing. The lights of the parking lot were spinning in slow motion over her head, moving pinpoints against the dark canopy of the sky. The pressure behind her eased. Slowly, Sugar slid down the side of Cricket's battered Chevrolet onto the pockmarked asphalt. She was vaguely aware that her attacker was swearing under his... No. Her? Breath, and scrabbling across the parking lot trying to retrieve the contents of Sugar's spilled purse. Sugar didn't care. Her entire body was numb, her thoughts floating. She wasn't even scared, though she was certain she should be. There was little doubt in her mind that she was about to die. Chapter 30. Reed pulled the autopsy report on Rebecca Wade from the fax machine and immediately got lost in it. Probable cause of death was asphyxiation, not drowning. She'd been killed first, her tongue sliced out of her mouth and probably tucked into her empty purse, then the body ditched in the water. Who would go to so much trouble? Someone who was making a point. You didn't hack off a body part and wrap it in goddamn saran wrap and tuck it into a designer leather bag unless you wanted to show off a little. Taunt the police. Say, "Hey, cops, look over here. I did this, you idiots. I'm smarter than you." He refilled his coffee cup in the lunchroom, nodded to a couple of beat cops. Still studying the report, he jockeyed his way through the cubicles as he made his way to his office. The minute the details of Rebecca Wade's death leaked out, the press would be over this like crows on roadkill. There would be concern and talk about a serial killer, a murderer focused on people associated with the Montgomery family. It was probably task force time, and the FBI would be called in, which might not be such a bad idea. There were always the jurisdiction squabbles, of course, a few power struggles, but for the most part, he didn't mind the feds. Reed had worked with Vita Marilyn Catalanotto, the local field representative, before. She was all right, if a little pushy. Well, maybe a lot pushy. Transplanted from the Bronx in New York, which explained a lot. Christ. It seemed lately that he was surrounded by female cops. All that equal opportunity crap. Office machines hummed, and phones rang outside his door. Someone told a non-PC joke that he caught the end of, and there was a ripple of laughter in the cubicles near a bank of windows. He didn't pay much attention. Had too much on his mind. All surrounding the Montgomery killings. Caitlin Bandeau's daughter, mother, father, husband, and now shrink were dead, along with a sprinkling of siblings. The way it looked, it was just plain dangerous getting too close to the recently widowed Mrs. Bandeau. Hearing footsteps nearing his open door, Reed looked up. A tall, determined man was steamrolling straight for him. His features were even, his skin a hue that hinted at his Latino heritage, his chin, beneath a dark, neat goatee, set. "You Reed?" he asked, his dark eyes serious, a diamond stud winking in one ear. It was hot as hell outside, and yet the young buck wore all black and leather. From first glance, Reed would have pegged him as a tough, but there was something beyond his swagger, an earnestness in his expression that suggested otherwise. "That's right." Reed straightened. "Ruben Montoya,
New Orleans PD.
Montoya flipped open his wallet, and Reed took a cursory glance at the badge. It looked authentic.
I heard Lucille Vasquez left town.
Montoya stuffed his badge into an inner pocket of the jacket.
That's right,
Reed said, waving the younger cop into a side chair.
But she turned up at her sister's place in Florida. You're looking for her daughter, right? Marta?
Something flashed behind the dark eyes, and his lips drew white against his teeth.
She's been missing for 6 months. A friend of yours?
Yeah, Montoya admitted.
A good friend.
She's not with her mother, and Lucille doesn't know where she is, nor, for the most part, does she care. She's got a bad case of wounded maternal ego. I talked to her last night. She's got no clue where her daughter is.
You're certain?
I'd bet my badge on it.
Hell.
Montoya's lips pursed, and he fidgeted at the pocket of his jacket, as if searching for a non-existent pack of cigarettes.
I checked around with missing persons, and heard there was a Jane Doe found down in the water near St. Simon's Island.
And you thought it might be Marta? How'd you hear that so fast?
I made it a point to.
He was brash, cocky. Reed couldn't help but like him.
I've got dental records with me.
With you? This was beginning to sound strange.
Copies, but they'll do for a match.
Are you a little too involved in this one? Reed asked.
Some people might think so, but they're wrong.
Maybe you should back off, put some perspective on the case. Besides, the Jane Doe isn't Marta Vasquez.
No?
Relief slumped Montoya's broad shoulders.
You're sure?
Reed tossed the report across the table.
Yep.
Montoya scanned the pages, his expression hardening as he read the autopsy report on Rebecca Wade. His face grew darker than before.
Sick bastard, isn't he?
Or she.
A woman?
Quite possibly. Who cuts out her victims' tongues. Appears as such.
Hell.
Montoya finally took the proffered chair.
I've had experience with some really bad dudes. A couple of guys into really sick shit. One called himself Father John, and the other one went by The Chosen One. Serial killers. Both had a weird, religious, sadistic bent.
Our killer tends to pick people close to a wealthy family in town, Reed said, and decided Montoya might look at this case with fresh eyes. Experienced eyes. Reed had read of the serial killers who had haunted New Orleans last year. Serious psychos. Montoya had helped Detective Rick Bentz bring them down. I was going to drive down to St. Simon's in an hour. Check this out. He motioned to the report Montoya was skimming.
Mind if I ride along?
Montoya asked. Usually Reed would have declined, but he figured he could use all the help he could get. Whoever was taking potshots at the Montgomerys was upping the ante. The deaths were coming at rapid-fire speed. Might not be a bad idea, he said, then added, Our latest victim isn't going to look so good, you know. She's been in the water a while.
I got no problem with that.
Reed leveled a gaze at Montoya, and the New Orleans cop didn't flinch. Didn't so much as bat an eye. He'd be okay. After all, he'd witnessed some pretty grisly crime scenes with the killers he'd chased down.
You're on. How is Rebecca Wade connected with the Montgomery family?
Reed filled him in, told him about the Caitlin Montgomery-Bandeau connection, just as the clip of fast-paced footsteps in the outer hallway heralded Morissette's arrival. She flew into the room with a cat-who-ate-the-canary smile pasted on her lips.
Guess what I've got?
Besides a serious attitude problem?
Watch it, Reed, or I might not give you the legal document you've been waiting for. Signed by His Holiness himself, the Honorable Ronald Gillette.
You got a search warrant?
Reed was already reaching for his jacket. Signed, sealed, and now, she slapped the damned paper onto his desk, officially delivered.
Let's go.
Reed was around the desk. He motioned to the visitor. Detective Sylvie Morissette, this is Detective Ruben Montoya of the New Orleans Police Department. On loan or permanent? She asked, sizing up the younger cop. Jesus, what was the matter with her? She'd already had 4 husbands, and from the swift change in her demeanor, it was obvious that she was looking for number 5. No matter how much she protested the fact, as a seriously confirmed bachelor, he didn't understand her need to waltz up the aisle with just about anyone she'd ever slept with. Montoya's looking for Marta Vasquez. As in Lucille, the Montgomery maid's daughter? She asked. One and the same. Thought so. Sylvie nodded, agreeing with herself, her blonde spikes immobile on her head. So maybe you want to come along? She invited. Already invited, Reed said, as they snaked their way downstairs. He was hoping Montoya could shed some light on Lucille's quick departure. It seemed suspicious, and yet his gut told him the old lady wasn't their killer.
It's possible Marta's disappearance could be connected to your case, Montoya thought aloud. Maybe, Reed allowed. Didn't believe it. As far as he knew, Marta didn't have any connection to the Montgomery clan, aside from her mother. But I think she's not close enough to the family. Whoever is doing this seems to concentrate on people who are related.
Except for Rebecca Wade, if that murder is a part of it, Morissette said. Her interest turned from the newcomer to the job at hand, as Reed held the door open for her. Behind her shades, her expressive eyes rolled at his act of chivalry, and he thought she uttered, "Oh, save me," under her breath, as she and Montoya walked outside into the heat. She said to Montoya, "You can ride with us, and Reed'll fill you in."
While you ogle the merchandise,
Reed thought, but kept it to himself. It didn't matter. What did count was that finally, thanks to the search warrant, he'd get to look through Mrs. Bandeau's closets and find out for himself what skeletons she'd hidden away.
So I don't want you to talk to anyone without representation,
Marvin Wilder said, escorting Caitlin to the door of his office. He was a short man whose girth possibly exceeded his height, and his shock of white hair made a sharp contrast to his deep country club tan. His golf trophies exceeded the legal diplomas hung on the richly paneled walls. Caitlin didn't feel much better than she had before the appointment, and any hopes that she'd had of getting what she knew off her chest were quickly put aside by the attorney.
Let's not give the police anything more to work with, not until your memory returns. In the meantime, don't say anything to anyone. Not the police, not the press, no one.
What about my family? She asked. Or my psychiatrist?
Please, Caitlin, just wait a few days. Give me some time to work things out. I know the DA. Let me talk to Kathy Okino and see where we stand.
Caitlin wasn't convinced she was doing the right thing, wasn't certain the police were the enemy, though when she remembered Detective Reed standing on her doorstep, she was tempted to change her mind. She'd even caught a glimpse of him another time, at a coffee shop around the corner from her house, just casually ordering a bagel. In her neighborhood. Oh, sure. He was the reason she felt she was being followed. She was certain of it. But would he call you on the phone and not answer? Or would he pretend to be your child? No, she didn't believe that of him. He was relentless, yes, and she imagined that he was capable of bending the law a bit, but she didn't think he'd stoop to psychological harassment. She left the lawyer's office and drove by Adam's office, Rebecca's old office. The fact that Adam now used it as his office was odd. Kelly was right. At times she felt he wasn't being straight with her, was holding something about himself back, and other times she felt he was being absolutely honest. She didn't know which, but found him more fascinating than she had imagined. There was something restless about him, an impatience hidden beneath his calm veneer, and it touched her, called out to her. You really are a wacko, aren't you? Worse yet, a romantic wacko. What do you really know about him? Nothing, other than what he's told you. Bothered, she drove out of the city. She still hadn't heard from Hannah, and she was getting worried. Caitlin had called Troy, and he'd reminded her that Hannah was like a wounded dog when she was troubled, that she liked to be left alone to lick her emotional wounds. But Caitlin wasn't convinced, and Amanda was jittery. I don't like it either, she'd said, when Caitlin called her. I'd run out there this afternoon, but I'm buried at work, and I've got to meet with the minister and the funeral director for Mom. Dear God, can you believe it? She sighed. Maybe I can run out later. Oh, damn, I'm supposed to pick up Ian from the airport, but then I'll stop by. Don't worry about it. If she doesn't call me back this morning, I'll go out after my appointment with Marvin Wilder. Then call me. I want to know what Marvin says one way or another. In the meantime, let's hope that Hannah calls. Amanda sounded distraught. I'd insist upon police protection, but they're all such dicks. We'd be better off with a private service. Bodyguards all around. I'm going to suggest it to Troy, and if he won't loosen the estate's purse strings, then I'll pay for it myself. My God, Caitlin, we can't just let ourselves be sitting ducks. But I'm sure Hannah's all right, she added, with more of her usual calm. Caitlin wasn't convinced, and dialed Troy again, with no luck. She was told by a snippy secretary that Troy was in a meeting and couldn't be disturbed. So Caitlin was on her own, driving to Oak Hill and hoping like hell that Hannah was there. The mailbox was empty and covered in cobwebs. The gate to the lane was secured by a heavy, rusting chain. But the lock looked new, and there were what appeared to be fresh tire tracks in the mud. Adam double-checked the address. This was the place. He was sure of it. He'd pushed Caitlin into telling him where Kelly lived, and she'd reluctantly come up with a place. She couldn't remember the address, but her description had helped him narrow the possibilities. He'd checked with the county, done some digging, and found that this house had been rented to one Casey Griffin. According to the not-so-tight-lipped receptionist at the rental management company, the checks came in like clockwork. Well, if this was the place, so be it. He had his picks, and the imposing lock was spring-loaded. Not much of a challenge for someone who, as a youth, had learned the skills from street kids he hung out with. Lock-picking, hot-wiring cars, slipping in and out of houses undetected. He'd perfected these skills and was on his way to major trouble when his grandmother had found out and hauled his ass to his older brother, who was then a military policeman.
He'd suggested he turn Adam over to the local cops. Grandma had given him one more chance, but taken him to a state prison and had a friend walk him through the place. The catcalls and whistles, iron bars, barbed wire, and eyes in watchtowers had convinced him to give up his juvenile life of crime. But the old rusty skills still came in handy. He neatly picked the lock, but thought better of driving his car through the gate. He didn't want to be trapped. If someone came, he could hide and sneak away fairly easily, but not with the car parked out front, announcing he was inside. With that in mind, he parked his car at an abandoned gravel pit, half a mile away, and jogged back to the old gate, slipped inside and continued down the gravel lane, which was little more than 2 ruts with weeds growing between them. Guarded by oak and pine, the lane was shaded and secluded, but not forgotten. The grass and weeds were bent in places, and he wondered if Kelly, or Casey, was at home. What then? It was possible she was a murderess. People were dying daily. Whoever she was, she wouldn't want to be exposed, would want to protect the privacy she'd worked so hard to create. He felt a chill, as if he were walking a path evil had already taken, as he rounded a corner and saw the house. It wasn't much, not by Montgomery standards. Set in the trees with a view of the river, it had to be 100 years old, maybe more. Painted green and brown. Well, once anyway, and a very long time ago. It was nestled in the forest, at a bend in the river, and looked like a little hunting or fishing cabin. Hoping he wasn't met by a man with a shotgun, he rapped on the front door. He'd be straight with anyone who answered, say he was looking for Casey, and hope that whoever was inside didn't take offense and blow him away. She could be a murderer. Remember that. And don't be macho enough to think that you can overpower her because she's a woman. She's killed before. He knocked again. Waited. Strained to hear some movement inside. But there was no noise over the wind in the trees, the lap of the river, or the occasional call from some marsh bird. Carefully, he circled the small home, trying to peer through the windows, though most of the blinds were shut. Dead insects and cobwebs and dirt between the closed shutters and the dirty glass. If Kelly Montgomery lived here, she was a pig. The front door was bolted. The small door to a lean-to carport was also locked tight. At the back of the house, he noticed footprints in the mud and dirt near the back veranda. Cigarette butts crushed in the sand. Someone had been here recently. On quiet footsteps, he walked up 2 steps to the deck. It creaked under his weight, protesting his intrusion. The French doors were locked as well, but he withdrew his picks and quickly sprung the mechanism. Slowly he pushed open the door. Then, telling himself he wasn't a common burglar, that the only law he was breaking was that of trespassing, he stepped inside. It took a minute for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The place wasn't unused, that much was certain, just uncared for. It smelled of dust and mildew and smoke, probably from the ashes left in the crumbling brick fireplace. The curtains were old and faded, and not one picture adorned the dingy walls. He was supposed to believe that Kelly Montgomery, pampered and spoiled princess, was living here, driving to a job from here? No way. No damned way. He walked to the desk, where a dusty phone answering machine sat,
red light blinking, next to a picture of Caitlin's little girl, Jamie. Kelly's one nod to her family? Or something else? He sensed that there were more layers here than were first visible. Something he was missing. He'd had the feeling for some time, but it had intensified during the past few days, and then last night. Jesus, what had he been thinking?
You weren't. You let your dick do all your thinking last night.
Disgusted with himself, he pressed the play button on the answering machine and waited while the tape rewound. Then heard Caitlin's voice leaving a message, the message she'd left from her house last night, while he was with her. Then he heard his own voice identifying himself and asking Kelly to return his call. His jaw slid to one side. Hearing his own voice seemed eerily out of sync, warped. In a second of paranoia, he swept his gaze over the walls and ceiling, half expecting to find some sort of tiny camera or bugging device, as if he'd been lured here and then was going to be photographed and studied. But why? What the hell was going on here? Fleetingly, he remembered the night before and mentally kicked himself from one side of Georgia to the other. How had he let himself get so carried away? How had he ended up making love to her? He frowned at his duplicity. He'd risked everything. His profession, his honor, his beliefs, his damned marriage, such as it was. All for a quick roll in the hay. Absently, he rubbed the ring finger on his left hand and noticed the indentation. Still visible, though he hadn't worn his band for a long time. How had he allowed himself to get so carried away? Because the woman got to you, intrigued you. Face it, you're falling for her. She's an enigma, Hunt, and that's what you like, what you've always been attracted to. Think of Rebecca. Another flighty, fascinating woman who caused you a few hours of joy and years of grief. That's what had started it all. His need to find Rebecca. And he'd discovered another woman. One far more complicated. One perhaps more emotionally dangerous. He didn't want to think he was so twisted around by a woman, any woman, but he couldn't shake the feeling that both Rebecca and Caitlin were more than they first appeared, and were, in that sense, perhaps like each other. Eyeing the surroundings, he walked through the sparse rooms. Leather couch, coffee table, dusty television. A bedroom with an antique iron bed and an old quilt. The bathroom stocked with the bare essentials. A bar of soap, tube of toothpaste, near empty bottle of shampoo, and small box of tampons. One set of towels. The kitchen wasn't much better. 3 bottles of Diet Coke, and a bottle of ketchup in the refrigerator. An unopened bag of corn chips, 1 can of tuna, and a jar of peanut butter with 1 finger scoop removed. A roll of paper towels, and 1 set of mismatched dishes that would serve 4 if stretched. The flatware was odds and ends that looked as if they'd been picked up at garage sales or second-hand stores. Certainly not the kind of place one would expect an heir to a damned Southern fortune to call home. No one called this place home. Except for the rats, snakes, and termites he figured slithered and crawled around the foundation or burrowed in the closets. The little house looked like a place teenagers would break into and claim as a secret gathering place, except there were no beer bottles or trash to be found. Not 1 speck of garbage. He walked to the desk and opened the drawer. Not much inside, just a few pictures. All of members of the Montgomery family. So someone came here. Someone associated
with Caitlin. He looked around one last time and slipped out the way he'd come. He'd found nothing of consequence, and certainly nothing to help him in his quest to find Rebecca. If push came to shove, he'd go to the police. He'd have to, and endure their skeptical looks and disbelief when he explained about her. In the meantime, there was Caitlin. Beautiful, puzzling Caitlin. What the hell was he going to do about her? Sugar opened a bleary eye. It was dark, and she was lying in a bed. But not her bed. Not in her bedroom. Music was playing faintly. A song she should recall. What was it? Had she heard it in the club? Looking like a tramp. Why couldn't she move? Couldn't think straight. Like a video vamp. Def Leppard. That was it. And the song, Pour Some Sugar on Me, or something like that. What the hell was going on? She squinted, tried to think clearly. The only light came from moonlight filtering through the windows. Lots of windows, with lacy curtains. The bed was soft, and there was the scent of honeysuckle drifting in through the lacy curtains, billowing at the windows. She was lying on her back, naked. Wait a minute. She couldn't move, and her mind wasn't working right. The images were blurry, as if she were on a bad LSD trip. She tried to roll over, but couldn't, finally realizing that she'd been bound. She was tied to the bedposts, her legs spread-eagled, her arms pulled tight to one post over her head. What the hell? She shifted and realized with mind-numbing fear that she wasn't alone. Shit! She turned her head and saw her sister. Christ! Sugar jumped. Her bonds didn't move. Cricket, too, was naked, lying on her back, her head twisted to one side so she stared blankly at Sugar. All over Cricket's body were little reddish pockmarks, stings or pimples or bites. Sugar tried to let out a scream, but no sound came from her throat. She tried to strain and buck, but she didn't move. She'd been drugged, for certain. She heard a movement, looked down at the foot of her bed, and recognized her captor. All hope sank as she stared into the condemning eyes. So you're awake. We, your slut of a sister and I, have been waiting. Do you know who I am? Of course I do. You bitch. I'm Atropos, one of the three fates. Not that you would understand, you cretin. But I wanted you to know. And I've been watching you. Seen what you've done. Oh, yes. Sugar felt cold fear. She knew. Oh, God. She knew about Sugar's lover. Sugar didn't doubt for a second that this was the person who had made the terrifying calls. This was the person who'd been stalking her. You've wanted to be a Montgomery for so long, and now you can. Do you know where you are? Can you guess? What kind of a sick game was this? Oak Hill. You've always wanted to see inside, haven't you? Well, here you are. And now you can stay. Atropos moved slowly out of the shadows. She walked to a table and picked up a jar. No more guessing games. As she walked closer, Sugar, terrified, saw that she was wearing gloves. This is honey, and it's just the start. To make sure the rest sticks. The rest? The rest of what? Sugar was trying to buck away, terrified. Whatever this sick bitch had in mind, it would be awful. She'd already killed Cricket. That was for sure. And now... She didn't feel the sticky stuff being poured over her body, between her legs, over her breasts, on her lips, in her hair. Her attempts at trying to shrink away were fruitless, and her mind was wandering. This couldn't be happening. This was nuts. A horrid dream. Sugar. Such a sweet name. And it has so many possibilities. Go to hell. Then she heard a ripping sound, and saw Atropos standing over her with a huge sack. She began to pour, and white powder, sugar, came rolling out, covering Sugar's body. Such a sweet name, Atropos said, then hummed along with the music that played over and over and over. That song. Little Miss Innocence. Sugar wanted to cry, to scream, to rail against this horrid, sick woman. But she could only watch. Pour some sugar on me. One bag wasn't enough. Atropos ripped open another, and the pouring continued. Over the bed, over Cricket, over Sugar. She was saying something about insects and soft tissues, and Sugar being a whore, but she couldn't hear it over the roar of the sweet crystals falling over her body, in her hair, on her hands, and finally, over her face. She gasped and sputtered, disbelieving. No, no, no. Please stop. Please. Someone help me. Chapter 31. The problem was, Reed couldn't be two places at once. With Montoya and Morissette, he stopped by Caitlin Bandeau's house, found her not home, and delegated the search to a couple of detectives he worked with. He trusted Landon and Metzger to do a thorough job and figured he could run down to St. Simon's and be back within a few hours if he pushed the speed limit. He might miss Caitlin's return, but he'd deal with her later, once they knew what she'd hidden away. He was hoping for a murder weapon, but he'd take any bit of evidence that would link her to the crime. The trip to St. Simon's took over an hour, but they didn't have to stay long. Viewing Rebecca Wade's body wasn't easy. Nor, Reed thought, had it been necessary. He could have asked for pictures, though there was something compelling about actually seeing the victim rather than flipping through pictures. Not that they wouldn't have been bad enough. They'd seen the remains, and he'd wanted to heave, as he imagined had both Morissette and Montoya. But they'd all managed to get through the ordeal without throwing up, and had learned an interesting piece of information from the deputy in charge. The dentist we got the records from knew her pretty well.
She'd gone to him for years, and he was pretty upset to think that she might have been killed, let me tell you.
Deputy Croft, a fleshy man pushing the last loop of his belt buckle as he edged ever closer to retirement, nodded to himself as they walked out of the morgue to the intense sun of Georgia in June. Water was visible, sunlight skating off the surface, nearly blinding in its intensity.
And the kicker is that he said she was married. Didn't you say you didn't know if there were any next of kin?
Croft asked, taking off his hat to smooth his hair, then squaring it onto his thinning patch of gray. Reed nodded.
We don't have much information on her. Well, she'd grown up in Michigan, small town outside of Ann Arbor. The dentist, Paxton, his name is, Timothy Paxton. He knew her as a kid, knew the family, remembered her getting married to another student at the university. The folks passed on a few years back, but Paxton was sure she was married to a guy named Hunter or Hunt or Huntington or something like that. Never had any kids that he knew of, but he never heard much about a divorce, neither.
Adam Hunt? Reed asked, exchanging a look with Morissette.
That sounds like it. Yep, could be.
There was no could be about it. Reed was sure of it. Crap. How had they missed that? He took the information, and filling Montoya in, they drove north toward Savannah. Morissette took the job of calling the dentist and verbally pushing her way past a receptionist who didn't want to put her through, some idiot who thought an impression for a new crown was more important than an ongoing murder investigation. Eventually, she got through. She plugged one ear and listened as Reed drove 10 miles faster than the speed limit. She hung up and said, "Looks like Deputy Croft's information is on the money. The dentist was an old family friend. Choked up about Rebecca."
What did he have to say about Hunt?
Not much more than we learned from Croft. Rebecca met him in college, where they were both psych majors. Lived with him a while, married him after she'd graduated, and then lost touch with Dr. Paxton. Her folks are dead, and apparently, so was the marriage.
Hunt has a lot of explaining to do. Did anyone ever talk to him?
They were driving through the swampy flatlands, the highway cutting close to the coast. "I tried a couple of times. Should have pushed it," Morissette admitted, frowning and reaching for her cigarettes. She and Montoya lit up, cracking the windows of the Crown Victoria. "I went to the office twice. Figured I'd catch him there. Called just yesterday."
But he never called back.
"Nope."
"Let's find him. Give him the news that his wife, or ex-wife, is dead."
Reed wondered how the guy was involved, if he was involved. The police would find out if a missing persons report had been filed, if Hunt and Wade had been married at the time of her death, if he'd been around before, if there was a will, insurance money, or another man or woman involved. He remembered seeing Hunt on the doorstep of Caitlin Bandeau's house, kissing her as if they were lovers. He gave the Crown Vic a little more gas and discussed Adam Hunt and what they were going to do about him all the way back to the city. He pulled up in front of Caitlin's house, where the search was still going strong. Handing the keys to Morissette, he said, "Check out Hunt. Tell him about Rebecca Wade. Find out what he knows. I'll catch a ride back with Metzger." To Montoya, he said, "You can go with her if you like. Make sure she doesn't get into any trouble." "Blow it out your ass," Morissette said, with a twinkle in her eye. "Make that your big, hairy, effin' ass." One of Montoya's eyebrows arched. "Don't ask. She can tell you all about her deal with her kids on the way over to Hunt's. It has to do with a kitty cat bank." "Hello, kitty," she said, as Reed climbed out of the car and Morissette took over the wheel. "Wear your seatbelt," he advised Montoya,
then slapped the side of the car and hurried up the brick walk. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a news van rolling toward the house. Great. Just what he needed. Before the reporter could clamber out of the van, Reed was inside the house, the door closed firmly behind him. The detectives had taken the liberty of putting the little dog in his kennel in the laundry room, and according to Landon,
"The mutt hasn't shut up for a minute, always with the yapping." "The owner hasn't returned?" "Not yet,"
Landon said. He was big, black, and beautiful, as they used to say, tall enough to have played college basketball, and smart enough that when the NBA didn't come knocking, he earned himself a B.S. in criminal justice. Landon was taking law classes at night and had his eye firmly on Catherine Okano's job. He shaved his head these days, sported a soul patch, and had one of those sculpted bodies that only came from a military-like dedication to lifting weights.
"Good thing we had a no-knockin' search," he said now.
Reed agreed. It would have been a pain if they had been restricted to having to ask for Caitlin Bandeau's permission.
"You found anything?" "No weapon, nothing like that. But come upstairs."
Landon led Reed to the second story.
"Take a look here."
He pointed to the discolorations on the carpet.
"And in here, check out the shower."
He nodded toward the bathroom, where the glass shower door had been cracked, the fissures radiating from a hole in its center.
"We think the stain in the bedroom might be blood. We found a few flecks on the baseboard, so we've already called the crime scene team. They're going to go over the place with luminol." "Good. Check it out."
The luminol test would prove if there had been blood on the carpet or anywhere else in the room, and find out the type or types. He was getting a bad feeling about this.
"Looks like a lot of blood,"
Landon said.
"But the victim was killed elsewhere, right? At his home? Could we have it wrong? Maybe he was killed here and transported."
"Unlikely, from the way the body was found, rigor, and the way the blood had settled in his body. But the kicker is that someone took the time to stage his suicide in a clumsy attempt to make everyone think he'd slit his wrists. But there wasn't enough blood at the scene, or in his body, to explain it." Landon snorted.
"You were missing blood?"
"Yep."
"My guess is you just found it."
"Hannah?" Caitlin called, knocking loudly on the door of the old house she'd once called home. She was worried. Hannah hadn't returned her calls, and Caitlin had spent most of the day trying to track her down. First in town, at the few places she hung out, because she hadn't answered. Then, finally running out of options, she'd left another message saying she was coming to the house and would wait for her baby sister. She didn't like the idea of Hannah living out here in the middle of nowhere, in this old, empty, falling-down mansion. There were rust spots on the downspouts, shutters listing from the windows, mortar crumbling away from the bricks of the wide front porch. Where once this house had held a huge family, it now was nearly empty. Only Hannah remained, and that wasn't good. No one her age should be tucked away in this old, dilapidated museum of a home. When her sister didn't answer, Caitlin walked to the back of the house, where the table and chairs were positioned on the wide back porch. It had been only days since she'd sat here, her mother in one chair, worried whether Caitlin would be charged with murdering her husband. Good Lord, what had happened in those few days? And what about last night? What had happened then? 1 minute you were kissing Adam, fairly throwing yourself at him, really getting it on, and the next you don't remember anything. You blacked out again, lost hours. Hours. How? She didn't want to think about the blackouts. They were coming too close together, too often.
her life spinning out of control. It was stress, that was it. The police were breathing down her neck. She was guarding this incredible secret about all of the blood she'd found the morning after Josh was killed. Her mother had been murdered, and now, oh God, now, she was worried about Hannah. She had a key, one she'd never given back when she'd moved out. Finding it on her keyring, she decided to let herself inside. She pushed the door open and walked into the house. Her heart tightened as she glanced at the table where she'd eaten breakfast with her siblings before school, saw the hooks by the back door where their backpacks and jackets had hung. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet, and though it was still light outside, the clouds had covered the sun, and the broad porches flanking the first floor had cooled the house and shaded the windows, making it seem dark. "Hannah?" she called, but heard nothing. The house felt empty, and yet, did she hear music or a television on, playing from somewhere upstairs? "Hannah? Are you home?" Her cell phone rang, and she jumped, then chided herself for her case of nerves. This old manor had been her home. She'd grown up here. And bad things had happened here, along with the good. You remembered the nights you hid beneath the bed, the menacing footsteps in the hall outside your door, the frightening shadows that would pass, blocking the slice of light under the door as they moved on the other side. Monster. Brother. Charles, with his hot breath and rough hands. She was breathing fast now, adrenaline pumping through her blood. The phone jangled sharply, and she gasped, then dug through her purse and dragged it out. "Hello?" she said breathlessly as she hit the talk button. Silence. "Oh, no. Not now." "Hello?" Nothing. She clicked off quickly. Shut the damn thing off. Whoever had decided to terrorize her knew her cell phone number. How much more? What other intimate details of her private life did they know? Hannah wasn't here. She should just leave now. But she started for the stairs and was certain she heard soft voices and thin music playing, coming from upstairs. Fear pounded in her heart. Don't be a wuss. You've climbed these stairs 1,000,000 times in your life. For God's sake, Caitlin, you're being foolish. It's broad daylight. This was your mother's home. Yours. Taking in a deep breath, she climbed to the landing, and the sound of music grew louder. Maybe Hannah had dropped off while watching television. She walked up the stairs, but stopped. Hannah's door was open. The light off. No radio or television playing. But there was in Caitlin's room. The door was closed, but the muted sounds were definitely emanating from the other side of her room at the far end of the hall. Music. Vaguely familiar. She hesitated, watched the shafts of sunlight pierce the colored glass of the skylight above the landing, and told herself it was now or never. She could leave and never open the door. She could call Kelly or Troy or Adam and wait for them to show up. Or she could just goddamn show some guts and walk into the bedroom where only a few days before she'd slept in her old canopied bed. Or the door to Charles's old room was open as well. Swallowing back her fear, she eased into the room. It wasn't disturbed. Had been left the way he'd had it when at 19 he'd been killed. Athletic trophies lined a shelf. His high school letter, faded now, was still pinned to a bulletin board. And beside his bed, in the nightstand, should be his pistol. She opened the drawer, and there was the little gun, just as he'd left it. No bullets were in the chamber, and she had no idea where. Her eyes narrowed on one of his shooting trophies, one that was a cup. Years ago, before he'd died, she'd seen him empty this little pistol and place the bullets in the cup. To be safe, he'd told her, and winked when he'd caught her watching from outside the door. Could it be? Would she be so lucky? She took the cup from its resting place, and sure enough, along with an unused and ancient condom, was a box of tiny bullets. Before she could think twice, she loaded the gun and slipped the rest of the box in her purse. Then, armed and dangerous, she eyed the only closed door on the second floor. "Go for it," she muttered, disregarding the sweat prickling her scalp and the warning hairs rising on the back of her arms. Her running shoes were muffled against the hall runner as she forced herself down the hallway and twisted the doorknob. The door opened, and she walked into the room. She wasn't alone. 2 women, 2 naked women, were lying tied to her bed. Caitlin gasped, stepped back. Terror gripped her as the television flickered. Tied to the headboard, Sugar Biscayne and her sister Cricket stared sightlessly at her. They were dead. Their flesh, where it hadn't been bitten or eaten, white, where it was covered by mounds and mounds of white crystals. Pounds of sugar that in turn was crawling with insects. Ants, crickets, flies, hornets. Music pulsed through the room, was playing from a small CD player set up in the corner, the same song over and over. Pour some sugar on me. The television flickered with some muted cooking show. Stumbling backward, Caitlin half fell into the hallway. Her stomach heaved as she scrambled to her feet and fled down the stairs. She had to get out of here, to leave before whoever it was that did this found her. She flew out of the house, leaving the door open. Her heart was pounding wildly, fear pumping through her blood. She found her keys, slid behind the wheel, could barely think, barely jab the key into the ignition. Come on, she muttered, as her fingers trembled and fumbled. She twisted on the ignition. Nothing happened. What? Oh, God, no! Frantically, she pumped the gas and tried again. Come on, she cried. Oh, this was no good. No good. Her heart was jackhammering, pounding crazily, her pulse leaping. She felt it then, that horrible feeling that she might lose consciousness, the blackness threatening to swallow her. She wouldn't let it, couldn't, but the damned car wouldn't start. Don't panic. You have a gun. But what good would this tiny weapon be against an unseen enemy who had killed so many? She found her cell phone and dialed Adam's number and left a panicked message. Call the police. The blackness was pulling at her mind, trying to drag her under. She started to dial the phone again. A simple number, 911. But before she could punch the numbers, the phone rang in her hand. Relieved, trying to keep the world from spinning, she pressed the talk button. Adam, I'm at Oak Hill, and something terrible's happened. People are dead, and my car won't start, and... Mommy? The child's breathless voice whispered. Oh, God, no! It couldn't be. It wasn't Jamie. Or was it? Things were beginning to jumble. She was breathing so hard, so fast, her heartbeat racing out of control. Mommy, I can't find you. Baby? Jamie? Mommy's right here. Mommy, I'm scared. I am too, baby. I am too, she said. And suddenly she lost control, was slipping away, fading. Oh, God! She shuddered, fought the overwhelming feeling, and lost. She was no longer herself.
Jesus H. Christ,
Kelly thought, slipping easily to the fore.
Caitlin had always been too mentally frail, a weakling, one of those simpering, feeble women that Kelly had always hated. A loser with a capital L. Well, she wasn't here right now, was she? She'd disappeared. Maybe now she would be lost forever. Gone, vanished. And that was good. It was time for Kelly to be in control.
In the sterile sanctuary, Atropos clicked off the recorder.
Caitlin's maternal instincts were so predictable, so easily evoked. A tape recording of her dead child's voice, and she'd come running, even though she knew the kid was dead. But then, Caitlin never had been altogether, now had she? And it had only worsened with time. As a child, she'd had an imaginary friend in Griffin, someone to play with when her siblings, especially Kelly, who tormented her sister, were busy. Griffin had emerged after the episode when Caitlin had been locked away with dead Nana. Atropos smiled. Even Nana hadn't suspected that her tea was being doctored, that her frailty was manufactured. After the trauma with Nana, Caitlin had found solace in her little pretend friend. She'd gone on and on about Griffin, to the point that Bernada had forbidden her to ever speak of him, refused anyone's suggestion that Caitlin needed help. She was just a child with an imaginary friend. What was the harm in that? And Bernada hadn't wanted to believe that any of her children could have been afflicted with the Montgomery curse, that they might be mentally unstable. So Griffin, the invisible, had stayed with Caitlin and was there when she'd discovered Charles's body buried deep in the snow. An imaginary friend, or the first evidence of schizophrenia. What did it matter? Caitlin was a fruitcake. Had really lost it after the boating accident. As she thought of Caitlin, Atropos snipped at the pictures of Cricket and Sugar. She'd gotten the snapshot of Cricket from her driver's license. A pretty ugly shot, but she didn't need much. Atropos cut off Cricket's head and attached it to a bug's body. Yes, that was a nice touch. And for Sugar, the cunt, she used the Polaroid she'd found in Sugar's lover's wallet. A naked shot of Sugar spread-eagled on the bed. The picture
was sickening, but would be perfect for the gnarled family tree with its broken, falling branch reserved for the Biscaynes. With relish, Atropos mangled the damning photograph by snipping off Sugar's breasts and the juncture of her legs. She glued both pieces to the wrapper of a small packet of sugar Atropos had slipped into her purse when she'd visited the coffee bar a few days earlier. She slipped Sugar's head into the packet, so that only her eyes were visible. Perfect. So now they were ready to mount with their life cords. Little cricket, complete with antennae, wings, and insect legs. Atropos pinned her to her branch as if she were a butterfly to be displayed upon a velvet background, and ran the life cord to the main trunk of the tree. Next, she stuck the empty packet of sugar, with a set of boobs and cunt attached, to the same twisted branch, and added Sugar's life cord. She admired her work, but only for a minute. She had so much more to do, and time was running out. Chapter 32. Adam didn't go straight back to his car. After slipping out of Casey Griffin's house, he'd explored the grounds. Found nothing significant, other than a few fairly fresh oil stains in the carport, then taken a short path that cut through the trees to the river. The cabin sat up from the water, the deck having a view of the river and beyond, to the far shore where, as Caitlin had told him, Oak Hill stood. There was no dock, but a small canoe had been pulled into the tall grass and weeds, oars and a flashlight tucked inside. The flashlight looked new, and when he switched it on, it worked, its beam bright in the coming dusk. Insects buzzed and whirled around the light, and he clicked it off to gaze across the darkening, ever-shifting river. Something was wrong. Evil. Something malicious lurked unseen in the gloom. Something that followed Caitlin around as closely as her own shadow. Something he didn't understand. Something? Something? How about everything? He'd lingered several hours at the cabin by the river, hoping someone might show up. Casey? Kelly? Or someone else. He'd walked the shore, stepped in the stream by mistake, and eventually sat on a flat boulder and tossed stones into the water, watching the ever-widening ripples as he thought and wondered about Caitlin. He cared for her. Big time. More than he should have. She was the first woman since Rebecca whom he'd allowed to get so close to him. And she was the most complicated. You mean the most screwed up? Caitlin and Kelly. Twins. They spun and blended in his mind, so alike, yet, according to Caitlin, so different. And Kelly was dead. Or so everyone thought. Everyone but Caitlin. Even though Kelly's body had never been found. The family had buried her, and buried her deep, in the cemetery where Josh Bandeau, her father and brothers, were buried. Kelly Griffin Montgomery had been interred, with or without a body. She had a grave with a headstone. He'd seen it himself, and the permanence of that etched marble pounded into the earth had caused his skin to prickle with goosebumps. Caitlin believed it was all a lie, that Kelly was just in hiding because of a big rift in the family, a major rift, one that couldn't be bridged.
The truth? Or what she wanted to believe? Was Kelly real? Or a ghost? Shit. Now he was wearing out. No ghosts. Just overactive and wishful imagination. Caitlin was troubled. Made up imaginary friends, hadn't been able to suffer the loss of her sister in the boating accident, and so had conjured her up, brought her back to life. Standing, he dusted his hands and glanced across the river to Oak Hill. It stood on a bluff overlooking the river, about half a mile downstream. From here he could stare at the old manor and wondered how often Casey, whoever she was, did. He looked at the pictures he'd taken from the cabin and had slipped into his pocket. A group of odd photographs of Caitlin and Kelly, Amanda, Hannah, Troy, and, he presumed, Charles. There was even a snapshot of a baby, probably Parker, the one who had died of SIDS. Or been killed. So many deaths. At Kelly's hand? Caitlin's? Someone else's? He had to talk to Caitlin and then go to the police with what he knew. First, he'd advise Caitlin to get a lawyer. Tell her he would help her as best he could. You can't tell the police anything. You're her counselor, her mental doctor. But he had to save her from whom? More and more he felt he was trying to save her from herself, if that was possible. Disturbed at the turn of his thoughts, he jogged back to the car as twilight was descending. Out here, where he could see the sky, a million stars were winking, and the scent of the river was strong. Frogs began to croak, insects to sing. It could have been peaceful but for the underlying feeling of evil, ever present and pervasive. Opening the hatchback of his little car, he searched for a rag to wipe off his shoe and spied the backpack Rebecca had kept hanging in her closet, the one he'd found in her office. He'd always thought the backpack had been out of place there, one of the few things she'd kept from their life together. It was worn and frayed, and he'd used it to haul some things from her office. There had been nothing in it when he'd found it, and it was nearly empty now. So where the hell are you? He wondered aloud, as he located an old golf towel he'd stashed in a compartment with a spare tire. He swabbed his legs and shoes, wiping off any trace of river water. He was about to throw the used towel into his car and take off, but hesitated, and instead picked up the backpack. Inside, he found a few things from her office that he'd intended to return. He took them out. Files and computer disks, a couple of pictures and a notepad. Laying them on the back floor of the hatchback beneath the tiny bulb, he examined the bag more closely. It was a simple design, made of a canvas-like material and reinforced with leather on the bottom. One of the straps had frayed. The leather was scuffed and torn in places. All of the pockets and zippered closures were empty. The main zipper to the biggest compartment was jammed and wouldn't close. All in all, the old bag was a piece of crap. So why hadn't she gone out and gotten a new one? Why hang on to the thing? Nostalgia? For this? He doubted it. Get rid of the men in her life, but keep this old battered backpack when she had a leather briefcase he'd discovered in her home? Definitely not Rebecca's style. He held the bag aloft, turning it beneath the dim light on the roof of the car. As it slowly spun, he noticed something that wasn't right. A slit in the bottom, where the leather had been reattached to the canvas. Rebecca fixed the cut, but not the zipper. He pulled. The thread was tight, the rudimentary hand stitches gone over several times. He didn't have a knife, but he used his keys, pulling at the stitches and shredding them there in the gravel pit, feeling like a fool because this was probably nothing but a hasty repair job, then finally opening the bottom of the bag enough to peer inside. Tucked deep inside was a compact disc. His throat tightened. He knew in a heartbeat that it was the information he was looking for. The information on Caitlin Montgomery Bandeau. Reed caught a ride with Metzger back to the station. The guy was 50 pounds overweight. When he wasn't smoking, he was chewing tobacco. He had a wife and 5 kids, and a cholesterol count in the stratosphere. And he was one of the best cops Reed had ever worked with. Reed left Diane Moses and her team at Caitlin's house and gave her instructions to detain Caitlin Bandeau and call immediately if she returned. Reed had asked specifically for hair samples from the dog, as well as from Caitlin's brushes, for which he earned one of Diane's famous "Don't tell me how to run my team" looks. So he'd shut up. Diane wasn't the most fun at a party, but she knew her business. As he and Metzger pulled into the station parking lot, Morissette and Montoya were just getting out of their unmarked Crown Vic. "Any luck?" Reed asked, but could tell by Morissette's sour expression that she'd come up empty-handed. "Nada. Not at Hunt's place or his office, which were sealing. Couldn't locate any of the Montgomery relatives either. Troy's, quote, out of the office, and the secretary won't say where, though she promises to try and call him on his cell. Translate that to on the golf course, or with some woman he's not supposed to be. Amanda's not in the office, but with a client somewhere. Again, the secretary at the law firm will try to call. Sugar Biscayne seems to have joined her sister, as I can't raise her either. No one's seen her since last night. Hannah's not answering out at the house, and I've got a county deputy going out to knock on the door. As for Lucille Vasquez, she's still in Florida, right?" Morissette asked, and Reed noted that the skin over Montoya's face tightened. "As far as I know, though supposedly she was coming back for Berneda's funeral." "Which is when? Day after tomorrow?" Reed lifted a shoulder. "Soon. The family's been demanding we release the body." "Have we done that?" she asked, as they walked toward the station. "Yep. Autopsy's finished. Toxicology's back. No reason not to let her go." "What about trace evidence? Anything found in the bed sheets or room or the scrapings under her nails?" "Still checking." "It's a bitch, you know?" Morissette said, as she flipped her sunglasses onto her head. "The whole effing family being out of touch. Ain't that about as convenient as free hot dogs at a vegetarian convention? I've got all points out on both Hunt and Bandeau and their vehicles, but so far, nothing." "We'll find him." For the first time since Reed had met him, Montoya grinned. "That's the attitude." "Yeah," Sylvie agreed. "Sure beats crying in your beer. We get enough of that poor me attitude from the jerk-offs we arrest." "Is it the same in New Orleans?" They couldn't help themselves, got caught up in a life of crime because, you know, they had it rough as kids. Bad stepdads, lousy teachers, mothers who had to work. Give me a effing break. If you ask me, the whole world is filled with whiny asses. Her cell phone rang suddenly, and she pulled it from her belt. "Morissette," she growled into the phone, then immediately turned all of her attention to the conversation. "Yeah? You're sure? Okay, got it. I don't like the sound of this. Call for backup and apprehend. We're on our way." She clicked off the phone, her face serious. "Let's go," she said, turning back to her vehicle.
Hunt's car has been spotted. Looks like he's on his way to the Montgomery family estate. I'll drive, and don't fucking argue with me.
Kelly felt the cold steel of the gun in her hand as she moved in the shadows of the shrubbery, the big old house looming behind her. Only one window, that of her bedroom, glowing with the flickering blue light of the television set. The rest of the grounds were quiet. Eerily so. Seemingly deserted, which, she figured, was a crock. Someone was here. She sensed it, in the prickle of apprehension running down her spine. She'd learned to shoot years ago, at her father Cameron's insistence. The old bastard. Talk about someone who got what he deserved. Well, they all did, didn't they? Cameron dying on his way back from visiting his lover and losing control of his car as well as one of his balls. Crazy Aunt Alice letting herself be put in a mental institution, allowing the rest of the family to decide what would happen to her fortune. It was fitting, somehow, that she had died at that place, where the life was sucked out of a person while she was being waited on hand and foot. Then there was Charles, killed by an arrow through his cold, useless heart. Charles the predator, becoming the prey. Yes, the deaths were making sense. Even Josh. When Kelly hadn't had the nerve to go through with poisoning him with the wine, someone else had come in and lent a hand, polishing him off with some debilitating drug and then slitting his wrists in order to make it look like a suicide. She remembered going to his home that night. Caitlin had been drinking in a bar and wouldn't remember what happened. The timing had been perfect. Kelly had decided to end her twins' anguish. Forever. Pretending to be Caitlin, she'd driven to the bastard's house in her sister's white Lexus. It was time to take Josh out. He'd been tormenting Caitlin for years, destroying any sense of self-worth his ex-wife had ever had, and Kelly was sick to death of it. So she'd shown up on his doorstep with the doctored bottle of wine and pretended to be Caitlin. Her ruse had worked, but it had taken some manipulating, and she'd had to grit her teeth not to tell the bastard to go straight to hell when he'd opened the door and, scowling down at her, had demanded, "What the hell do you want?" Christ, what had Caitlin ever seen in the jerk? She'd wanted to kill him right then, but she hadn't, and played the meeker Caitlin role to the hilt. He'd stood on the porch, claiming he didn't want her there, but rather than raise a scene, he'd finally deigned to allow her inside, making the mistake of leading her into the den where the damning wrongful death lawsuit papers had been lying on his desk. Never had a man more deserved to die. What a money-grubbing prick. Kelly had been glad she'd brought the wine with its fake label. She pretended to be weak and worried, even wringing her hands like Caitlin sometimes did, and Josh had lost some of his arrogance. God, he'd been such a lying, two-faced bastard. But she'd been lucky that night. At least, she'd thought so at the time. Josh had already been drinking, enough that his judgment was obviously impaired. He'd softened up a bit, even offered her a glass of wine he'd been drinking before he'd opened the second bottle. Her deadly bottle. The cork had popped loudly, echoing in Kelly's ears as she watched with fascination as Josh, the bandit Bandeau, had poured himself a glass. It might as well have been hemlock. She'd drunk from her glass and stared at him as he swallowed the sulfite-laden Chardonnay in one long swallow.
"Your coming here doesn't change anything," he'd assured her, slurring his words a bit. "I'm still going to file the suit, and...
He'd shaken his head as if dazed, then poured himself another drink and refilled Kelly's glass with the wine she'd brought. She'd begun to have second thoughts as he swallowed more of the wine that could kill him. Suddenly, she realized she'd made a horrendous mistake. She wasn't a killer. No way. So she hadn't been able to go through with it. Panic had seized her. "Don't drink any more," she'd ordered. "Josh, look, I made a mistake. A really bad one."
"You've made lots of 'em, Kate."
He'd leaned heavily against his desk, and she'd noticed beads of sweat on his upper lip and forehead. "I mean it. The wine isn't what you think," she'd admitted, looking him straight in the eye. "You'll need epinephrine."
"What?"
"Now, Josh." He'd nearly dropped his glass as he swept up the bottle and read the label.
"But I drink this all the time."
"That's not what's in the bottle. Look, there's no time to explain. But the wine you drank has sulfites."
"Shit! You poison me? You goddamn bitch. Caitlin, or Jesus Christ, who the hell are you? Get out, now."
He'd taken one wobbly step toward her before reeling quickly and nearly stumbling, heading into the bathroom, where she knew he kept his anti-allergy kit. Through the open doorway, in the reflection of the mirror over his sink, she'd seen him give himself a life-saving dose. Her legs had felt weak. What had she been thinking? She'd wondered. Dear God, had she really been going to kill Caitlin's ex-husband? She wasn't a murderess, and she was feeling dizzy, woozy. Was she as nuts as her sister? She'd asked herself, her vision blurring a bit. Now, as she slunk through the shadows at Oak Crest, she couldn't remember much more of the night Josh had died. She'd felt odd, her mind clouded, her legs like rubber as she'd tried to leave. From the corner of her eyes, she'd seen Josh return to the den and half fall into his desk chair. But before she could call out to him, before she realized what was happening, she'd stumbled and hit her head as she'd swooned to the floor of the den. And then she had blacked out, remembered nothing more. Later, she'd learned that Josh was dead. Obviously killed by someone who was picking off the Montgomery family members. Whoever was behind all this had an enviable sense of irony, but was as deadly as sin. That person had tried once to kill the twins in the boating accident, then, recently, had attempted to frame Caitlin for her husband's murder. Silently, her heart a drum, Kelly crept around the bole of a huge oak tree, the branches rattling slightly. Smelling the heavy scent of the river and dry grass, seeing the Spanish moss swaying eerily in the wind, light, filmy wraiths shivering as they clung to the gnarled branches, she gritted her teeth against a dark fear that burrowed through her. She sensed she wasn't alone, that the killer was nearby. Armed with the pistol, her cell phone, and a tiny flashlight she'd retrieved from the Lexus's glove box, she felt every hair on the back of her arms prickle in dread. Tough. She couldn't back down and crumble into wimpy Caitlin now. No more. She wouldn't allow her weak-minded twin to fall victim any longer. Never again. It ended here, tonight. No matter what. A gust of wind passed by, ruffling her hair, seeming to laugh at her bravado. Lucille had said it all.
There's ghosts here on this plantation, don't you know? You hear 'em too, now don't you? They talk to me, and they talk to you." In Kelly's opinion, that was crazy talk. But now, listening to the whisper of the breeze, watching the moss dance and shimmy, she wasn't so sure. Her fingers tightened around the pistol. She wasn't going to cower in the car like a cornered mouse when who knew what was waiting, ready to pounce on her. Oh, excuse me, on Caitlin. At the drop of the hat. Charles's gun would take care of that. The cell phone rang, and she cursed herself for bringing it with her from the car. Whoever was out here waiting for her would hear it as well. She ducked behind the old pump house and quickly hit the talk button, but didn't answer. The airwaves crackled, and no one said a word. Any noise would bring her hunter fast upon her. She raised a finger to disconnect and turn the damn thing off, when the first faint sounds of a toddler's voice cried softly. Pathetic, mewling whimpers. "Mommy, where are you?" Kelly gasped, her heart twisted. So this was the game. Using the memory of Jamie and Caitlin's guilt as bait. Kelly flattened against the weathered boards of the pump house, the peeling paint scratching the back of her neck. "I'm here, honey, and I'm coming to get you," she whispered. "It's dark, and I'm scared." Kelly's gaze swept the lawn, the outbuildings, the old garage, the fruit cellar, the stables and old slave quarters. "I bet you're scared, honey. Just tell me where you are. Mommy will come," she said, trying to make her voice quiver, hoping that she could fool whoever was on the other end of the line into believing that she was as ragged and frayed as damned Caitlin. She put a hitch in her voice, faked a sob. "Jamie? Honey, can you tell me where you are?" "I don't know. It's dark. Icky. There's dirt and glass, and it smells bad." She began to sob, and for a second Kelly almost bought into the lame, frightened toddler charade. Almost, but not quite. "Mommy, please come," the frail little voice said, all quavery and lisping and desperate. "Oh, for the love of God." "I am," she whispered. "Mommy has to hang up now." "No, please. I love you, Mommy, and I'm so scared." Click. Kelly froze. Never would she have expected the person on the other end of the line to hang up. Not unless she'd been seen. Unless whoever was on the other end of the line, an assassin pretending to be a little girl, had been near enough to hear her and pinpointed Kelly's hiding spot. Damn. Panicked, it was all she could do to hold on, not to bolt and expose herself further. Noiselessly, she slid past the barn, crawling behind a watering trough. Where would a person hide? Here, on these grounds. What had the clues been? What had the caller whispered in a baby voice? "It's dark." Well, hell, the whole place is dark. "There's dirt and glass,
And it smells bad.
Underground. But there were several basements that... And then she knew. Of course she knew. She'd played there as a child. Adam drove like a madman. His cell phone battery was shot, and he couldn't call, had barely been able to hear the message that Caitlin was on her way to Oak Hill. His fingers curled over the steering wheel in a death grip, and he tried to shove aside the worry that had been with him since he'd put the CD he'd found in the backpack into his laptop computer. While parked in the gravel pit, he'd read Rebecca's notes and felt a growing sense of alarm with each new discovery. How had he not seen what had been, in retrospect, so patently obvious? How, he wondered as he hit the bridge at 70 and saw the turnoff for Oak Hill, had he been so blind? Rebecca had decided that Caitlin not only suffered from dissociative identity disorder, DID, often called a split or multiple personality, but that the disorder had gone undiagnosed all of her life. It had worsened with time, and when she'd almost died after the boating accident, she'd taken on her twin's persona. She'd lose track of time, and in those gaps she became Kelly, whose body was never located. Caitlin had kept her sister alive, giving her a fake job and renting a cabin for her on the river. Whenever Caitlin became stressed, when her heartbeat accelerated beyond the norm, when her adrenaline was pumping wildly through her veins, she became Kelly. As she had when they'd made love. That was the trigger. This was new ground for DID. Adam didn't know of another case where the host personality took on a second personality from another real person. Usually the splits were fragmented people, all parts of the whole. Nor did the host person speak with his counterparts. That condition was much more like schizophrenia, where the patient actually would see people and converse with them, even though the people he saw didn't. Caitlin's condition was unique and had caused Rebecca, ever ambitious, to believe she would shake up the academic world and get a $1 million deal to write a book. Christ, he'd been a fool. Blind. Because you made one hell of a mistake. You fell in love with your patient, the very woman you were using to find Rebecca. Guilt placed a stranglehold on his heart, but he set his jaw. There was no time for recriminations, not when Caitlin's life was at stake. Cranking on the wheel, his tires screaming in protest, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the lights of a police vehicle strobing the night. Good. He'd need help. If Caitlin was Kelly, and she was somehow responsible for the murders of her husband, mother, and other members of her family, she could be dangerous. Not only to him, but to herself as well. Self-destructive. Christ, no. He couldn't lose her now. Wouldn't. Not if he had a chance. He hit the gas, watched the trees lining the drive flash by in a blur. Siren wailing, bright lights flashing. The cop car screamed after him. Adam only hoped they weren't too late. The cellar beneath the slave quarters was Stygian dark and silent as death. It reeked of musty earth and something else. Something metallic. Kelly swallowed hard as she inched down the stairs. Her muscles were tense, the gun clenched in her sweaty fingers. Dear God, what would she find down here? Each step creaked against her weight, announcing her arrival. Her nerves were frayed as she reached the earthen floor, and then the darkness was broken by one flickering sliver of light that shone like a damned beacon beneath a brick wall covered by a rack of dusty, forgotten wine bottles. From a dark corner behind her, she heard a rat scurry, and she jumped, nearly dropping the gun. "Get a grip," she told herself, but expected someone to pounce on her at any second. She didn't take her eyes off the crack of light, and suddenly all the old rumors congealed in her head. The slave quarters, unused for generations, had been renovated once years ago, the basement converted to a wine cellar. There had been hushed gossip within the family that Cameron had even had a secret room installed, one where he could meet with his lover when Bernada had gotten suspicious of the carriage house. Was it possible? Was someone in there now? Fear gripping her, Kelly took a chance. She flipped on the flashlight and expected a shot to ring out and burrow in her heart. Nothing happened. Quickly, she ran the beam of her flashlight over the empty cracks, piles of forgotten burlap sacks, broken bottles, and debris. All the old, decaying. Her heart glitched. There, in the middle of the floor, among the shards of glass, leaves that had blown in over the years and dust, was the bunny. The droopy-eared stuffed animal Jamie had adored. The one that should have been resting on Jamie's bed in Caitlin's house. Kelly's heart wrenched for her niece, the innocent baby. How could anyone take her most precious toy and leave it here to taunt and agonize Caitlin? Because whoever is behind this is one sick, warped bastard. Gritting her teeth, Kelly shone the beam of her flashlight onto the wall above the crack of light on the floor. She nearly missed it as the beam tracked over the old bottles, and then she saw it. A glint of metal. The hidden lever in the wall. So this was it. She eased forward, around the bunny, and pulled together all of her courage. Gun in hand, she flipped the switch and stepped back. The wall swung open silently, quickly. Instantly, Kelly was blinded by the flood of white light. Everywhere. She blinked and caught glimpses of fluorescent lamps, white walls, white furniture, gleaming stainless steel. The images came at her in a bright rush. Her eyes couldn't focus quickly enough. She saw movement from the corner of her eye, and there, from a hiding spot deep in the shadows of the old wine cellar, caught a glimpse of a figure erupting from beneath the old burlap bags. Sacks flew. Dust clouded, and the figure raised some kind of club high overhead. Kelly spun, aimed, fired. The murderer, oh God, a woman, ducked, then swung wildly. The club slammed into her head. Crack! Pain exploded behind her eyes in a terrifying flash. Her legs wobbled. The gun went flying. The cell phone hit the dirt floor with a thud. Kelly's knees buckled. She tried to hold on to her consciousness, but as she crumpled to the cold, damp earth, she saw the glint of something in the darkness. A needle. Thin. Wicked. Deadly. She tried to get away, but couldn't. As if, from a distance, she witnessed the hypodermic plunge into her arm. She thought she heard a siren wail far away, and as her head hit the floor, She looked into the clinical room and caught a glimpse of a grotesque piece of art on the barren white walls. A tree, with long strings of black and red pasted to it. Distorted bodies were pinned to each string. Ugly pictures, horrifying shots. I am Atropos, Caitlin. A familiar voice intoned, as the darkness seeped from the edges of her eyes, threatening to claim her. Atropos? And now it is your turn. It's time to join the others. A face she recognized came close to hers, and with terrorizing certainty, she knew she was about to die. That's right. It is time, Atropos said with a deadly smile. You have finally met your fate. Chapter 33. We have to go in, Adam ordered. He was antsy, ready to climb out of his skull, and this dull-headed cop was holding a gun on him. Now! Don't you get it? There's a killer on the loose and he— Just turn around, sir, and lean against the car, and no one will get hurt. A pair of handcuffs dangled from the cop's free hand. Listen, you have to understand. Adam was frantic, afraid for Caitlin's life. There's a woman in here. Serious danger. From herself or someone else. Caitlin Bandeau. She's the widow of Josh Bandeau, who was killed. I know who he is. Now turn around. You have to believe me. We don't have any time to waste. Do it, the cop ordered. And when Adam considered lunging for the gun, he warned, Don't even think about it. But we have to help her. We have to. It might save her life. The cop hesitated just a fraction. His scowl deepened. He'd heard it all 1,000 times, probably. Look, we've got to find her. Soon, before it's too late. Let me go inside and— No way. But get over it. Turn around. Adam wasn't about to give up. Call Detective Reed at the Savannah Police Department. Homicide. Tell him that Caitlin Bandeau's a split personality, that she's Kelly Montgomery. You're talking nonsense, the cop growled, his nostrils flaring. No more lip. No, I'm her psychologist, and she's here. Look, her car is there. Run her plates. It's Caitlin Bandeau. The cop glanced at the white Lexus, and Adam saw him hesitate again. Listen, there's not much time. Call Reed. Do it now. First put your hands on the hood. Then you'll call him. Then I'll think about it. Shit. Adam wanted to punch the guy in his badass cop face, but knew it would only make the situation worse. Reluctantly, he turned, did as he was asked, and let the cop wrench his hands behind his back and cuff him. I'm serious. Put in the call. After you're in the cage. There's no time. Get the fuck inside. The bruiser of a cop yanked the door open, put his hand over Adam's head, and nearly shoved him into the back of the cruiser. Adam fell against a back seat that smelled suspiciously of urine and Lysol, then struggled to a sitting position to glare through the window. The cop slammed the door shut, then placed a call on his cell and started talking, while Adam mentally climbed the walls of the meshed-in back seat. Seconds were ticking by. Precious minutes that might mean life or death for Caitlin. Oh, God, what could he do? He should never have allowed himself to be locked in a car. Hey! He started kicking the windows. We've got to get inside. Now! She's here! Shut up! the cop growled. But he'd pulled his sidearm, acted as if he was going inside. Alone. Oh, Christ, the dumb shit didn't know what he was going to face. Frantic, Adam kept kicking. He had to get out. He had to help. In his mind's eye, he saw Caitlin's face, Kelly's face, and he imagined it streaked with blood, her lips pale, her eyes staring glazed and dead upward. No, no, no! He beat against the glass wildly and heard sirens cutting through the night. Twisting, he stared out the back window and spotted 2 cop cars racing down the long drive, their headlights splashing on the trees and old siding of the aging manor, their overhead lights flashing blue and yellow. The cavalry. Or the enemy? Adam didn't know which. Tires crunched to a stop, and dust rose in front of the headlights. 3 detectives clambered out of their cruiser, their faces obscured in the night. He couldn't stand it. Adam began kicking at the windows all over again, making as much noise as he could with his heels. Suddenly the door was thrown open, and the cop who had cuffed him stuck his head inside. "Do that again, and I'll have you in shackles so fast your head'll swim." "Let me talk to Reed," I said. "Let's hear what he has to say." Another male voice. "I'm Reed. Step out of the vehicle, and don't do anything stupid." Adam half rolled out of the back seat and straightened as his feet hit the gravel. He found himself standing eye to eye with a no-nonsense cop. "Okay, Hunt. What's your story?" A woman in uniform stood next to Reed, one hip thrust out as she lit a cigarette and glared at him over the flame of a match. She passed the lit cigarette to a tall man with a dark goatee, black pants and leather jacket, then lit another. "Caitlin Bandeau is Kelly Montgomery, or at least she thinks she is," he said, frantic. "She's suffering from DID and possibly schizophrenia." "DID? What the hell's that?" the woman asked. "Dissociative identity disorder." The younger cop with a goatee narrowed his eyes and drew hard on his cigarette. "Bullshit," Reed said. The young cop asked, "What the hell does DID have to do with anything?" He blew out a cloud of smoke. "It could mean she's in danger, or that she's dangerous. Either way, she's here, and I think the killer's here. We have to find her. Now." "This is all blue smoke and mirrors," Reed said. "I don't think so," Adam insisted. "My ex-wife is the one who diagnosed her." "Your wife?" Reed's eyes narrowed, and Adam's panic rose. They were losing time. Precious seconds were ticking away. "Rebecca Wade. I came down here to find her. It's a long story. We don't have time for it now. But she'd run off before. I wasn't sure she was missing, as we've been divorced for years, but He caught the glances sent between the cops. "What?" "Oh. God. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you," Reed said, and the night seemed to thrum with malice. Adam braced himself, knew what was coming. Still, he couldn't prepare himself for the finality of Reed's words. "Your ex-wife's body has been found, positively identified as Rebecca Wade." "Where? How?" He couldn't breathe for a moment. Couldn't think. Rebecca? Dead? Lively. Live by the minute, Rebecca? No. Oh, God. He thought he might be sick. "We pulled her out of the water off St. Simon's Island. Been there a few weeks." Reed was solemn.
She...
He shook his head to clear it.
Was she...
Murdered? Reed asked and nodded.
I'm sorry, he said, and Adam felt a hand upon his shoulder.
The thought of Rebecca being killed made his skin crawl. They'd had their differences, and many a fight, but Rebecca had been passionate and vital. Adam squeezed his eyes shut, silently grieved, but knew that if he didn't move fast, the same fate could await Caitlin.
We have to find her, he said. Caitlin, we have to find her before it's too late. Agreed.
Reed scanned the eyes of the small group of cops.
Let's get to it, before we have another homicide on our hands. You get back in the car. But don't argue. We're wasting time.
He glanced at the bully of a cop who had cuffed Adam.
Stay with him and call for backup.
Then, before the damned psychologist could argue, he led Sylvie and Montoya inside the dark house. It felt empty and smelled like death. But there was music playing, some eerie song. Reed got a bad feeling that only worsened as he stepped from one dark room to the other. They followed the sound, up the stairs and through an open door to a bedroom where two naked women had met their doom. Son of a bitch! Son of a fucking bitch! Morissette blurted as she gazed at the bed, illuminated by the flickering light of a television. Covered in white powder that looked like sugar and another substance that Reed guessed was honey, the bodies were crawling with vermin. Bastard! Montoya's mouth tightened to a hard, unforgiving line, as if he'd seen it already. Sylvie Morissette gagged, then swore a blue streak that would put her into hock for the rest of her life if she paid into the damned kiddie bank, as she recognized Sugar and Cricket Biscayne. What kind of a sick fuck would do this? She asked. Sugar, because of her name, and Crickets, and... Oh, God. Let's off the bastard.
First, we have to find him or her, Reed said, looking at the revolting display. Call the crime scene team.
He glanced through the windows to the night.
Let's go. We're not done here. There might be more bodies.
Jesus, Morissette muttered. Montoya added,
or the killer. Right. Now let's go. Somewhere around here, maybe we'll scare up Caitlin Bandeau.
If we're not too late, Morissette whispered, making the sign of the cross over her chest for the first time that Reed could remember.
She could have done this, Reed reminded them soberly. Who the hell knew? Adam Hunt thought that Caitlin was a split personality. That explained a lot of things. But Reed wasn't convinced. It sounded like psychobabble mumbo-jumbo. For all he knew, she could be the killer. Or the split could be. Or the split could make a convenient alibi. Until he found Caitlin Montgomery Bandeau, he'd keep his options open. She was floating, neither alive nor dead. 1 minute Caitlin, the next Kelly, as she lay upon the desk in the white, bright room. Fluorescent lights blazed, and the tile floor was covered with a clear plastic tarp. Caitlin's eyes were open, but she could barely move, only drooled. Her head turned, her cheek lying on the cold desktop, the way Josh had been when he died. The room spun, but she saw her attacker. Atropos.
in her blurred vision, working deftly, measuring chords only to cut them with a pair of long-handled stainless steel scissors that winked under the harsh lights. Atropos my ass, Caitlin thought. The murderer who seemed to be talking to herself was Amanda, Caitlin's sister, and she was dressed in hospital scrubs, latex gloves, and even slippers and a cap, under which her hair had been tucked. Caitlin couldn't believe it. Didn't want to. Amanda, whom she had turned to for comfort and wisdom. Was Amanda the one who had killed everyone so cruelly? Amanda? But that was impossible. Amanda herself had been attacked, yet not killed. The tree she hit in her sports car was the only one for a long stretch. She could have staged the accident to make it appear as if she was a victim. But that was crazy. Wasn't it? Caitlin's head thundered, but she couldn't lift it, couldn't move, could only wonder. Amanda looked at her, and for the first time Caitlin realized that her older sister had been talking as she'd braided the red and black cords. So you see, Caitlin, or is it Kelly? Sometimes it's hard to tell. You were definitely Kelly when you came here. What? Kelly's here? Where? Amanda's eyes narrowed pensively as she stared at Caitlin. You must be Caitlin, because you don't seem to understand. You don't even remember that Kelly is really dead, and that you took on her personality after she disappeared. Caitlin's head was spinning. She couldn't think straight. Amanda was making no sense. And yet, a very small, chilling part of her acknowledged some truth in her older sister's words. That's right. Katie did. You're a fruitcake. At least 2 people. God knows how many more. But part of the time, you thought you were Kelly. You were damned convinced of it. Even lived out in that old cabin. Jesus, the one across the river. And you had blackouts. You ended up with the Montgomery curse. Didn't you know? You're wrong, she wanted to say. You're the one who's cursed. You're the one who's mad. You're the one with the split personality, sometimes Amanda, sometimes Atropos. Well, anyway, all those who were fated to die, all the pretenders to the Montgomery fortune, were not merely killed, but their deaths were planned, plotted carefully, and fitting by me, Atropos. As if Atropos were somehow separate from her, 2 entities, 1 body. It started with Parker. I killed him. He was my first, and it was... Amanda's quick-moving fingers hesitated a moment as she thought. Well, it was almost by accident. Oh, God. Amanda was confessing to killing baby Parker. Caitlin thought she would be sick. It was all so horrible, so bizarre. Smothering him, while no one was looking, was easy.
Amanda said, her eyes narrowing at the memory. And really, I did everyone a favor. He was always crying and colicky and just such a pain in the butt. Such a noisy, rotten baby. I couldn't believe Mother was still having children, even after, well, you know Cameron. Dear old Dad was screwing around on her. But he still had time to keep knocking up his wife as well, creating more little Montgomerys to fight over his money. Amanda looked directly at Caitlin. Can you imagine that? Having children with a man you knew was fucking his own half-sister. Amanda's face darkened. Her lips twisted in disgust. And not just that. Copper was having kids too. Cameron couldn't keep his dick in his pants, could he? And he didn't know diddly squat about birth control. Not our sick bastard of a father. He just kept spawning kids. With 2 women. What an amoral prick. He deserved to die. She snipped off a bit of thread with her teeth and admired the cord she'd been braiding. Caitlin tried to concentrate, to keep hold of her wits as Amanda seemed obsessed with unburdening herself. It wasn't just with Copper, you know. Dad had other mistresses. Her jaw slid to the side as she glanced at Caitlin. Bet you didn't know that even ever-faithful Lucille couldn't resist him. I overheard her talking to him about it years later. Huh. She was crying and carrying on, promising to look after Mother. But the truth of the matter was, she had a one-night stand with Cameron, and bango, got herself pregnant. Caitlin was horrified. What was Amanda saying? God, could this twisted woman really be her sister? The girl and woman she'd grown up with? That's right. Marta Vasquez, Lucille's daughter, was really our half-sister. But Lucille managed to pass her off as her ex-husband's. Why do you think Lucille took off so fast after Mom died? Because she figured it out. Knew that someone was killing off everyone close to the Montgomerys, including her daughter. I got lucky with that one. Marta was stupid enough to come to the office where I work, as the firm had handled Dad's will. She was going to contest it, because she'd found out that she was a Montgomery. I guess Lucille must have finally told her the truth. Who knows? Rather than go to one of the partners, Marta started with me. Luckily, no one knew that we met. And so, I had to improvise. Amanda's gaze moved to the hideous family tree with its broken branches. There was a picture of Marta as a child. Caitlin felt sick. Amanda nodded, as if to convince herself. Oh, yeah. Marta had to go. Like the rest. She hesitated, then added, including Dad. Caitlin was still having trouble tracking the conversation, but Amanda helped her out. That's right. I killed him. Didn't know that, did you? No one did. But I did. I was with him in the car that day, and I just grabbed hold of the damned steering wheel and forced him into the river. It helped that he was drunk, but
She smiled slyly. The real trick of it all was that I'd already fiddled with his seatbelt. Made sure it wouldn't hold. She looked up at Caitlin then, as if seeking approval for being so clever. The seatbelt was the easy part, though. Cutting off his testicle, that took a little more stamina. Let me tell you. I had to surface, then take a couple of dives. Good thing I can hold my breath for a long time. Amanda the athlete. Of course. She could swim, shoot, run, row, you name it. Always an overachiever. Caitlin trembled. She remembered seeing Cricket and Sugar in her bed, lying beneath the crawling insects, their eyes and mouths and other areas of soft tissue already devoured. Amanda had killed them. She'd killed all of them. And without a doubt, she'd planned Caitlin's fate as well. It was only a matter of time before she'd kill her. Caitlin retched at the thought. Amanda sighed. You were always such a wimp, Kate. Such a weakling. Once Kelly disappeared, you were never the same. I orchestrated that, too. Wanted you both dead, but though Kelly presumably drowned, you survived and took on part of her personality. I'm surprised I'm the only one who caught on. But then, the rest of the family was in such shock. You cracking up actually helped things along. Now, I had a scapegoat. I made sure that you were always around before I knocked someone off. Clever, don't you think? You bitch. The thought was foreign, as if it had come from somewhere else. The Kelly personality? No, Kelly wasn't dead. Yes, she is. You've known it for a long time. You just wouldn't face it. No, I'm Kelly. What? No, you're Caitlin. You've known it all along. Fight the blackouts. Fight the urge to let Kelly take over, to hide from the pain. You have to stay clear. Fight. You have to save yourself. Caitlin shivered inside, refused to close her eyes, and as she did, she noticed that her mind was clearing a bit. Her head throbbed, but her vision was less blurred, her thoughts more connected. She heard a noise and glanced to the floor. Oh, God. Hannah. Poor Hannah was tied and bound, her eyes as big as saucers, sweat rolling down her face. Alive. She was alive. For a second, Caitlin felt a glimmer of hope, but it was short-lived. Amanda wouldn't set them free. Already she was cutting lengths of red and black thread, another braid to be cut and trimmed and added to the macabre family tree. Hannah didn't appear drugged, just frightened out of her mind. Think, Caitlin, think. You have to save her. Save yourself. Somehow you've got to get out of here, and soon. There isn't much time. Oh. Amanda saw her sisters exchange glances. I guess you didn't know that Hannah was here, too. She's been waiting for you. I let her see the others. You know, the ones up in your room. Sugar and Cricket. Damned interlopers. So she understands what's going to happen. Behind her gag, Hannah made mewling noises.
Shut up! Amanda shouted at Hannah, kicking at her, then looking at Caitlin again. She always was spoiled. Talked back. She goes, too. And Troy. I haven't quite decided. I won't be able to blame his death on you, so I'll have to make it look like he was involved in a horrible accident, kind of like the fire that took Copper Biscayne's life. Arching an eyebrow, she said silently that she'd killed Copper. Hannah was screaming behind her gag, trying to roll on the floor. I said, shut up! Do you want me to give you a shot of what I gave Caitlin? Christ, you've been a pain ever since I called you from Caitlin's, pretending to be her and invited you out to dinner. And, she added with a touch of sick humor, uh-oh, you never made it to any restaurant. Instead, you disappeared, didn't you? No one could find poor Hannah, and even her older sister, Amanda, was frantic. Amanda laughed to herself. Don't play the victim, okay? This isn't a B horror flick. Hannah was blinking hard now, terrified. Tears welled in her eyes, and Caitlin, too, wanted to crumple, to hide, to pretend it was a dream and hope she'd wake up. Stop it. For crying out loud. There's no one here to help you, Katie did. This is no time to be a wuss. You have to save yourself, to save Hannah, to save me. Kelly's voice was loud as it pounded through Caitlin's brain. What could she do? What? Her mind was racing, searching for answers, her gaze traveling from Hannah's terrorized face to the deadly calm of Amanda. Atropos, who kept on braiding, weaving the hideous red and black cords. You know, I worked it all out, she was saying, as if letting Caitlin in on a deep secret. I made sure I killed all of them right after you'd seen them. Remember when you visited Aunt Alice Ann? Remember you told me about it? And then the attempts on Amanda's life. I made sure you'd been over and in the garage, and that you'd touched the TR so that your fingerprints would be on it. Amanda had to appear a victim, she said. And Caitlin realized she was Atropos now, the murderess, a separate entity from her older sister. Come on, Caitlin. Try to move. Try, damn it. I knew you were so fragile that you wouldn't remember. Atropos looked up from her work for a second. You should never have told me about your meetings with the shrink. That's what tipped me off. I knew something was happening. That you were changing, becoming stronger. But I didn't realize what it was all about until I witnessed the change myself after your hypnosis therapy. I saw the transformation once when you were really upset and your adrenaline was pumping. It was weird the first time, seeing the Kelly personality emerge. But then I realized what the trigger was, how to get your heart rate up, how to bring out Kelly when I needed her. But I also figured Rebecca Wade had discovered that you were a split personality, so I broke into her office to make sure. Everything was in the computer files, and as I read and realized that she meant to write a book about you, make you some kind of landmark case, that she, too,
Had to bite the big one.
It was interesting, using the GHB on her, slipping it into her coffee. Oh no, let's see. Not coffee. She hesitated and placed a finger alongside her jaw. It was a tall, non-fat single latte, with light foam, I think. She laughed again, amused at herself. Didn't you like my little mafia touch of cutting out her tongue to keep her from talking, even though she was already dead?
Oh, God, no. Not Rebecca, too.
Caitlin felt something. A tingle. Was it her imagination? Or could she move one thumb?
Don't listen to what she's saying. Move, for Christ's sake. Move. It's your only chance.
Kelly's voice seemed to scream at her from inside her mind. But the shrink's notes did help me in one way, Atropos continued. They showed me how to bring out the Kelly personality when I needed her. Once I figured out how to make you hyperventilate, get your blood pressure up, I was able to bring Kelly out whenever I needed you to lose track of time, and therefore not have an alibi. Hannah let out a panicked squeal, and Caitlin stared at her, willing her to understand, to be calm. Clever? Amanda asked, as she tied off the braid.
Not clever, you maniac. Psychotic. Sick. Horrible. Amanda had killed so many people, tortured them, used them, and then set it up to blame Caitlin. But she had feeling in her feet and arms, though she didn't lift her head, didn't show any sign that she was recovering. If Amanda had the slightest inclination that she could move so much as one muscle, she'd drug her again. Better, for the moment, until she had her strength, to pretend to be incapacitated. So now you have to die, here in your lair. I'll claim the roles were reversed, that you captured me. See? Look here. She lifted her arms, showed there were bruises around her wrists. Handcuffs, she explained, because it's going to look like you handcuffed me to a post out in the wine cellar, and I broke free. We struggled, the tables were turned, and you ended up dead. Not me. She tied off another cord. Time was running out. It helped that you, or was it Kelly, made a pathetic attempt to kill Josh. You didn't know that I'd already arrived and caught him drinking. So while he was using the facilities, I slipped in the GHB. I ducked outside to the patio to watch, and guess what? That's when you showed up, giving the police a perfect suspect. Josh didn't suspect his drink had been doctored, so he gave you a glass. Bingo! I got 2 birds with 1 stone. She admired her work and slid one eye in Caitlin's direction. It was all Caitlin could do to remain still. Her limbs were beginning to tingle. Feeling was coming back to her hands and feet. You know, Amanda said, it was fitting, don't you think, the way Josh died? Josh, the bloodsucker, had his own lifeblood drained. She finished braiding and again looked over at Caitlin. For a second,
Caitlin's gaze cleared, and she focused more clearly on her sister. The horrendous implications curdled her stomach. Amanda, or Atropos. She was a murderer. A cold-blooded killer. Little Jamie was difficult. What? She'd killed Jamie? No. Oh, God. No, no, no. Agony ricocheted down her body, tore at her with angry claws, bit into any piece of mind she'd found. Not the baby. Please, please, not my precious, precious baby. Caitlin quaked from the inside out, felt herself begin to slide. No, not now. She couldn't step aside now. She wouldn't let the Kelly personality take over. She had to fight. She had to win. But it was so hard. Caitlin's personality had always been weaker, but now she wouldn't let go. Couldn't. She would have died anyway. Atropos insisted with a beatific smile. She was a wonderful child, but we all know she was very, very sick. There really was no hope. Caitlin's heart froze. How could this monster talk of Jamie so coldly, so clinically? I hated to do it, but I just helped her along, like I did Mother. She was an heir, you know, in the way. Just before I did it, I managed to tape Jamie. She was scared in the hospital. You just stepped downstairs for dinner. It was the only time she was alone, and I had my little recorder in my pocket when I slipped in to visit her. That's what you heard on the phone. That and my impersonation of her. She paused a second, then said in a scared little voice, Mummy? Mummy? Where are you? Caitlin tried to scream, tried to move. Her baby! Her sister had killed her baby! Adrenaline pumped through her bloodstream. Anger and rage poured through her. Her fingers curled over the edge of the desk. Hannah let out a muffled wail. You're all so pathetic. I find it incredible that we came from the same damn gene pool, she said, glowering down at Hannah before pointing a finger at Caitlin. So now you pose a problem. Are you Caitlin, or are you Kelly? Twins. Two people in one body? Amanda began to pace. I think the best thing to do is cut you in half, right down the middle. One half put somewhere, another half somewhere else. But it's so messy. So messy. I already had to deal with one mess. Draining Josh's blood from him and splashing it all around your room wasn't that easy. You were so out of it. I needed your handprint to make the marks. Fortunately, you hit your nose when you fell on Josh's and spilled some blood. I bet the next morning you freaked, didn't you, when you woke up? And you thought you had too much to drink? She laughed then, and the sound was as evil as Satan's cackle. Caitlin quivered, but tried desperately to pull herself together. She could move.
barely. Her vision was getting less blurred, and she thought, over the droning of Amanda's voice, that she could hear footsteps. But maybe she was imagining the sound. "Don't ever let anyone slip GHB into your drink again, Caitlin. You really do pass out and not remember." Then she smiled and stood near the horrendous family tree. "I guess you won't have to worry about that anymore. You won't have to worry about anything." Hannah was slowly inching her body close to Amanda's feet. She caught Caitlin's eye, and Caitlin blinked slowly, hoping her sister would understand. Amanda was prattling on, but Caitlin barely heard her, was concentrating on moving her fingers and listening. Was someone outside this hideous lair getting closer? Was that a creak of the stairs? She almost jumped and felt a measure of control return to her body. If she tried, with all her concentration, she attempted to lift the index finger of her right hand. Hannah saw the movement and froze. Amanda was admiring her work. "Now let's see." She looked at Caitlin. "The fun part. I'll cut the cord as atropos." With her pair of long-bladed surgical scissors, she snipped the red and black braid cleanly. Caitlin managed to move one finger, just barely. "Perfect," Amanda announced, setting the scissors on the desk and turning to the image of the grotesque tree with its frightening pictures. "Pretty soon, you'll join the others." "Not if I can help it." Kelly's voice reverberated through her head. "Move your fucking hand, Caitlin. Grab the scissors." Caitlin strained, inched her hand forward. Amanda's back was turned. Obviously, she thought Caitlin couldn't move. Nor had she noticed Hannah slowly getting closer, inching her body near enough that Amanda, with one false step, could trip. "What are you doing?" Amanda suddenly demanded, glaring at Hannah. "You never learn, do you? I guess I'm going to have to teach you a lesson." She reached for the scissors and swiped them off the table. "Maybe I should show you what happened to Josh." Hannah shook her head, began scooting frantically away. "He bled to death, one little drop at a time." She advanced on Hannah, who was cowering between the desk and the rest of the room, wedged and unable to move, just below Caitlin. Amanda leaned down, but instead of untying one of Hannah's hands and reaching for her wrist, she grabbed a handful of Hannah's hair and pulled it back, exposing her sister's throat. "Oh, God. The gun. Where is Charles's damned gun?" Caitlin searched wildly, saw it on a corner of the tarp, seemingly miles away. She could never reach it in time. All too slowly, the drug in Caitlin's bloodstream was wearing off. She could move. Her toes wiggled slightly. Bit by bit, her muscles were responding. But she didn't have time to wait, and she couldn't reach the damned pistol. Amanda was drawing an imaginary line on Hannah's throat, and Hannah was quivering in fear, trying to pull away, but tied in such a manner that she could do nothing but cry and whimper. "Watch, Caitlin." "Can you see?" Amanda asked. "You're next. That's what the tarp is for, to catch the blood splatter. As soon as Hannah passes out, it'll be your turn. Now." She opened the scissors. The blades glimmered wickedly. Ever so slowly, drawing the drama out, Amanda placed the open blade against Hannah's white throat as she struggled. A drop of blood showed against her skin. It was now or never. Do something. Do it now. Caitlin strained. Her hand moved with a jerk. In her peripheral vision, Amanda saw her and reacted, sliced quickly, just as Hannah squirmed away. Blood spurted as she lunged at Caitlin, bloody scissors raised. You little bitch! You thought you could get away? The blades swung down, straight at Caitlin's face, but she shifted, threw all of her weight to one side, and Amanda missed. The scissors hit the desk hard, and Caitlin kicked, one shoe jamming into Amanda's abdomen. Startled, Amanda fell backward, tripping over Hannah. Caitlin scrabbled for the scissors as they clattered across the desk. On the floor, Hannah was gurgling and spitting blood. Oh, God, it was all over. More noises. Amanda finally heard the sound of footsteps as she nearly fell onto the gun. What the hell? Police, open up! A man's voice rang through the underground rooms. Shit! Amanda grabbed Charles's pistol, and her eyes were bright with anger. She glared down at Caitlin. This is your fault, isn't it? You led them to me. Her eyes narrowed. This is the police. Open the door, now. Go screw yourselves, Amanda muttered, and leveled the gun at Caitlin's head. This isn't what I had in mind, Katie did, but it'll have to do. With a muted squeal, Hannah rolled under Amanda's feet. Blood smeared over the tarp. Caitlin swept the scissors into her hand and lunged, throwing all her weight at her sister. The leap was clumsy, awkward. Amanda stumbled. She fell backward over Hannah with Caitlin atop her. The gun blasted, rocked the tiny room in a deafening roar. Hot pain screeched through Caitlin's abdomen. With all her strength, she plunged the scissors deep into Amanda's neck and rolled away. In a horrifying red plume, blood spurted from Amanda's throat, and she screamed hideously. The door to the room crashed open. Caitlin was gasping in agony, her skin on fire. Hannah! Oh, God! Please don't let Hannah die! Weapons drawn, police officers burst through the doorway. Guns pointed at her as the blackness came, pulling her under, a balm against the hot pain in her stomach. Get the EMTs! A man shouted. It was a familiar voice. Reed. That was it. Detective Pierce Reed. They're on their way, a woman said. But Caitlin couldn't see her, and the buzz in her head was louder than the voices, drowning out the noise. We need them now. Jesus Christ, they're all gonna bleed to death. The voices were far away, from a distance, and she was fading away. Images floated behind her eyes, a kaleidoscope of pictures. Kelly laughing as a child, teasing her and running in the sun. Then the explosion, a burst of fire and light that lit up the night. Griffin sharing secrets in the woods. Nana, with her cold eyes and colder touch. Charles, lying bleeding in the forest, no longer able to come into the room at night. And Jamie, sweet, sweet Jamie, giggling as they built a sandcastle on the beach one summer. Then there was Adam, handsome, strong, patient, dark hair and enigmatic smile, knowing eyes and firm lips. Her throat closed, and over the far-off din of shoes scraping and the remote voices of people yelling, she imagined what she would say to him if only given the chance. Oh, please. Adam, forgive me for not being stronger.
Chapter 34. Adam stalked from one end of the hospital's waiting room to the other. He was alone, wearing a path in the blue carpet that stretched between a dying potted palm and a plate glass window overlooking the parking lot. It had been 12 hours since the shooting, 4 of which Caitlin had been in surgery to remove the bullet that had torn through her spleen in her struggle with Amanda. Caitlin had survived. Amanda had not. Which was just as well, Adam thought angrily. Amanda Montgomery had killed and tortured too many as it was. Hannah was hanging on by a thread, transfusions not yet making enough difference to ensure her life. He sent up a quick prayer for her and Caitlin as well. Caitlin worried him. Already mentally frail, how would she react when she came face to face with the fact that she'd killed her sister? The very sister who had murdered most of her family, including Caitlin's daughter. How would she accept the news that she suffered from DID and possibly schizophrenia, that she was unique to the world of psychology by taking on her sister's personality? He rubbed his jaw and felt a day's worth of whiskers. Guilt had been with him for hours, gnawing at his brain, tearing at his soul. He should have told her the truth from the get-go, should have risked telling the police about Rebecca. Maybe things would have been better. Maybe lives would have been saved. Maybe some of the carnage could have been avoided. Maybe Caitlin would never have had to suffer. Mother of God, he'd blown it. If only... Dr. Hunt? A nurse was approaching him. His head snapped up. Yes? Mrs. Bandeau's awake, and the police are through interviewing her. She's asking for you. Let's go. Adam felt immense relief. The nurse didn't move, but stared at him with knowing eyes. Just so that you understand, it's only for a few minutes. The doctor wants her to rest. No problem. The nurse cracked a smile. She's in 307. The elevators are just down the hall, around the corner. Thanks. He half-jogged to the bank of elevators, passing an aide pushing a wheelchair. Now that he was finally allowed to see Caitlin, he couldn't put it off a second later. He needed to see that she'd survived the ordeal, that she was really Caitlin, that she understood about her condition, that... oh, hell, so many things. He'd been such a short-sighted fool. Rather than wait for an elevator car, he threw himself into the stairwell and took the stairs to the 3rd floor 2 at a time. What would she say when she saw him again? How would she react? He'd have to tell her all of the truth. Everything. Through the doors and around a corner he jogged, nearly plowing into Detective Reed, who lingered near the door to Caitlin's room. Reed was rumpled, his hair a mess, his tie loose, his jaw ragged with beard growth, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Probably a reflection of Adam himself. I thought you guys were finished. We are, but I wanted to ask you a few more questions, just to tie up some loose ends. Fine, but first Yeah, go in and see her. I'll go grab a cup of coffee in the cafeteria, if the media lets me. They're all over this one. He shook his head warily. Have been from the onset. You can meet me downstairs when you're done here. I will. Adam nodded, then strode into the sterile-looking room. Caitlin was awake, lying flat on her back, IVs running into one arm. Her hair was mussed, and she looked as if she'd lost 10 pounds in the last 24 hours. But as he walked closer to the bed,
Her eyes cleared, and they were angry as hell. "You knew," she charged, before he could say a word. "You knew about the split personality. And don't worry, just for the record, I'm Caitlin now, not Kelly." "I didn't know. I guess I should have, but I only figured out the truth when I found Rebecca's discs. I was going to tell you as soon as You bastard! I know how you feel. How could you? Are you crazy?" She heard her own words and rolled her eyes. "You couldn't have any idea how I feel, what I've been through." He took a step closer, and she leveled him with her gaze, silently warning him to keep his distance. "As to my sessions, were those even real? Were they? The way I understand it, you were married to Rebecca. You weren't interested in me. You were just trying to find your wife and your ex-wife. Enough of a wife that you cared for her, that you were willing to come down here and lie to me and fall in love with you," he said flatly. The room was suddenly silent. He realized that his hands had balled into fists, that his nerves were strung tight as piano wire, that he'd wanted to tell her the truth ever since realizing it himself. "In love?" she whispered suspiciously. "Yes." She rolled her eyes. "Give me a break." "Okay. It's not how it started. It's not what I intended. But I swear to you, Caitlin, that's what happened." "In between all the murders, and abductions, and damn lies. Get real, Adam." Her jaw was set. The flicker of happiness that he'd seen in her eyes only days ago, now extinguished. Probably forever. It was no use to try and tell her differently. "I'm sorry." He stuffed his hands into the front pockets of his jeans. "You should be. Not that I believe you." "Listen, Caitlin, I don't blame you for being upset. Really." His jaw worked with the effort not to rush to her and try and convince her how much he cared. "Look, I want you to know that I'm sending all of Rebecca's notes on to you. Her paper files and a computer disk. To you by registered mail. You can do what you want with them. Take them to another psychiatrist. Give them to the police. It doesn't matter. They're valuable. You were a unique case. That's what Rebecca was looking for. She had an agent and a publisher interested." "So she thought of me as a lab specimen, too." Caitlin blinked against an onslaught of tears. Her eyes filled, but she didn't let any drops slide down her cheeks. "And it cost Rebecca her life." "I don't think that's the way it started. But go ahead and look through everything and judge for yourself." He considered touching the back of her hand, but the rage in her gaze convinced him it wasn't a good idea. "When you get out of here, if you want to discuss anything, I would be glad to—" "I don't think so," she clipped out, and he didn't push it. She'd been through hell and back 12 times. "I'll be waiting." "Really? Don't bother." One side of his mouth lifted. "No bother at all. Go back to Wisconsin or Ohio or wherever it is you're from and leave me alone." "Is that what you really want?" "Yes." She glared up at him. "Since you asked, you may as well know that what I really want is to put this nightmare behind me." She blinked hard and clenched her jaw. "I want my daughter back. I want my siblings and my mother alive. I want to see Kelly, not be her. I want this damn thing never to have happened. But it did. And somehow I've got to put it all into some kind of perspective. So in order for me to be right, really right. I'm going to need time, and lots of it. I can wait. Don't bother, she said. No one can wait that long. He touched her hand then, squeezed her fingers for the span of a heartbeat. Just watch. Reed didn't much like the shrink, but as they talked in the cafeteria, he started to revise his opinion. Either the guy was one hell of an actor, or he really cared for Caitlin Bandeau. Well, someone should. The woman had lost about every bit of her family. Troy had survived, and Hannah, who had been marked for death, might pull out of it, though the doctors were saying it was touch and go. She was young and strong, but she'd lost a lot of blood, and the scar at the base of her throat would be a jagged reminder of the one inside. God, who could turn out normal after that? Not that any of the Montgomerys even brushed normal. So even if physically she managed to survive, there was the psychological angle to consider. Hell, the remaining Montgomerys could keep all the shrinks in the area in BMWs for the rest of their lives. Morissette had been right. Looney effin' tunes. Right now, the psychologist, and he was one legitimately, Morissette had checked, was slumped in a plastic cafeteria chair while shredding his empty coffee cup. Reed was convinced that Hunt didn't have anything to do with the killings, but he did have information. So you're not giving up the notes on Caitlin Bandeau? No, I told you. That's privileged information. You'll have to subpoena me. Which we will do. Fine. Adam's lips formed a thin line. We're trying to understand why your wife was killed. My ex-wife. We were divorced quite a few years back. But you came down here to find out what happened to her. That's right. You should have come to the police. Reed lifted a shoulder. That's the beauty of retrospect. One sees so much more clearly. The conversation wasn't over, but as many questions as Reed asked, he didn't find out much more information on Caitlin or Kelly. Hunt wasn't going to give the police or anyone else the material on any of the Montgomerys, and he seemed determined to camp out here at the hospital until Caitlin was officially released. Fine. He could help fend off some of the reporters who had gathered. Reed tossed his empty coffee cup into the wastebasket, walked out a back door and saw Nicky Gillette lurking near his police car. "Detective Reed?" she called, waving a hand. God, would she never give up? No comment. I haven't even asked a question. Good. He slid into his car. Look, Detective, the citizens of Savannah need to know the truth. The public information officer is giving a statement. But you led the investigation. If I could have a few minutes, buy you a cup of coffee, No, thanks. He slid behind the wheel of the Crown Vic. Obviously, the woman didn't understand the word no. But then, she'd grown up privileged. The daughter of Judge Ron Big Daddy Gillette. A spoiled pretty girl, not understanding that she couldn't have everything she wanted. Driving off, he glanced in his rear-view mirror to see her standing, arms folded under her chest, hair glinting red-blonde in the late afternoon sunlight. At the station, things were buzzing. He ducked past another reporter, Max whatever his name, the square-jawed, pushy son of a bitch who reported for WKAM by hustling up the back stairs. Reed caught up with Morissette at his office. "What have you got?" he asked. "Plenty." She looked tired as hell. "They're dredging a river in a spot between that house Caitlin Bandeau rented for..." She made air quotes with her fingers. "Kelly, a.k.a. Casey Griffin. Jesus,
Can you imagine paying for a place for your split personality? Makes you wonder how much she really knew about herself. Anyway, a fisherman saw something in the river, and we sent down divers. It's a white Mazda with plates that match Marta Vasquez's.
She inside?
Morissette looked him square in the eye. Someone is.
Montoya know?
He's already there.
Shit. Let's go.
They drove just under the speed of sound. Morissette was at the wheel, juggling a lit cigarette, her cell phone, and traffic. By the time they arrived, the car had been hoisted, dripping and dirty, from the bottom of the river. A woman, so decomposed it was hard to tell much about her, was positioned behind the wheel. No doubt another of Amanda Montgomery's victims. Hell, she'd been a sicko. Reed had seen the sterile lab with its macabre family tree. The lab had been sealed off, the crime scene team going over it for trace evidence. Now, looking at the car, Reed figured Diane Moses's team would be racking up hours of overtime. Montoya was there, back ramrod stiff as he watched the car being lowered onto the riverbank. Morissette and Reed approached him. "You okay?" Morissette asked, reaching into her purse for her smokes and offering one to Montoya. He took the cigarette and lit up.
Yeah.
Reed wasn't buying it.
This her car?
Yep. "I'm sorry," Morissette said.
Aren't we all?
Montoya's jaw was set, and when it was suggested that he might not want to see the badly decomposed body, he stood fast, his dark eyes going over what was left of his girlfriend. It would take a while to check the dental records, but they all knew that the remains behind the wheel were probably those of Marta Vasquez. A muscle worked in Montoya's jaw, but he calmed it by taking a long drag on his smoke. There wasn't much more Reed or Morissette could do. There wasn't much anyone could. Caitlin was itching to get home. She hated lying around the hospital, fielding calls from reporters, seeing her picture on the front of the paper, being poked and prodded by doctors, and looked at with curiosity by psychiatrists. Even some of the staff treated her differently, and when she was supposed to have been sleeping, she overheard a couple of aides talking about her as if she were some kind of tabloid princess or lab specimen. Not that home would be that much better. But it had been 5 days. She was recovering, and the doctors had agreed to release her. Like it or not, it was time to face her new life. As one person. No more of the split personality stuff. At least, she hoped not. Adam had stayed at the hospital most of the time. She'd constantly told him to go home, but had never had the heart to have a nurse throw him out, though the thought had occurred to her. He'd even taken breaks and seen that Oscar had been fed and walked. He seemed genuinely concerned about her. But Caitlin didn't trust him. Not yet. Nor had she forgiven him. Granted, she was thawing, and there was the nagging suspicion tucked far back in her mind that had circumstances been different, she might have fallen in love with him. However, things weren't different, nor would she have met him if she hadn't been some bizarre head case. She couldn't forget that Adam was an accomplished liar, a very accomplished liar, and she figured she was really little more to him than an interesting case, a unique case, a case that might be able to garner him some fame and fortune by means of a lucrative book contract and movie deal. If he wasn't interested in her because he was a greedy son of a bitch, then maybe he was hanging out because of guilt. If that was the situation, then it was his problem. She struggled into her shorts and t-shirt. The bandage around her middle would be with her for a couple of weeks. But the drain had been removed, and she was given a clean bill of health by her doctors, told to come back for a post-op checkup. Her mind was another matter. But she felt stronger mentally than she had in years, and so far, the personality of Kelly hadn't manifested itself, except that Caitlin had her own sharp tongue and newfound determination, remnants of her twin's stronger personality. The good news was that Hannah was going to live, one of the few Montgomery children to have avoided Amanda or Atropose's deadly scheme. A nurse with a wheelchair appeared in the doorway. She must have expected Caitlin to protest. "Hospital policy," she insisted, dismissing any of Caitlin's complaints before they were voiced. "Is someone coming to get you?" "My brother said he'd be here at 10. Adam had offered to pick her up, but Caitlin had declined, insisting that Troy, less enthusiastic, could pick her up. "Then we'd better get going." The nurse checked her watch. "It's 5 after now." An aide with wild curly hair clipped in springy clumps gathered up her personal items, the cards and flowers, and pushed them on a cart that rattled and jangled Caitlin's nerves. She was still on pain pills and sleeping pills. She was still suffering from nightmares, and her doctor had put her in touch with a new psychiatrist. Her first session was a week from Friday. She wondered if it would ever end, if she'd ever be completely normal. Not likely, considering what you've been through. Just take it one day at a time. As the nurse pushed her down the hallway, she thought of the past few days. Would it be possible to put all this behind her? She wondered as she was wheeled into the elevator car. God, it was hard to think of Amanda as Atropos, the murderess, that she'd killed everyone in the family, including Josh and Jamie. There were so many things Caitlin didn't want to believe. That Rebecca Wade had wanted to write a book about her, that Adam had been married to Rebecca, that Amanda had set her up, staged Josh's fake suicide to make it look like a bungled cover-up on Caitlin's part. Amanda had stolen her lipstick, tripped over the cord of the alarm clock, sneaked Jamie's bunny out of the house, had pretended to be her daughter on the telephone and tried to drive Caitlin crazy. Well, even more crazy than she really was. And to think that Adam had known some of the truth and held it back from her, at least for a little while, it still made her blood boil. Don't dwell on the past. Move forward. Give Adam a chance. She snorted in disgust. Adam had lied to her, used her, just like every other man in her life. But he's hung around for a while now. Isn't that something? The voice nagging her was her own, no longer sounding like Kelly's. Now Caitlin wondered if the voice had ever belonged to her twin. Kelly was dead. Though her body hadn't been found after the boating accident, everyone had accepted the fact that she'd died. Only Caitlin had fought the notion, and so her personality, already shattered, had split into a second entity. If the psychiatrists were to be believed, she'd been told that she had years of therapy ahead of her, that eventually she would be able to mold the Kelly personality into her own, to be one whole person rather than two distinct entities. It would take time, but she would be complete, her own person, happy and secure, left with only memories of her twin. The elevator doors opened on the first floor, and Caitlin froze. In the lobby of the hospital, camped out near the doors, were two reporters. Max Odell, square-jawed and dressed in a sport coat, polo shirt, and khakis, was with a cameraman from WKAM, and Nikki Gillette was flipping through a battle-scarred magazine in a lounge near the information desk. Great. Just what she needed. Both reporters saw her within the same millisecond and pounced. "Mrs. Bendo, if I could have a word," Max said, striding closer and flashing his most charming smile. "You know hospital policy," the nurse said. "No comment." Caitlin returned his "aren't we the best of buddies" grin with a cold replication. She turned to Nikki, who, backpack slung over one shoulder, was swiftly approaching. "The same goes for you." The nurse pushed her wheelchair through the double sets of glass doors, and the aide rolled the rattling cart of flowers behind them. Undaunted, Max and Nikki trailed like bloodhounds. It was all Caitlin could do not to scream at them that she wanted to be left alone, that she didn't want to see her face or name splashed all over the evening news or the front page of the Savannah Sentinel, that she just wanted some peace in her life. Outside, Adam was waiting, one jean-clad hip resting against the fender of his double-parked rig. A beat-up leather jacket was stretched across his shoulders, and one side of his mouth lifted at the sight of her. He opened the passenger side door, as if he expected her to climb inside. "Wait a minute. Where's Troy?" Caitlin demanded. "Hung up at the bank." "What? I just talked to him an hour ago." Adam's eyes glinted with a bit of mischief. "It was last minute." "Bull." "That's what he said." "Maybe we should call him." Caitlin didn't have any time for this nonsense. "My cell's in the car." "Good. Maybe you could bring it to me," she said, then realized the nurse was becoming impatient. The aide had pushed the cart of flowers and gifts to the back of the SUV, and Max Odell, Nikki Gillette, and the cameraman were all hovering nearby, waiting for a story, watching the drama playing out between Caitlin and Adam Hunt. "Come on. I don't bite." His eyes actually sparked for an instant. "Well, not usually." "Maybe I do." "Oh, you definitely do." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Very funny." She glanced over her shoulder. Was the cameraman really filming this? Oh, for God's sake! "Isn't there something more newsworthy than me leaving the hospital?" she asked of Max Odell before turning back to Adam. "I've changed my mind. Let's go." He helped her into the rig, and she wondered if she was making the worst mistake of her life. That would be going some, considering your track record. Give the guy a chance. Just hear him out. What have you got to lose? She didn't want to think about it. She watched him climb into the driver's seat and twist on the ignition. He smelled of leather and the faint scent of some masculine cologne. She remembered kissing him, the feel of his lips on hers, and quickly killed the thought. "Let's see if we can lose the press," he said, as he gunned the accelerator, wheeled out of the parking lot, and she relaxed against the tufted leather. She was just too tired to fight. Glancing out the window to the sunny day beyond, she wondered again about falling in love with him. Would it be so wrong? Wouldn't he just break her heart? Oh, get over it. Your heart's been broken before. If he turns out to be a loser, you can always throw him out on his ass. Come on, Katie did. Go for it. It was almost as if she could hear her sister's advice again, and she figured that every once in a while It didn't hurt to imagine that she was listening to her twin. Every once in a while, she needed to remember. Even now she could recall Kelly as a child, pushing her to climb a tree or swim in a deeper part of the river, of laughing at her and teasing her. The girl who looked so much like her and was so different. As a teenager, Kelly had been daring, nearly as accomplished as Amanda at sports, and yet feminine and a tad naughty. She'd been so confident and free on the day of the boating accident. Yes, it was good for Caitlin to remember. She just wouldn't let it go too far. Hell, Katie did. Kelly seemed to say now, "Give Adam a break. You're an idiot if you can't see that he's in love with you." Caitlin glanced over at him as he shoved a pair of sunglasses over the bridge of his nose and angled the Jeep through traffic. As if feeling the weight of her stare, his lips twitched, and he placed his hand over hers to give it a quick squeeze before letting go. Her heart, stupidly, skipped a beat. "Just drive," she said. "Your wish is my command." Yeah, right. He laughed, and so did she. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Time would tell. It always did. So that does it. The Bando case is officially closed, Morissette said, a week later, as she strode into Reed's office. She was waving a check and smiling broadly. "What's that?" Reed looked up from his paperwork and leaned back in his chair. "Money from Bart. Can you believe it? He's actually caught up with the child support. First time in years." She plopped onto the corner of his desk and folded the check into her pocket. "He win the lottery?" "Close enough. An aunt died, left him a little, and before he ran out and bought a new pickup, oh yeah, he did that too. His conscience got the better of him, and he decided to pay me what he owed me before I sicked a bevy of lawyers onto his ass. What a prince. Did I say prince? I meant dickhead." She ran fingers through her spiked hair. "So, we're all clear on the Montgomery thing?" "Think so. Paperwork has to be caught up, but yeah, we're done. The remains dragged out of the river did turn out to be Marta Vasquez's. Her mother's having a memorial for her. I talked to Lucille on the phone, and she gave me the whole story. That she had a one-night stand with her boss." At the lift of Morissette's eyebrows, he shrugged. "One-night stand. That's what she says, and does it really matter? The point is, who would have thought Marta Vasquez was another one of Cameron Montgomery's illegitimate kids? Man, did that guy ever keep his pants on?" "Bad luck for her that she ran into Amanda, or Atropos, or whoever she was, before anyone else. One more kid after the old man's money. She just got a late start. Didn't realize Cameron was her father until around last December, when Lucille told her on the phone." "And she didn't bother telling Montoya about it?" "She didn't tell anyone, except Amanda, as she was part of the law firm that handled Cameron's estate." Reed leaned back in his chair and rotated the muscles of his shoulders. "So where is Montoya?" Morissette asked, as if the thought had just jumped into her head. But Reed recognized the signs. In the few short days Montoya had been in Savannah, tough-as-nails Detective Morissette had taken an interest in the younger man. That was the trouble with Sylvie. She was always swearing off men, then falling for the next guy who caught her eye. Reed had to give her the bad news. Montoya already took off. If Morissette was disappointed, she hid it as she scanned some of the reports littering his desk.
He said something about taking a leave of absence from the New Orleans force. Seems to think his partner, Bence, will understand. It's just a matter of convincing the higher-ups.
Why doesn't he come back here?
Probably a lot of bad memories.
Yeah, but some woman might make him forget Marta.
Reed leveled his gaze at her. As long as some woman doesn't get too involved with a young buck 10 or 12 years her junior.
Or even 7?
Yeah, even 7.
Morissette's eyes twinkled, but she changed the subject. I hear Dickie Ray Biscayne is still after the Montgomerys for his share of their estate. He's kept Flynn Donahue on retainer. Now he wants Cricket and Sugar's share, and maybe even Amanda's. It seems he learned something about wrongful death from Josh Bandeau.
Greedy son of a bitch.
Aren't they all? Morissette asked. Ian Drummond, Amanda's ex, is being courted for a tell-all book, and he wants his wife's share of the estate, even though he was banging Sugar Biscayne. For a guy who just lost his 2 lovers, he sure has his hand out. Money must be able to heal a broken heart.
That I wouldn't know about.
Hannah's expected to recover. She's talking about moving away, starting over, putting this behind her, if that's possible.
Reed nodded. I don't blame her. She was involved with Bandeau, too. And then her sister tries to kill her by slitting her throat.
He shook his head. Savannah had a reputation for scandalous stories, but this topped them all.
Hell, Rebecca Wade sure stepped into it, didn't she?
And ended up one more victim.
In a long string.
No pun intended, Morissette said, and Reed was reminded of Atropos with her surgical scissors and braided cords. What a psychopath! And when it gets right down to it, Amanda killed for the Montgomery money.
Nah.
Reed wasn't buying it. She killed for the killing's sake. He thought of all the victims, how they'd suffered, how much thought and effort Amanda, as Atropos, had put into the murders. It was a thrill for her, a way she could prove that she was smarter than the others, that she deserved to inherit the old man's wealth. She loved it, got off on it. Morissette nodded. Point taken. What a shame. An effin' shame. Morissette was religiously putting money into the damned Hello Kitty bank, but her language still suffered. At least her kids would end up with a decent education. Hell, they could probably go effin' Ivy League. I wouldn't be surprised if Adam Hunt wrote a book on it. You know, pick up where his ex-wife left off, Reed said. I hear that book publishers are sniffing around him and Caitlin Bandeau. Even talk of a movie deal. How about that? Someone will probably do it. She scratched an elbow. You know, if Amanda killed everyone to inherit the fortune, she sure took her damn time about it. First baby Parker, and then years later, she escalates? Come on, that's not usual. Nothing about this case was. Reed had thought about the time frame. Between you and me, I think she snapped. I mean, really snapped, when she found out her husband was having a fling with Sugar Biscayne. But then, I don't really know. I'm not the shrink. It's damned ironic that she was setting up Caitlin, using all the rumors about the mental illness running through the family when she was the one who thought she was other people, had delusions of power, a real head case. She seemed like a split personality with all that Atropos crap. Caitlin Bandeau did the taxpayers of the city a big favor by blowing her away. He glanced out his window to the bright day outside. Savannah was a grand old lady of a town, one he'd lived in twice. But she had her secrets. Dark, ever-present secrets. How would you like to have that on your conscience? Killing your own sister? Morissette asked.
It wouldn't bother me a bit. Remember, this is a sister who had killed my kid, my mother, my father, my husband, and everyone else she could murder. How would I feel about putting her out of her misery? Reed flashed a grin. I'd feel just fine about it. Guaranteed. Yeah, right. But I'm sure Caitlin Bandeau is going to have years of therapy, maybe even a lifetime of it. At least she's alive, and I hear she's been seeing Adam Hunt. Romantically? Morissette lifted a shoulder. He is a hunk. You would know. Amen, brother. Amen. She slapped his desk as her pager went off. What now? She glanced at the readout and hopped to the floor. It's my sitter. I've got to run. I'm taking the rest of the day off to be with my kids, taking them swimming. Now that they're both healthy again, we're going shopping on Bart's fucking money. And don't worry, I've got another bank on the shopping list. The first one's full up. You getting another one of those kitty things? Is there any other kind? If you need anything, don't call. She was out the door in a heartbeat. Drive safely, he yelled after her. Remember, we have speed limits in this town, and they're strictly enforced. Up yours, Reed. But her laughter echoed back to him. Sylvie Morissette was okay, once you got past the prickly, I'm as good as any man cop attitude. He could do worse. Lots worse. Epilogue. You want to go for a ride? Caitlin asked Oscar as she hurried down the stairs. Well, come on. The little dog bounded ahead of her through the door to the garage. The Lexus was already filled with small bouquets of holly boughs and bright poinsettias, Christmas bouquets for the cemetery. While Oscar stuck his nose out of the open window, she drove through the town where grand old houses were festooned in lights and greenery and ribbons. It was nearly Christmas, and Caitlin felt better than she had in a long, long while. She was going to a new therapist, one with whom she wasn't personally involved, and she was even considering allowing Adam to write her story. Not that he'd asked. He'd never mentioned it, once in the past 6 months, and he'd been with her nearly every day. He wanted her to move in with him, and there was the hint of marriage, but she wasn't ready. She needed more time to find out who she was. Caitlin Montgomery Bandeau. Until she was certain that she was mentally whole again, she didn't want to become a part of someone else's life. She parked near the family plot and snapped on Oscar's leash. The wind was brisk for Savannah, rustling through the dry leaves and billowing the Spanish moss. With Oscar tugging at the leash, she carried flowers to each grave, holding back tears when she saw her daughter's headstone. Her throat thick, she kissed her fingertips and brushed them over the cold marble. I love you, she whispered, and sent up a prayer for Jamie's sweet little soul. Some pain would never completely go away. She knew, and she accepted it. But the terror of the horrible ordeal with Amanda was fading, blurring into her past, very rarely keeping her awake at night. From the corner of her eye, she saw him and smiled through her tears. Adam had said he'd meet her here, in this place where he'd first approached her. Her doubts about him had faded with time, and she'd found him to be warm and gentle, a considerate lover who was patient, or passionate. The first time they'd made love since she'd left the hospital, she'd been worried, concerned that it might spark the return of her Kelly personality. She needn't have been concerned. The entire night of kissing and touching and exploring, she'd been herself, feeling for the first time
the joy of loving him. They'd been outside for a walk with Oscar when the sky had opened up. Rain pelted them as they dashed back to the house, and dripping, hurried into the kitchen. She'd nearly tripped over Oscar's leash, and Adam had caught her. They'd both tumbled to the floor, she on top of him, and Adam had pulled her close, pressed his face into the cleft of her breasts, visible through her soaked blouse, then begun to kiss her. She'd responded eagerly, and this time, as they'd come together, slick, wet bodies joining, she'd experienced each emotion, every tingling sensation, his hands on her buttocks, his tongue on her nipples, his erection hard against her abdomen before he'd finally slid between her legs and made love to her as if he'd never stop. Even now, the memory was crystal clear. She hadn't lost herself in the Kelly personality. In fact, as the weeks passed, that personality seemed to be fading. Caitlin knew that someday she would be completely whole, and Adam would be at her side. She turned to him and fought the tears burning the back of her eyes. "Hey," she said as he approached. "Hey, back at you." He saw the tears in her eyes. "You okay?" "You're the shrink. You tell me." "My professional opinion? You're hopeless." She socked him in the arm. "My personal opinion?" She arched an eyebrow. "You're definitely okay." He wrapped his arms around her. "Maybe beyond okay. Even perfect." She laughed. "God, Adam, enough, okay? Perfect?" She thought about what she'd been through, what they'd shared, how well he knew her. "You need to get out more." "Good point. How about dinner?" Maybe. "I'll cook." She laughed again. "Then I think I'll pass." He squeezed her. "You're bad." From perfect to bad in 10 seconds. That must be some kind of record. "Come on, let's go home. You can cook." She rolled her eyes as Oscar ran around them, wrapping the leash around their legs. "No way. Let's go out." "Whatever you want." He dropped a kiss on her lips, and she felt warm inside, safe, complete, which was silly. "I think I just changed my mind," she said, knowing her eyes were glimmering with mischief. "Let's stay in. All night." "So it's pizza and beer?" "To start with," she said, unwrapping Oscar's leash and trying not to trip. "After that, who knows? Maybe we could do some role-playing." A grin slid from one side of his mouth to the other. "That could be dangerous, don't you think?" "Oh, I don't think," she said, and kissed him again. Taking his hand, she pulled him to the car. "I know."
The End. You've been listening to The Night Before by Lisa Jackson, narrated by Alyssa Bresnahan. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Hot-Blooded, also by Lisa Jackson, narrated by Alyssa Bresnahan, and Night Moves by Janelle Taylor, narrated by Richard Poe. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of the book. You can order by phone with any major credit card, or by writing to us, or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Desperately, she gulped air, remembered all the techniques she'd learned in therapy, forced herself to rein in her galloping emotions. Never again, she vowed. Whatever it was she'd drunk last night, she would never take as much as one sip again. But what was it? She blinked, tried to remember, but nothing came except the brittle, jagged pieces of the nightmare. Jesus, she whispered. Once again, she'd lost track of time, hours of her life missing. She didn't even remember how she'd gotten home. An inkling that something was very, very wrong slithered through her consciousness. She couldn't name it, but the sensation was strong enough to cause her skin to prickle. You had a bad dream. That's all. Get over it.